live for the clan. His father's words echo in his mind, a constant reminder that he should desire nothing and remain a shadow by his side. In the aftermath of a swift confrontation, Cyan stands cloaked and resolute. As debris settles around the defeated figure at his feet, he gazes down at the fallen, then takes a deliberate step forward, a cold assessment in his eyes as he considers the scene, finding it a truly priceless sight. Nearby, high-class knight Yulkin and Alice watch the unfolding events, contemplating the implications of a single individual commanding such power. The defeated figure lies broken on the ground, blood staining the earth around him, a testament to the recent, brutal confrontation. From a distance, observing the scene with a knowing gaze, Askell remarks that this outcome was to be expected from the man's brother, finding the display quite interesting. Standing over his vanquished foe, the cloaked figure of Cyan looms, his presence a heavy weight in the aftermath. A voice, filled with a mix of awe and terror, cries out, "Cyan Vert." Ignoring the distant cry, his crimson eyes fixed on the defeated man, he utters a single name, Boris. Elsewhere, Krantz Vert lets out a short, annoyed laugh, a sound of disdain escaping him. Back at the scene, a dark, red-purple aura begins to swirl around Cyan, his eyes glowing with intense power, as he demands to know who forced Boris into this confrontation. The oppressive energy intensifies around him, his gaze unwavering. His voice drops, laced with suspicion. Was it the Emperor? His dark aura still swirling menacingly, he stares down at his defeated foe, demanding to know if the Emperor was behind the attack. He warns the man that he will report everything to the Duke, ensuring everyone knows this was a direct assault on the Vert heir. With a chilling declaration, he informs the defeated figure that from this moment on, he is nothing more than an assassin. A scoff escapes him as he challenges the man to report anything he wishes, if he even has a mouth left after this encounter. He guarantees that not a single tooth will remain once he is truly finished. As his hand glows with crimson energy, a new realization dawns on him. A fifth-star magic barrier has been cast over the area. He knows he must find a way to escape this trap. His eyes burning with resolve, he vows to reveal the true culprit behind this scheme to his brother. Surrounded by a tempest of dark energy, he stands firm, his determination unwavering. A powerful barrier now surrounds him, his crimson eyes burning with a fierce resolve. He vows to tear it to bits. Enough. A memory flashes through his mind, of his elder brother, Askell, standing tall in his gleaming armor. The image fueling his own unwavering determination. He recalls Askell's words, a mantra for their clan: live for the clan. Askell Vert's success is the clan's success, and by extension, Cyan Vert's success. The thought of his brother strengthens his resolve. He looks up, his crimson eyes reflecting the dark, imposing figure before him. A name escapes his lips, filled with disbelief: Askell. He couldn't be behind this wall. The golden-armored knight stands tall, a stark contrast to the desolate surroundings, his presence radiating an undeniable authority. Meanwhile, a dark, swirling energy binds him to the ground, preventing any movement. Askell looks down, a faint smirk playing on his lips, observing the confusion in his brother's eyes. He stands victorious, his brother defeated and surrounded by a crimson aura, the battle seemingly over before it began. A single word escapes Cyan's lips, his voice laced with shock. What? Askell's gaze remains unwavering as he poses a question. Is this the meaning of this? He then offers a final, unsettling remark. Cyan, you've carried out your duties well. Askell Vert begins to explain his actions, stating that everything he does is for the clan, for the people, and ultimately, for himself. Meanwhile, the impact of the confrontation leaves Cyan Vert bloodied and stunned. As Askell continues, explaining that he is simply trying to take the burden off his shoulders, standing triumphantly over his defeated brother, who is now enveloped in a swirling crimson aura. Still reeling from the blow, Cyan can only stare up in utter confusion, unable to comprehend what he did wrong. The ominous red magical energy around him intensifies, crackling with raw power. As Askell's eyes remain cold and unwavering, fixed on his brother, the red energy swirls violently as Askell delivers his final, damning judgment. That ominous foulness means he is nothing more than a monster, no longer even human. Still engulfed in the ominous red energy, he remains on the ground, his body racked with pain and confusion. His brother, Askell, looms over him, his voice sharp with accusation, declaring that Cyan has fooled them for far too long. He presses further, demanding to know if Cyan truly believes he is ignorant of his own transgressions. A single word echoes in Cyan's mind, a question of murderer, followed by a desperate plea to understand what sins he is accused of. His internal turmoil boils over, a silent, furious cry of utter bewilderment at Askell's words. As his crimson eyes glow with a fierce, desperate light, the weight of the past begins to surface, hinting at the brutal succession fight within the Empire. Images of grasping hands reaching for a crown symbolize the desperate struggle for power, followed by the chaotic vision of knights clashing with monstrous demons, a brutal memory of the Demon King army's raid. The final image is a terrifying, shadowy figure, its form wreathed in the same dark, red energy that now surrounds Cyan. He is plunged into a vision of a grand emblem, symbolizing the unification of a continent. The image shifts to crossed swords and a watchful, ominous eye. As a voice echoes, I helped you achieve all that you began. The memory of his own legs collapsing, engulfed in crimson energy, brings forth the bitter thought. Because serving you was my life. His hand, now wreathed in the same malevolent red glow, clenches as the accusation forms. But now you're abandoning me. The overwhelming red energy consumes his very torso, fueling the resentment. I worked like a dog for hundreds of years under you. His face contorts in agony, eyes burning with a furious crimson light, as the chaotic red energy explodes around him. And a bloodied hand clenches, resolute in its despair. It doesn't matter if my entire body is eaten away. Consumed by the crimson energy, his face contorts in agony, eyes burning with an unnatural, furious glow. A desperate thought echoes through his mind. If it means I can destroy you. The red energy crackles, tearing at his form as if to rip him apart. Meanwhile, in a fragmented vision, Yulkin, Askel, Krantz, and Alice watch on, one of them murmuring, he still has that much mana. It's impossible. Another voice cuts through the haze. That's no human. How silly. The accusations continue, painting a grim picture of betrayal. The hero is trying to kill his younger brother because he's afraid. The vision shatters as the red energy violently contorts his body once more. The voice from the vision returns, piercing through his torment. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? The red energy continues to consume him, leaving him in a silent, tormented state, his internal struggle raging on. A devastating burst of crimson energy erupts from him. As Cyan Vert, consumed by the destructive power, vows to himself, just once. But one of the spectral knights, a figure in golden armor, lunges forward, declaring, once is enough. Unfazed, Cyan Vert surges ahead, his form wreathed in an even more intense, crackling red aura. His resolve hardening as he thinks, if I can't stop the regression, then I'll make sure they can't regress either. He brings his blade down with devastating force, the crimson energy exploding on impact. But then, a sudden, unexpected counterattack catches him off guard, his eyes widening in shock. One of the white-armored figures, having narrowly missed its target, curses in frustration. Damn it, I missed. The voice continues, addressing someone as boss. Consumed by destructive red energy, Cyan Vert unleashes a powerful strike, shattering one of the white-armored knight manifestations. Yet, before he can recover, a swift counterattack sends him sprawling to the ground, a crimson energy blade narrowly missing his head as it embeds itself in the earth beside him. As he struggles to rise, a familiar figure, a manifestation resembling Askel Vert, stands over him, accusingly declaring, but you have shown your true colors. The manifestation's gaze is cold and unwavering as he continues. I knew that was from the start, a demon. With blood trickling down his face, Cyan retorts, his voice laced with defiance. It's a good thing I never trusted you to begin with. Askel stands victorious over the fallen protagonist, his sword poised, the weight of his judgment heavy in the air. Then, a new voice cuts through the tension, a calm command echoing across the desolate landscape. Let's go. An old man, clad in white robes, now stands over Cyan, confirming his obedience to an unseen authority. Yes, sir. Still on the cracked ground, the protagonist can only curse his predicament. Damn it. He stands amidst a desolate, cracked landscape, the remnants of his internal world crumbling around him. Dark, smoky tendrils of despair coil around him, threatening to consume his very being, as a chilling question echoes in his mind. Blood trickles from his lips, a physical manifestation of his internal wounds, as he laments the path his life has taken. But then, a flicker of defiance ignites within him, his crimson eye snapping open with renewed resolve. He dismisses his own self-pity, a single, sharp thought cutting through the darkness. Just as his determination solidifies, the manifestation of Askel Vert appears, radiating a potent, crimson aura that pulses with raw power. Without hesitation, Cyan Vert transforms into a shadowy, kinetic blur, lunging forward to meet the challenge head-on. His hand glows with an intense, red energy, a surge of power building within him. A guttural scream tears from his throat, unleashing the pent-up fury and resolve that now fuels his attack. As the shadowy figure's blade connected with a fierce shing, a powerful shockwave erupted from the impact. But before he could press his advantage, a blinding explosion of light erupted, violently throwing him backward with a deafening boom. He gasped, his eyes snapping open as the words, "Young master," echoed in his mind, his hand instinctively clutching his throat, a ragged huff, escaping his lips as he struggled to breathe. A stern voice cut through his disorientation, demanding to know how long he intended to sleep. The voice continued, urging him to get it together, reminding him that he needed to get ready. He finally focused on the speaker, a maid standing over him, and exclaimed, "Emily? Why are you here?" He stirs, a single word escaping his lips, "Huh," as the world slowly comes into focus around him. Standing over him, Emily sighs, wondering if he had simply fallen back asleep, a habit she had grown accustomed to. He takes in the room, the furniture, and the decorations, all exactly as he remembered them. A sudden, unsettling realization dawns on him, his eyes widening. He bolts upright in bed, a desperate question forming in his mind. Emily, startled by his sudden movement, calls out his name. He looks at her, still processing the shock of his situation. She scolds him, demanding to know why he is still lingering in bed. A sharp voice cuts through the morning quiet, demanding that he wake up and get going. He sits up in bed, his crimson eyes wide with a mixture of confusion and disbelief, his mind still reeling from the sudden shift in reality. Looking out the window at the familiar yet distant world outside, he tries to reconcile his memories with his current surroundings. As Emily, his maid, stands over him, her scolding tone unwavering, he can only wonder, what training could she possibly be referring to? The grand architecture of the Vert clan duchy looms outside, a silent testament to his lineage. Its intricate details and towering presence confirm his location, solidifying the impossible truth. Standing outside, gazing up at the familiar estate, he is certain he has truly returned to the past. A wave of unease washes over him as he wonders if this regression is merely a fleeting illusion, like a life flashing before his eyes. His eyes widen in a silent gulp of apprehension, the weight of his new reality settling upon him. He remembers a time 27 years ago, on the 1st of March. A full year before he would even enter the academy. Every year, the duchy would hold a dual training session, a grand event attended by many. His father, the current Duke Vert, always made sure to attend the event, making it a very big deal. His opponent in these sessions was Krantz Vert. He was the same age as him, his half-brother. His mother, Margaret Erzith, was the Duke's wife, a fact that always drew a lot more attention to him. Thanks to this, he always drew a lot more attention, despite the fact that they were both the Dukes. He was a bastardized son. A young Cyan Vert stands poised with a fencing foil, his expression grim, as he recalls how, after being mocked in this very fight, he became a laughingstock to everyone. From a distance, his father, Duke Vert, watches the proceedings, his stern voice echoing a command not to try anything. The young fencer, his back to the onlookers, feels the weight of his father's gaze, knowing this duel was the very reason his father stopped paying him any attention at all. Nearby, two young girls whisper amongst themselves, one suggesting he simply surrender, while the other insists on the necessity of winning. Even a young Emily, a maid, looks on with a hint of pity, a fact that further stings the boy, making him feel as though even she is looking down on him. His face contorts in a silent grimace, the weight of expectation and perceived failure pressing down on him. As he walks away, defeated, the young maid offers a quiet observation, muttering that it's just a duel, but it feels so hard. The adult Cyan reflects on this memory, acknowledging that his strength back then was nothing compared to his current self. He remembers the past, a time when he was weak, unable to even lift a sword properly, and the humiliation that burned in his eyes. He wonders if he truly is back in that pathetic past, a past he had always despised. Askel Vert, his brother, stands before him, a sneer on his face, challenging him to a duel as their parents, Duke Vert and Margaret Erzith, watch from above. A thought forms in his mind. If he is indeed back, then perhaps he can change the future. His expression hardens with resolve, a flicker of determination in his crimson eyes. Askel, oblivious to the shift in his brother's demeanor, raises a hand, his voice dripping with condescension. With a swift, practiced motion, Askel's hand moves to the hilt of his sword. He lunges forward, drawing his blade in a single, fluid arc, the steel glinting as he closes the distance. The sword descends with brutal speed, aimed directly at his younger brother. He reacts with a sharp intake of breath, his eyes widening in surprise. Askel's voice cuts through the air, questioning his speed and calling him slow. But he moves with unexpected agility, his feet blurring across the ground as he evades the strike. Askel's eyes widen in disbelief, a sound of frustration escaping him. The blonde-haired youth presses his assault, his sword flashing through the air, but Cyan continues to evade with practiced ease. Dodging like a coward, Askel snarls, his patience wearing thin. Instead of retreating further, Cyan manifests a shimmering blue shield, intercepting the next strike with a resounding clang. The impact rings out, sparks flying from the magical barrier as the sword connects. Askel's blade grinds against the shield, unable to break through the unexpected defense. A pained gasp escapes Askel, his face contorted in disbelief. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a memory, as a younger Krantz is violently thrown to the ground, his cry echoing through the empty hall. A figure in dark clothes, a younger Cyan, stands over him, the sound of impact still reverberating. Back in the present, Askel's voice cracks with concern, calling out Krantz's name, a name that now triggers a deeper, more painful memory for Cyan. In that memory, the young bully, Cyan, coldly considers his next move, thinking that if he just beats him up enough, this duel will be over. A harsh kick lands with a resounding thud, sending Krantz sprawling further. In the present, Cyan's hand tightens around his sword hilt, the memory of his past actions stirring a profound realization. He recalls his own childhood, when he was small, how bullies would roll him around for their entertainment, a cruel cycle he himself perpetuated. The bitter truth surfaces, that bullying continued even in the academy, a constant, gnawing presence in his life. Consumed by a fiery red aura, his eyes glowing with fierce resolve, He vows to suppress the part of himself that would ever inflict such pain again. The memory of past violence stains his very being, a stark reminder of the darkness he seeks to overcome. In a brutal flashback, his foot presses down on a familiar face, a chilling echo of his past self's cruelty. This time, however, a new resolve hardens within him, a silent promise to forge his own path, free from the shadows of his past. The terrified, tear-streaked face of his victim, Krantz, flashes before his eyes, a haunting image of the pain he once inflicted. The memory of a brutal impact echoes, leaving Krantz gurgling and broken on the ground, a stark image of the consequences of his former cruelty. He finds himself summoned by his father, the Duke, who has even cleared his schedule for this meeting. The Duke, standing beside his wife, questions if his recent victory in the duel was truly so impressive. He muses internally, recalling that he even had a high-class knight, Gulrin, among his opponents. His father continues, explaining that Gulrin was directly affiliated with the Duke's own household. The Duchess then interjects, seemingly concerned about Krantz, remarking that he looked as if he'd been stepped on after her kick. A flicker of concern crosses his face as he wonders if Krantz is truly all right. The Duchess's expression hardens, accusing him of disqualifying maidens one after another in the duel, before dismissing the idea that it could have been him. His father concludes the meeting abruptly, stating that this is simply how things are. As he processes the conversation, a deeper thought surfaces about the legitimacy of children who are not dukes. He clenches his fist, a familiar, bitter thought echoing in his mind. Like mother, like son, it's all because the mother knows best, always. Meanwhile, his stepmother, Margaret Erzith, looks down on him with disdain, telling him he should be on the streets begging for food instead, questioning his audacity to put up a fight, and reminding him to be grateful. Her words cut deep, a silent fury building within him as he realizes she has truly crossed a line. His eyes, now glowing with an ominous crimson light, reflect the depth of his simmering rage. A dark question forms in his mind. Should he kill her? A dark thought crosses his mind, a question of whether he should simply end her life. His crimson eyes glowing with a sinister intensity. But he quickly dismisses the idea, knowing there are far more satisfying ways to inflict suffering. A cruel smile spreads across his face as he considers torturing her, slowly and deliberately. Meanwhile, Margaret Erzith reminds him of his upcoming attendance at the academy alongside Krantz, prompting him to ask for her exact point. Her warning becomes clear: if he wishes for his son to graduate with his life intact, he should be concerned, a fact he notes with a chilling observation about her lack of worry. Her face contorted in a furious snarl, Margaret Erzith unleashes a torrent of rage. "You villainous piece of trash," she screams, her voice echoing with indignation. Facing her wrath, he offers a calm, almost detached, apology. "I apologize, Duchess." As Emily helps him with his attire, he explains his imminent departure, stating that the Duke himself had summoned him with specific instructions. "So I don't think I'm delaying anymore." With a final glance, he announces, "We'll get going now." A silent, knowing expression crosses his features, a subtle acknowledgement of the unspoken tension. As he departs, Margaret and Emily watch him go, their faces reflecting a mix of anger and resignation. Cyan reaffirms the Duke's authority. The Duke's orders are absolute. And with Askell by his side, he walks away, leaving the confrontation behind. A knight who would never surrender, even for the Duke's wife, was indeed a reliable asset. With a soft click, he pushed open the heavy door. Stepping into a grand hall, he stood for a moment, his back to the entrance, gazing out at the world beyond the towering windows. This was Cyan, the youngest child of the House of Vert. Turning slightly, he offered a quiet greeting, acknowledging his father. It had been nearly 2 decades since they had last met under such circumstances. From his seat, the great feudal lord of the northern region of the Usher Empire, the Duke, calmly invited him to sit. Though known by many titles, the world often referred to him by a different name, the Guardian of the Continent. He sits, a thoughtful expression on his face. For a long time, he was the hero who stopped the invasion of demons. Recognized as a demigod by all, with the help of his overwhelming magic power and worldly influence. Yet, his memories of that time are different. As he recounts his past to Cyan, he speaks of himself as a man who utilized his free will to decide on living his whole life serving others. "A stupid man," Cyan mutters, his gaze distant. The Duke looks on, as Cyan, startled by his own words, lets out a soft, "Huh." He remembers the moment Krantz had charged at him, and how he had looked straight at the path of the swinging sword, then turned, effortlessly evading the attack. His father's voice cuts through the memory, demanding to know when he had learned to wield a sword. The Duke remarks on his son's perpetual sharpness, while Cyan internally dismisses the idea of learning, stating he simply practiced every night on his own. His father continues, expressing disbelief that he had never even held a sword, let alone mastered swordsmanship, from what he knew. He demands to know why such excellent skills were kept hidden. Cyan replies that he didn't want to draw attention, though he was always good at taking down Krantz, despite that. He then thinks to himself, questioning if his own actions weren't exactly what his father had done after that. The Duke's expression shifts to one of surprise and discomfort, as if struck by the implication. He explains that he simply wanted to prove himself, believing that if his father was trying to gauge his true strength, he would certainly show it. The Duke, leaning forward slightly, simply asks, "Prove what?" Cyan clarifies, stating his desire to be better than Krantz, and questioning how they could possibly be of the same body, implying this was all part of the Duke's grand design. A faint chuckle escapes him as he watches his father's reaction. The Duke's expression shifts, a wide smile spreading across his face as he declares, "Excellent." A clear answer that shows off your level-headedness. Adjusting his monocle, he continues, "I didn't know you were so talented. I'm delighted." With a confident smile, he assures his son, "You'll become a great swordsman for Askell one day." Cyan's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He mutters to himself, "What would?" The Duke, standing before Askell, questions why he would ever need a helper, his voice carrying a subtle edge of disdain. He then adds, almost as an afterthought, that things are always the same. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he considers how Askell remains as arrogant as ever. Reaching out, the Duke takes Cyan's hand, his grip firm. A false warmth in his smile as he offers a reward for his son's trial, claiming it's not exactly a trophy, but something he wants to give, if Cyan desires it. Cyan's eyes narrow, his thoughts turning dark as he considers the Duke's words, a silent resolve forming to destroy everything. His expression hardens, a fierce determination burning within him to dismantle everything Askell had tried to achieve. He clenches his jaw, his internal monologue continuing, declaring what he truly wants. His eyes gleam with a dangerous ambition as he recalls the Duke's earlier challenge, the question of whether he truly wanted to enter the battlefield. A maid's terrified scream echoes through the air, her eyes wide with horror as she recoils from an unseen threat. She cries out, questioning the sanity of whoever would bring such a thing here, her voice trembling with disbelief. Her plea is desperate, a stark contrast to the growing dread. The source of her terror becomes clear as a swarm of grotesque, shadowy creatures, their forms writhing with dark energy, begins to emerge and multiply. Emily's face contorts in pure anguish as the narration confirms that these wicked and terrifying demonic beasts are swarming and taking over the entire area. This sudden invasion highlights the critical importance of the Western battlefield, a region known as the Land of the Dead, and the only place where such a relentless struggle against demonic forces truly occurs. It is a ferocious battleground, where the conflict with demons has raged for hundreds of years. The desolate landscape of the Western battlefield stretches out, a testament to the endless war against the demonic hordes. Reflecting on this, Cyan understands that his father had given him a condition precisely because of this very battlefield. He considers the daunting task ahead, to become worthy of Lemia Valley within a single month. He has no idea what kind of test awaits him, what criteria will determine his worthiness. A frustration builds within him, knowing he is still far weaker than his past self, a thought that lingers from his time on the Western battlefield. To regain the same amount of mana he possessed before his regression, and with the meager magic he currently holds, a faint red glow emanating from his hand. He realizes that if he trains this body, he can definitely make more use of it, resolving to begin his training immediately. Suddenly, a voice echoes through the hallway, calling out his name. As his hand is gently taken, Alice looks up at him, her eyes wide with surprise. Before he can even process the interruption, a hand clamps around his throat, lifting him effortlessly from the ground. His feet drag uselessly as he's pulled along, a familiar voice demanding to know if his head has gone completely mad. He struggles to respond, but Alice's grip is firm, her anger palpable as she continues to berate him, accusing him of having gone insane. Holding him by the collar, she looks down with a stern expression, declaring that it seems his head has indeed gone to him. With unwavering resolve, she commands him to follow her, insisting they go to the rooftop. Her gaze remains fixed, her determination clear as she leads the way. The journey takes them through the night, past the illuminated structures of the city. Finally, they arrive at a towering building, its upper floors bathed in the glow of the urban landscape. On the rooftop, the wind whips around him as he stands alone, gazing out at the sprawling city below. He stands before her, the tension palpable as she declares their confrontation has only just begun, warning him that she will allow him 5 minutes to prepare if he can endure her attack. His expression remains guarded. As she presses him, asking if he truly intends to go this far, Alice, before he can even respond, cuts him off, stating she's not interested in any of his answers, only one question. Her gaze sharpens, her voice laced with accusation. Her eyes narrow further as she demands to know if he's truly after the family's title. He looks away, a flicker of frustration crossing his face, as he thinks to himself that this is why she's doing this, the slightest misunderstanding leading to such a drastic confrontation. With a decisive motion, Alice draws her sword, the blade glinting in the light, and commands him to draw his own. He complies, drawing his own weapon, reflecting on how it hasn't even been half a day since his duel with Krantz. As she turns to leave, Alice simply states that the whole day has been chaotic. He barely has time to register the sudden movement, a surprised sound escaping him. As Alice lunges forward, her blade a blur of white energy. His eyes narrow, tracking the swift, precise strike. And he can't help but wonder if she's truly going all out against her older brother, who is 7 years her junior. Her rapier flashes downward, a streak of light following its deadly arc. Before she lands with a sharp impact, ready for the next move. He muses internally that a rapier is known for its incredibly light blade. Yet the one she wields feels clearly longer and more powerful than any he's encountered. A slight smile plays on his lips as he questions if her impressive display was simply a stroke of luck this time. He recoils, a gasp escaping him as the attack closes in, recognizing the figure before him. A blinding flash of blue energy erupts with a sharp clang as the rapier strikes. The attacker, a blur of motion and vibrant blue aura, presses her assault with relentless speed. Her rapier, wreathed in glowing particles, aims for a decisive blow. But with a sudden, sharp movement, he brings his arm up, blocking the strike with a metallic clang that sends sparks flying. The impact reverberates, the blue energy of the attack momentarily contained. Her momentum broken, the attacker recoils slightly. A look of utter shock spreads across her face, her eyes widening in disbelief. A lone figure, their long, dark hair flowing, stands overlooking a desolate, shimmering landscape. Blades clash with a blinding flash, sparks erupting as one sword deflects another. Cyan's face contorts in a snarl of frustration, his teeth gritted. But before he can react, a powerful hand seizes him by the throat, cutting off his breath. He is violently thrown through the air, his body a blur against the chaotic backdrop. The ground rushing up to meet him as he plummets from a great height. His feet hit the hard surface with a jarring impact. Collapsed on the ground, he looks up with a heavy heart, a profound regret etched across his features, lamenting his failure to protect Miss Alice. He struggles to infuse his blade with magic, knowing his swordsmanship alone won't suffice, and that he must master magic quickly. As the difficulty of holding back against a weaker opponent weighs heavily on him, and sweat beads on his brow as he anxiously wonders how much time remains of the 3 minutes. Even while pouring all his mana into the blade, he feels himself nearing his limit. Just as he feels his strength waning, Alice's voice rings out, commanding the elements to become her sword and shield, causing his eyes to widen in shock, recognizing the immense power of 6-star magic. Then, with a dynamic flourish, Alice unleashes a torrent of brilliant blue energy, which swiftly coalesces into a shimmering aqua blade. Leaving him overwhelmed, he can only lament, wondering if she's actually trying to kill him, believing this was merely a test. He lunges forward, his blade glowing with a fierce blue energy as he calls out a name. Yulkin! But his attack is met with an impenetrable barrier of shimmering blue light, deflecting his strike with ease. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, sharp and urgent, "Stop!" Ignoring the plea, a torrent of blue magical energy erupts from her, slamming into him with concussive force, sending him reeling backward. The powerful blast engulfs him completely, erupting in a blinding flash of light and sound. From the sidelines, a man with ash-blonde hair watches the display, his expression grim as he murmurs, "Miss Alice." He shakes his head, a slight clink of armor accompanying his movement, and continues, "You're being too harsh against my younger opponent." With a swift, decisive motion, he steps between them, his own blade flashing out to intercept her sword, the steel ringing sharply as they clash. Alice looks at him, a faint smile playing on her lips as she remarks, "I was wondering when he was going to appear." A sharp gasp escapes her lips. As she falls to her knees, her voice trembling with regret. "Sorry, Cyan. I must have lost my mind for a second there." She turns her head away, unable to meet his gaze. "I just wanted to stop you from going to the battlefield." And he gently places a hand on her head, realizing the depth of her concern. "I was too obsessed with that I..." He knew his sister always tried her hardest with everything, a trait that defined her. She was the elite of the Royal Academy, topping all her classes in every subject. In the Royal Academy, where all the most talented children gathered for swordsmanship, magic, and other studies, her beauty was astounding, earning her the title God's Child. From a young age, she was already proficient in swordsmanship, and was even mentioned as the future guardian of the Empire alongside the oldest son, Askelvert. But not long after joining the Knights of Light, a shadowy figure, wreathed in crimson energy, met a tragic end. The once proud knight was struck down, she was killed. Back in the present, a hand clenches tightly onto dark fabric. As Cyan whispers, "I missed you, Alice." Alice, her light blue hair framing a determined expression, looks at him with fierce resolve. "I'll protect you this time, Cyan." A voice from off-panel muses, "Ah, now that I think about it, weren't you the Imperial Knight?" Alice stands over a seated Cyan, explaining, "But the Duke just left for the war." A bearded knight, a subordinate of the Duke, clarifies his presence. "I'm carrying out the Duke's orders to protect the young master from harm, although I'm a little confused because I was supposed to be doing it in secret." Cyan's eyes glow crimson, his thoughts betraying a deeper understanding. "I felt his presence ever since I left the Duke's office." He wonders if he could have lived a normal life without her, but then dismisses the thought, knowing his father would never have allowed it. Alice holds him close, her voice soft and reassuring. A gentle touch on his back, a silent promise. She offers a warm, comforting smile. Later, under the vast, star-dusted sky, the academy stands silent. The next day, Alice returns to the academy. As he pushes himself through another set of exercises, Cyan reflects that she had only come back for a brief visit to see his father before her graduation. He had been hitting a wall for the past 2 weeks, feeling an urgent need to grow stronger, dedicating himself entirely to sword training. But even with his relentless effort, 10 was his absolute limit, leaving him utterly exhausted and gasping for breath. He had always been confident in his strength, but this new challenge pushed him to his very core. Wiping sweat from his brow, he felt the strain of his rigorous regimen. A weary thought crossed his mind, a longing to return to a simpler time, and a desperate need for something more. Just then, a maid approached him, announcing that a package had arrived from Miss Alice. The maid recoiled, pinching her nose in disgust, wondering aloud about the foul smell emanating from the package. He calmly explained that it was hellhound's blood, an item he had specifically asked her to procure for him. This potent substance, derived from a fearsome hellhound, was a rare item found only in the treacherous Lunia Valley. The dark, viscous liquid, known as hellhound's blood, is rumored to be found only in the black market. Considered poisonous due to its sickening smell, it is poured from its bottle. And while it promises painful side effects upon consumption, there's a deeper truth. The blood actually permanently increases the mana and strength of the person who consumes it, a secret known only to a few. Most people dismiss this as nothing more than a rumor, unaware of its true potential. As Cyan prepares to drink the potent liquid, Emily, his maid, asks with concern, "Young master, are you really going to drink that?" He simply replies, "Yeah." Holding the bowl firmly, he reassures her, "Don't worry, Emily." Despite her continued apprehension, he reminds her, "I'll be fine. You remember the rumor, right? Regardless of the painful side effects, it is a monster's blood that only a monster can drink, and compared to him, it is nothing." A sharp, metallic sound echoes as the empty vial of hellhound's blood clatters to the ground. A moment of silence, then a guttural cry of triumph erupts. "It's good." His eyes blaze with an unnatural crimson glow, his face contorted in a mix of pain and exhilaration, while Emily gasps in shock, a soft ugh escaping her lips. She watches his hunched form with growing concern, her voice trembling as she asks, "Yes?" But a chilling, confident smile spreads across his face, his crimson eyes still burning, as he declares, "I'm going for a walk." The air crackles with anticipation as he thinks, "Now, let's see if that worked." Stepping out into a desolate, rocky expanse, his boot crunches on the barren earth. He surveys the familiar, empty landscape, a quiet thought passing through his mind. "It's been a while since I came here." His gaze then fixes on a grand, distant structure, his resolve hardening as he mutters, "I've been waiting for this day for 2 weeks." He had often come to this place to train, but now, more than ever, he desired to be completely alone. Meanwhile, a different story unfolded elsewhere, as it was said that one day, Askel received a divine revelation from the god of light, Lumendal. The revelation spoke of an ancient temple, hidden deep within these very mountains, a place he now searched for, looking around with anticipation. Though he hadn't fully believed the tales, he couldn't deny the palpable concentration of divine mana in this very spot, confirming the legends. A sinister smile crept onto his face as his eyes flared with a crimson glow, red particles beginning to swirl around him, a testament to the power now coursing through his veins. His hand pulsed with the same ominous red light, a silent declaration that this secret, this power, belonged to him alone. Kneeling amidst the swirling crimson energy, he unleashed a torrent of raw power, the ground trembling beneath the sheer force of his awakening. The explosive force continued to expand, a violent, beautiful display of his newly acquired might. His eyes still glowing with malevolent intent, he thought of Askel, a challenge forming in his mind. "I bet you can't even imagine this." He considers his current path, the immense power now coursing through him, and the choices he has made, wondering if he might second-guess them later. Yet, the destructive force he wields carves a clear, if perilous, path forward, a testament to the irreversible changes he has embraced. With a final, resolute breath, he looks up, his crimson aura flaring, and declares his unwavering intent. A deep, resonant thrumming echoes through the dark, rocky cavern. A sound that feels both familiar and unsettling to Cyan, who notes that this place is different from the last time he was here. This cavern, he recalls, was once an ancient temple that worshipped the god of light, Lumendal, whose angelic form still radiates a gentle glow in his memory. He plunges through a shimmering, purple void, surrounded by swirling particles of light. A stark contrast to the desolate landscape that was left behind after the god-demon war, which erased all civilization in this land 300 years ago. Now, he stands amidst the ruins of a forgotten city, a beacon of light drawing his gaze towards its heart. His footsteps echo softly as he continues his journey through the dark, uneven terrain. The young master wondering who could have ever imagined that this place, hidden deep in the mountains, lay just behind the castle. Gazing upward, Cyan's eyes fixate on a brilliant light emanating from the temple's depths, a profound realization dawning on him. "I can see it," he murmurs, his attention falling upon a magnificent, glowing sword, seemingly the centerpiece of this ancient sanctuary. The blade hums with an ethereal energy, its light pulsing softly. This temple, he understands, holds a history stretching back to 999 before foundation, to a time when humanity, after a long and brutal struggle, finally succeeded in driving out the Demon King's army from the city of Velius, a victory hard won against countless armored figures with eyes burning red. In a time long past, the Demon King's army, a force far superior to humanity's, clashed on a desolate battlefield, yet the humans managed to find ancient relics, a collection known as the gods' weaponry. These divine armaments allowed them to secure victory, among them a holy sword named Durand Dark, blessed by Lumendal, the god of light. This very sword was ultimately recognized as the primary reason for humanity's triumph over the demonic forces. And it is this same sword that will lead to his own pitiful death in the future. A fate intertwined with the blade that will one day be wielded by Askel Vert. There is something more to Durand Dark. Standing before the glowing artifact, Cyan realizes this must have something to do with his regression, while Askel stands nearby, observing the same radiant blade. He reaches out, his fingers making contact with the hilt. But nothing happens. A wave of disappointment washes over him. He stares at the holy sword, Durand Dark, still embedded in its pedestal, a faint huh escaping his lips as he tries to comprehend its silence. The lack of response from the legendary weapon clearly frustrates him, his thoughts turning to the task at hand, securing the area before leaving. Yet, as one moves past the radiant light of the chamber, a shadow emerges, possessing an otherworldly quality. Suddenly, a realization dawns on him, a quiet, found it, escaping his lips as he spots something beneath the sword. What he sees is not merely a shadow, but a swirling, crimson form, pulsating with an ominous, dark energy. At first glance, one might mistake it for the sword's own shadow, but its vibrant, malevolent glow suggests otherwise. His eyes widen in disbelief, stunned, but that's impossible escaping him as the truth begins to sink in. This is no mere shadow. It is a manifestation of darkness itself, a stark reminder that where light exists, so too must its counterpart. The crimson entity writhes and expands, its form distorting as it emits a guttural, echoing cry. He finds himself on a dark, crumbling pathway, realizing it's a passage, the air heavy with an unseen presence. This path, he realizes, leads to another dimension, guarded by what appears to be an altar of light, pulsating with a strange red energy. Cautiously, he peers around a corner, the soft click of something unseen echoing in the silence. The altar now glows with an intense purple light, drawing him closer with an undeniable force. A faint smile touches his lips as he greets the power before him. His hand closes around the hilt of a dark, ornate sword, its surface intricately carved, as if crushing something unseen. With a surge of crimson energy, the demonic sword, Atram, awakens in his grasp, his eyes glowing with its power. The blade hums deeply, resonating with a dark, ancient power. The demonic sword, Atram, pulsed with a dark, crimson energy, its power resonating through Cyan's hand. A low hum emanated from the blade, as if awakening to a new purpose. A faint smile touched his lips, a strange sound escaping the sword as its power intensified. The crimson glow enveloped his hand, and he wondered aloud if the ancient weapon was truly awake yet. The sword continued to thrum with dark energy, a fierce desire burning within him, a craving to test its newfound power against something real. Suddenly, an ominous voice echoed from the shadowy figures below, mocking his resolve and questioning his fear. Unfazed, Cyan gripped the sword tighter, acknowledging its mysterious nature but ready to wield its might. The ominous entity, a shadowy, monstrous form with glowing red eyes, looms over him, its voice echoing with a chilling declaration, waking up a sleeping demonic sword. Dark, crimson energy begins to surge, consuming his leg. The entity's grin widens, its voice dripping with condescension. It's too late to regret it now, child. The malevolent energy spreads, enveloping his arm, as the entity claims his very being. Your body is now mine. His body is almost entirely swallowed by the swirling, dark power. A guttural cry escapes him, his hand clenching tightly, knuckles white against the encroaching crimson. The dark energy fully engulfs his leg, swirling with malevolent particles. The entity, surprised by his resistance, questions his sudden change in demeanor. You weren't this rash before. But Cyan, now transformed with glowing red eyes and jagged dark energy radiating from him, his nails sharpened and his grip firm on the demonic sword, defiantly demands to know its true nature. No. What are you? His eyes burn with a fierce crimson glow, as a voice echoes within him, demanding to know how he could possibly touch it. The entity's voice, filled with possessive fury, reminds him that the sword is its own. But he refuses to yield, his hand lashing out with explosive force, striking the ethereal manifestation of the sword's will. Fuck off, he roars, his defiance shattering the oppressive presence. The entity is violently repelled, its form fragmenting under the sheer power of his will. A pained shriek tears through the void as the demonic presence recoils. Standing tall amidst the swirling dark energy, he is utterly transformed, his long black hair flowing around him, his eyes still burning with an infernal light. From the dissipating shadows, a new, ominous figure emerges, its voice a chilling whisper, questioning if he is truly the successor. He stares down, his transformed self reflecting in the darkness, a chilling realization settling within him. Who am I? He muses, the answer echoing from deep within his being. I am the successor of the Demon King. Right. I'm the successor of the Demon King. A dark, knowing smile spreads across his face, his eyes burning with a crimson glow, as the entity's voice falters, unable to comprehend. The shadowy form of the demonic sword, Hiram, recoils, its voice booming with an ancient command. Master's back. Bow down. But the entity's rage quickly overrides its fear, its form twisting in fury. You're just a kid, it snarls, refusing to accept this new reality. I can't accept this, it screams, the very air around it crackling with its denial. Yet, Cyan doesn't hesitate, unleashing a torrent of dark energy that slams into the entity, driving it back with immense force. He clenches his fist, dark power swirling around it, a grim determination in his gaze. I guess there's no other way, he states, understanding the true nature of the demonic sword's original goal, to take over his body. The entity, now cornered, its own shadowy hand glowing with a desperate energy, concedes, I have no choice. And with that, the two clash, a maelstrom of dark power erupting as Cyan relentlessly pushes the demonic sword back, asserting his dominance. He wears a confident smirk, his eyes closed in anticipation. The process of demonic sword control begins, a surge of dark, purple energy emanating from him. The entity recoils, a guttural sound escaping its shadowy form as it struggles against the overwhelming force. Cyan issues a stern warning, his voice resonating with authority. I'll say this just once. Why don't you just accept me as your master? He asks, a hint of menace in his tone, while I'm still being nice. The demonic sword thrashes, its form distorting in rage. How can you that? You arrogant little. His control intensifies, the swirling purple energy forcing the entity to the ground, its cries of defiance turning into desperate squawks as the demonic sword control takes hold. He reaffirms his dominance, the words demonic sword control echoing his absolute command. His eyes glow with an intense, vibrant purple, reflecting the immense power he now wields. Still on the ground, he forces the demonic entity to accept his will, the shadowy mass above him recoiling as he declares his dominion. The final word of his command echoes, a powerful assertion of sword control, sealing the entity's fate. Rising to his feet, he surveys the scene, a quiet satisfaction settling over him, his task here now complete. From the shadowy depths, a voice emerges, filled with an almost childlike glee, exclaiming how long it has been since it was truly free. The demonic essence swirls, coalescing into a vibrant crimson energy, taking on a more defined form. A shadowy hand reaches out, as if grasping at the air, reveling in its newfound existence. The form continues to solidify, a grinning, impish face emerging from the swirling darkness. As the entity fully manifests into a smaller, playful figure, declaring its refreshed state with a heart-filled sigh. The newly formed entity looks up at its master, greeting him before curiously asking for his name. He responds simply, Cyan. Cyan Vert. The shadowy entity, now in its impish form, addresses him directly, its glowing pink eyes fixed on his face, asking if he is truly the Cyan it senses. He considers the question for a moment, before revealing a truth from his past life. Atram recoils in disbelief, demanding clarification about this past life, as Cyan calmly states that he has died once before. The entity's shock is palpable, its shadowy form flaring with surprise. Looking down at the demonic sword he now wields, Cyan muses that its original owner must still be in a deep slumber. The sword itself seems to confirm this, implying a long wait of 2 more decades for its true master to awaken. Atram, still processing the revelations, comments on Cyan's seemingly prophetic knowledge of the future. With a soft click, Cyan adjusts his grip on the sword's hilt. The demonic blade responds, emitting a soft, resonant glow. He stands, the demonic sword held firmly in his grasp, as Atram questions his intentions, asking what he plans to do with it. A sinister grin then spreads across his face, his eyes burning with a crimson glow. Revealing a small, intricate golden gear in his hand, he states that it will make things a bit more interesting in the future. The rhythmic clatter of hooves echoes across the open plains, as a grand carriage makes its way through the landscape, its wheels steadily turning. Inside, Cyan Vert gazes out, a quiet thought escaping him. He can hardly believe the day has already come. Adjusting the scabbard at his hip, he muses on how quickly time seems to fly by. Later, as he stands among a small group, Askel Vert offers a formal greeting to the Duke, then turns to Cyan, stating he will see him some other time. Askel adds, with a knowing look, that if he truly wishes to go, no one can stop him. His heart always quickens at the battlefront, a familiar thrill coursing through him. Meanwhile, Askel Vert addresses a stern-faced knight, his hand resting on the man's shoulder in a gesture of authority. The knight responds with a firm, yes, sir. He then turns and sprints away, disappearing into the desolate landscape. Back on the battlefront, Cyan Vert's gaze sharpens as he wonders, are they summoning something? A malevolent red glow begins to emanate from the ground, pulsing with dark energy. The ground shatters as the energy intensifies, sending debris flying. From the swirling crimson aura, a monstrous silhouette begins to rise, its form slowly taking shape. Finally, the colossal entity fully emerges, its imposing presence radiating raw power amidst the fiery glow. With a thunderous kung, a monstrous, glowing red claw bursts from the earth, crackling with raw energy. As the creature's massive form continues to tear through the ground, engulfed in a furious kwng of flames. Finally, the towering beast fully emerges, its fiery silhouette dominating the shattered landscape. Observing the creature, Cyan recognizes it instantly, a hellhound, he thinks, a low-rank demonic beast from the Hell Valley. With a sharp ching, he grips his sword, his resolve hardening. The knights and his father, he muses, must have gone to great lengths to prepare this test. His grip on the sword tightens further with another ching, ready to face the challenge. He observes a gathering of knights, a question forming in his mind. Would they truly sweep away all his hard-won gifts, deeming them dangerous? A stern-faced knight, clad in ornate armor, addresses him directly, declaring that he must take responsibility for his every action. The knight continues, explaining that this is to prove the extent of his rescue, by passing a trial and demonstrating his capabilities to them. The armored man's gaze is unwavering, his expression resolute. A slight smirk plays on Cyan's lips as he processes the challenge, a trial. Then, the knight's gauntlet, emblazoned with a distinctive crest, rests firmly at his side. As the knight's voice rings out once more, demanding to know if he truly wishes to duel. Later, in a moment of quiet contemplation, Cyan reflects on the urgency of his situation, with only one day remaining until the deadline for his father's trial. He glances at his sword, understanding that aimless practice is no longer an option. He can't simply keep swinging his sword in the air now, can he? With a confident smile, he expresses his desire for a truly challenging fight, asking for assistance in achieving it. The knight, Yulkin, considers the implications of a duel between them, given their respective statuses. Cyan reacts with a slight annoyance, questioning the knight's hesitation and demanding he keep his distance. Yulkin turns his back, walking away, as Cyan observes him, musing about the knight's consistent avoidance. The knight pauses, a determined expression settling on his face. Cyan, still smiling, agrees to the duel, but proposes an alternative condition. Yulkin, gripping his sword hilt, declares his intention to fight only with the full might of his blade. He clarifies his terms, stating he will focus solely on defense, allowing Cyan to attack as he wishes. Cyan thanks Yulkin, acknowledging the knight's name and preparing for the unique challenge. He had one more favor to ask. His eyes burning crimson as he declared, "Don't." This was an order. The knight listened, a question in his gaze. Cyan continued, a faint blue aura beginning to shimmer around him. Whatever happens from this point on. With a sudden burst of speed, he lunged forward, his blade a streak of blue energy, met by Yulkin's swift, defensive block. A deafening crash echoed as the two forces collided, the impact sending shockwaves through the ground. Yulkin's eyes widened in disbelief. I can't believe this. That was the sword of a 20-year-old. Undeterred, he pressed his assault, another powerful strike ringing out. He's quick, Yulkin mutters, his eyes widening in surprise as a blur of motion passes him. The young master, now a mere afterimage, tearing through the very ground beneath his feet, before launching himself into a powerful, arcing kick. Yulkin's expression tightens, unable to comprehend the sheer velocity of his opponent. When did he? His crimson eyes glow with an intense, almost predatory light, as he unleashes a torrent of blue-tinged sword strikes, each one radiating immense power. The air shatters around the impacts. A relentless barrage of force. With the flurry of attacks complete, the blade in his hand pulses with a deep, ominous red. The final, devastating blue energy-infused sword strike connects with a blinding flash, leaving a trail of shattered magical particles as he lands. Yulkin stumbles back, his body twitching from the force, realizing he cannot win against such power yet. Looking down at the defeated knight, Cyan offers a simple, "Good job, Yulkin." Still on one knee, the knight responds, "Thanks for helping me." Rising to his feet, Yulkin then adds, "Oh, great job, young master." A look of profound surprise crosses Yulkin's face as he thinks, I can't believe the weak young master Cyan has grown so much. He continues, reflecting on the sheer speed of this transformation, wondering if the much. By now the young master. He truly believes that the young master can overcome any trial that comes at him. Suddenly, a searing wave of fire erupts, cracking the very air with its intensity. Unfazed, Cyan watches the inferno approach, his gaze steady. He moves with blinding speed, striking the ground with a force that shatters the earth, creating a powerful diversion. Anticipating the next move, he prepares himself. Another fiery assault erupts, engulfing the area. But the hellhound suddenly recoils, a heavy impact shaking its demonic form. As Cyan's eye glows with an intense crimson light, he unleashes his true power. He launches himself into the air, sword drawn, initiating a swift, arcing attack. The blade connects with a powerful impact, sending a fiery explosion across the hellhound's body with a resounding quang. Yet, as he observes the beast, he realizes that even with his current strength, Fighting such a monster is still a challenge, and he must end it as quickly as possible. With renewed resolve, he declares his intent to finish it off with one strike, his hand already moving to deliver the decisive blow. He grips his sword hilt tightly, a surge of power emanating from his weapon with a sharp quang. The blade slices through the air, connecting with the hellhound's body in a powerful HHH. The force of the blow continues, rippling down to the beast's leg with another HH. He recoils from the impact, surrounded by residual fiery energy, the hellhound staggering in the background. The final, devastating strike registers on the hellhound's face, a sharp jang, echoing through the training ground. The dust settled over the training grounds, revealing the aftermath of the intense battle as a group of knights, led by Yulkin, surveyed the scene. He looked down at the defeated beast, a slight frown creasing his brow as he considered the implications of the training. The hellhound lay broken, its demonic hide cracked and glowing eyes dim, a testament to the power it had faced. Standing over the creature, Cyan Vert observed its condition, acknowledging the sheer resilience of the beast. He knew that if he had done something similar in the past, he would have been considered insane, but now, this much blood felt like it could fill a few bottles. Even in its defeated state, the hellhound began to stir, prompting a voice from off-panel to declare, "Impressive, Cyan." Yulkin then approached the young master, his presence a calm counterpoint to the raw power that had just been displayed. Turning to depart, the knight prepared to leave the training grounds. Looking back over his shoulder, Yulkin added, "Then, I'll see you at the battlefront." Kneeling before a stern, uniformed figure, he offers a respectful, yet firm, "Thank you, father." Later, a shadowy, formless entity, its eyes glowing crimson, addresses him with deference, "Master." His own eyes now a piercing yellow. He dismisses the shadow's suggestion, stating, "No, I don't like a strength I have to work for." But the entity retorts, reminding him of a past promise, "Oh, come on. You're the one who said you'd do whatever I want, didn't you?" The shadowy form insists, its voice echoing with urgency, "Then use me, damn it." It reveals its core desire. "I need blood to gain strength." Pleading, the entity begs, "Father, just let me have one guy." But he simply replies, "No." The shadow, undeterred, offers a cryptic assurance, "Don't you worry." Looking down with a dark resolve, he confirms his intentions, "Because soon I'm going to use you for my heart's content." Then, a gloved hand, wreathed in crimson energy, slashes through the air with devastating force. With unwavering resolve, he thinks he will move forward with his intentions. The shadow servant, however, bristles at this, exclaiming, "Then that's when you should have woken me up." A thunderous roar echoes through the desolate landscape, announcing the sudden, monstrous presence of an ogre. The alarm spreads quickly, as shouts confirm the ogre's position in the northeast, prompting immediate orders to establish a defensive line. A blond knight, his face etched with urgency, barks out a command for everyone to move out immediately. His fellow knights, spears at the ready, respond with grim determination, preparing to execute the operation of salvation and leave none alive. Suddenly, a blinding flash of white and orange energy erupts, a powerful magical impact tearing through the air. The ogre recoils from the blast, its guttural roar now a cry of pain and surprise. As the magical energy dissipates, a group of ogres are revealed, all caught in the lingering, reddish-orange aura of the attack. The initial magical assault continues to reverberate, causing a massive ogre to cry out in pain. The immense force of the blow visibly cracks the creature's leg. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Yulkin charges forward, shouting a command to attack. He moves with incredible speed, his lower body a blur of motion. The knight closes the distance in an instant, delivering a flurry of rapid strikes. His sword glows with a brilliant blue aura as he unleashes a powerful, sweeping attack. The blade connects with devastating force. The ogre lets out a guttural roar of agony, reeling from the impact. Yulkin lands gracefully, his cape billowing around him. He continues his relentless assault, his blade a blur of motion as it carves through the air. The impact is deafening, a brutal strike against the monstrous foe. With a final, decisive blow, he cleaves through the creature's arm. Nearby, another ogre roars in agony, reeling from a powerful, unseen attack, as a small girl cries out in terror. She looks up, her voice trembling as she calls out to her master. "Why did you want to come to a place like this?" she whimpers, her fear evident. "I'm just scared." A wave of familiarity washes over him, a strange sense of nostalgia for this desolate place. The girl clings to him, whispering about the overwhelming strength of their enemies, as ogres continue to rage in the distance. She lets out another small cry, clutching his leg tightly. A familiar voice cuts through the din of the battlefield, asking how it feels to be on the front lines, Cyan. He begins to respond, saying he's a bit. Before Yulkin continues, explaining that in this place, one can never truly die, so he must never let his guard down. Cyan acknowledges his father's words, promising to keep them in mind. He observes the chaotic scene, understanding that on the front lines, situations like this are a dime a dozen. There are typically 3 to 4 battles each day, each with its own detailed response manual. He plunges into the fray, his blade glowing with fiery energy as he takes down an ogre, knowing that mastering these details is the key to surviving the front lines. Later, the rhythmic thudding of the camp surrounds him as he approaches the large tent he's been assigned to in this place. Inside the tent, a voice confirms that this is the rearmost area, where it should be safest. He steps through the curtain, muttering that he didn't come all this way just to feed Garam. Huddled under a blanket, a young woman asks, "Do I really have to eat dinner time?" A scoff escapes him as he wonders, "Humph, what are you doing, Garam?" Still huddled, she asks, "Didn't the Duke tell us?" The grim reality of the front lines dictates that one must know when and where they would die. He looks at her with a confused expression, asking why she doesn't just pick up and return home. Her eyes wide with fear, she yells back, "Do you think I can? When you can't even do anything without me?" Her face contorted in terror, she adds, "With the monsters all over the place, if I were to turn tail." Still huddled on the ground, the young woman's voice trembles, asking who would possibly take care of her. He considers his own needs, thinking it's almost time to eat, but then a sudden thought strikes him about the hooded figure who followed him. Turning his back on her, he begins to walk away, leaving her still cowering in the tent. A flicker of annoyance crosses his face as he wonders if he should simply chase her away. The thought lingers, a silent question of whether this is how she treats his mastery. Later, a soft rustle of fabric accompanies him as he holds a small, button-eyed doll. He stands in the dimly lit room, his gaze fixed on something unseen, wondering if his preparations are sufficient. A soft voice breaks the silence, asking if he intends to train even in this place. He turns, a slight frown on his face, and asks if he woke her. Garam, nestled in her bed, acknowledges his diligence, imagining how proud someone would be if they knew of his efforts. With a weary sigh, he tells her he's leaving and asks her not to disturb his sleep. As he turns to depart, Garam softly agrees, while he considers the night ahead, knowing the frontline guards are particularly strong. A faint swing echoes as he prepares to move. Realizing that navigating undetected will be a significant challenge, his body now radiating a crimson aura. Executing the third move of thick fog's descent, Cyan Vert plunges downward, a crimson aura swirling around him. He lands in a low crouch, his gaze sweeping the desolate surroundings as he recalls the layout. A monstrous, shadowy form begins to coalesce nearby, its glowing red eyes fixed on the area, a low growl escaping its fiery maw. He muses that there should be one of them in this very spot, making it the perfect place to deploy Kiram. As his crimson eyes intensify with power, a swirling vortex of red energy begins to envelop him. The energy around him shifts, deepening into a vibrant mix of red and purple, forming a powerful, crackling aura. From a dark, swirling portal, a shadowy hand reaches out, its voice echoing with a primal hunger, sensing the strong scent of blood. The shadow servant's form solidifies, its claws glowing with purple energy, eagerly asking its master for permission to strike. With a final, guttural roar, the monstrous entity fully manifests, its fiery maw wide open. As the shadow servant's anticipation mounted, a dark, cloaked figure began to gather immense, swirling red energy. With a clenched fist, the energy intensified, crackling violently around him. From the depths, a voice echoed, "Will do as you please." Unleashing the stored power, a devastating wave of crimson energy erupted, tearing through the air. His eyes glowed with fierce determination, the red light reflecting the surging power within. He swept the torrent of energy across the desolate landscape, bringing it down in a powerful, crushing strike. A large, clawed hand lifts a wooden bucket, bringing it to a monstrous maw with a loud gulp. Nearby, a hooded figure clenches a fist, a satisfied groan escaping him as he declares, "This is the stuff." He finishes drinking, his eyes glowing crimson as faint energy particles shimmer around him, feeling utterly refreshed after waking up. His shadow servant kneels before him, asking, "We'll keep training like this. How long do you think it'll take us to get stronger by killing these monsters?" A smirk plays on his lips. "The night is young," he states, surveying the vast horde of creatures below, "and there are plenty of monsters." With that, he turns, his cloak billowing as he strides towards the waiting battle. A faint purple glow emanates from his hand, a clear sign of the excitement stirring within him. Standing on a desolate cliff edge, he surveys the vast, dark landscape below, where a monstrous horde stirs in the distance. Meanwhile, a contingent of armored figures on horseback moves steadily across the rugged terrain. Back inside, he expresses his concern to the young woman beside him, believing their current location to be far too dangerous. She questions why they don't simply turn back, but he dismisses her worries, sternly reminding her that he will not make things easy for her. With a determined gaze, the young woman asserts her identity, declaring herself the royal princess of the empire. He, in turn, asserts his unwavering commitment to his duties, bound to escort his father on his tours. He reiterates his warning, promising not to make things easy for her again, calling her an impertinent princess. Later, alone, he recalls a piece of news that the Duke's son is now on the front lines. "He should be around the same age as you," Cyan Vert muses, a thought echoing in his mind about the Duke's son. The royal princess, however, reveals that the Duke hadn't intended to bring him, but he had volunteered himself. She then suggests, with a hint of formality, that they being of similar age, ought to get along. A sigh escapes her as she internally acknowledges that such trivial remarks are inappropriate for the current situation, especially concerning the Duke Vert. Cyan Vert responds with a simple, formal, understood, princess. Her gaze remains fixed, a subtle tension in her expression. She then attempts to recall his name, stumbling slightly as she identifies him as, oh, it's, Cyan. He listens intently, his expression unreadable. Her eyes widen slightly, a hint of surprise or realization crossing her features. After a moment of quiet contemplation, the royal princess softly utters the name, Cyan Vert. Huh. A monstrous bird-like creature, talons extended and eyes glowing red, lets out a piercing shriek. Amidst falling feathers, Yulkin's voice rings out, demanding to know if anyone has been injured. The battle's dust begins to settle, revealing Cyan Vert standing calmly over a massive, defeated ogre, his blade still impaled in its chest. He reassures his companion, declaring that everyone is safe, and urges them to return quickly. Yulkin watches him, a thoughtful expression on his face as Cyan Vert turns to leave. A quiet sigh of relief escapes the night, the tension of the battle finally easing from his shoulders. The defeated ogre's head lies still, its monstrous form a testament to the fierce struggle. As they walk away from the scene, Cyan Vert lets out a soft sigh, the weight of the recent confrontation lifting. The massive, green-skinned ogre lies defeated on the ground, its monstrous form still and lifeless. Turning to his companion, Cyan asks how he has managed to adapt to the harsh realities of the front line. Yulkin responds, a slight smile playing on his lips, that he learns from young Master Cyan every day, then questions an unseen father if he isn't proud. His expression softening, Yulkin continues, acknowledging the father's long endurance. A deep sense of admiration fills his voice as he declares, he is very proud of him. Cyan, taken aback by the unexpected display of affection, can only utter a surprised, what? Regaining his composure, he turns to the unseen figure with a serious expression, announcing that he has something important to tell the father, demanding his careful attention in the future. Yulkin, observing the exchange, remarks that he has never seen the father act so kindly before. With unwavering resolve, Cyan affirms his commitment to the father. A dark, swirling energy begins to coalesce, crackling with unseen power, intensifying with each passing moment, until it reaches a critical mass, exploding outward in a blinding flash of light and force. With a sharp, dismissive sound, he deflects the incoming attack with a swift, practiced motion of his blade. From the shadows, a familiar voice echoes, offering assistance. Master, you seem to be struggling. Why don't you let me take over instead? But he quickly rebuffs the suggestion. Let you take over? No thank you. I'm unaware of your schemes. As the massive, shadowy entity lunges forward, its form shifting and reforming, the shadow servant's voice echoes, observing that it can heal itself even from a fatal wound. It continues its analysis, pointing out that any shallow injuries it sustains immediately regenerate, making conventional attacks futile. The shadow servant concludes that it would be pointless to keep attacking the creature in the same manner. He realizes the truth in its words, acknowledging that the fight would indeed go on forever at this rate, especially after having spent so much time in this demonic realm. A memory flashes through his mind, a younger version of himself standing victorious over countless defeated demonic beasts, yet even after drinking their blood, he felt it still wasn't enough to reach the power he truly desired. With a surge of resolve, his hand clenches, glowing with a fierce red energy as he prepares to unleash his true strength. Facing the regenerating monstrosity once more, he knows he has no other choice but to commit to a new, decisive strategy. His eyes blaze with intense red light as he activates the thick fog ninth form demonic sword manifestation, declaring he will play along with whatever Chiron is planning for now, and that it's time to go wild. Engulfed in a furious crimson aura, Cyan unleashes a devastating attack, a blur of red energy and speed lines. As he strikes with blinding speed, he vows to tear the monster's thick skin to pieces. The impact sends a shockwave of pain through the ogre, its eye widening in agony. A massive wound rips across its torso, blood gushing from the raw flesh as the red energy continues to tear through its regenerating form. He reiterates his intent to destroy it completely. With a surge of power, Cyan unleashes a devastating area of effect attack, engulfing the entire space in a blinding explosion of crimson light and swirling particles. He executes the fog sword, 8 fluttering petals, a technique that transforms his raw power into a graceful yet deadly dance of destruction. The attack expands outwards in a perfect, glowing circle, shredding everything in its path. Finally, the energy bursts into countless, razor-sharp slashes, leaving nothing but devastation in its wake. The ogre's monstrous form is violently ripped apart, its flesh tearing as Cyan's devastating attack consumes it. Red and black energy swirls, further obliterating the creature, leaving nothing but a mangled ruin in its wake. Amidst the chaotic storm of power, Cyan stands resolute, his hands still extended as the last vestiges of the ogre vanish. Looking down at the defeated monster, he remarks, "It hasn't been long since it was killed." Meanwhile, 2 knights arrive at the scene, one observing, The man seems familiar. Isn't he too fast? The other adds, we cannot overlook this. We must report this immediately. With a shared sense of urgency, the dark-haired knight commands, inspect the area and report to the Empress immediately. The ogre's lifeless body lies sprawled on the ground, its skin scarred and torn from the brutal attack. The sword traces etched into the ground appear strikingly familiar to the knight, who then observes the massive, lifeless form before him. Holding a glowing orb, he addresses a figure off-panel, stating, Your Grace, I believe you need to witness this firsthand. A moment of stunned silence passes before he murmurs, That's it. The colossal ogre, a creature of immense power, lies utterly vanquished beneath the pale glow of the full moon. Its body a testament to the overwhelming force that ended its life. The royal princess gazes down at the fallen beast, her voice filled with disbelief as she questions, who could have possibly slain a death worm of this magnitude? Yulkin's expression darkens, a chilling thought crossing his mind as he wonders, could it have been that organization? The princess's face reflects a deep concern, her brow furrowed in thought. As a shadowy, demonic manifestation of power takes form, a phenomenon known as the demonic sword manifestation. This terrifying ability allows Chiron to seize control of a body, unleashing her true, devastating powers. He knows Chiron could take over his body if he ever let his guard down, which is why using her to take down just one monster feels utterly insane. A scoff escapes him as he thinks, it's a good thing I shook off all that demonic beast blood. Ugh, my entire body is sore. He realizes that had it been a normal body, he would have broken down completely. I get it now. A question mark hangs in the air as he processes this new understanding. And he thinks of his shadow servant, dismissing him as just some over-speaking brat of a kid. The shadowy figure retorts, You don't act like one. The shadow servant continues, his voice echoing with ancient knowledge. The level at which you handle it is too proficient for a mere child. He then reveals the true extent of Chiron's influence. You know the entire underworld is under Chiron too. A voice from the past echoes in Cyan's mind, claiming his sword technique was honed over 30 years, all thanks to them. The shadow servant, wreathed in a vibrant pinkish-purple aura, dismisses his deep thoughts, telling him he's overthinking things. His gaze remains fixed, a flicker of understanding dawning in his eyes. The shadowy entity then cuts to the chase, asking if he is a regressor. He challenges the entity, pointing out that its previous statements imply a prior acquaintance, but the shadow servant insists it has already explained enough. The shadow servant, its form still wreathed in dark energy, simply replies that it's too lazy for such details. Shifting the topic, the shadowy entity muses on the difficulty of killing someone like him in his past life, if it were to guess. A vision of a knight in gleaming armor, Yulkin, appears behind them as the shadow servant reveals that he was killed by the owner of Duran Dark, presenting two possibilities for his demise. He was either killed in a duel, or he was betrayed. He listens as the shadow servant continues to press him, questioning his motives and observing his reaction to the revelation of his past death, but Cyan remains unfazed, even returning a dry retort. The shadowy entity looms, its form growing more menacing, declaring that revenge must be his goal, regardless of the specifics of his past. It issues a chilling warning, its glowing red eyes fixed on him. The shadow servant's form expands, threatening to consume him entirely. Back in his room, Cyan dismisses the entity's theatrics with a sharp command, reminding it of its subordinate position. The shadow servant, now a small, impish figure, perches on a barrel, seemingly engrossed in a book. Cyan's thoughts drift to someone else, a familiar face from his past life, reflecting on her unchanging nature. She is indeed the same as she was in his previous life. Meanwhile, a key hangs on a wall, near a small, ornate box, hinting at a hidden secret. He looks down, a question forming on his lips as he asks what is happening. Yulkin responds, addressing him as young master, confirming that something indeed happened today, prompting Cyan to inquire further. A young woman, an attendant, appears concerned, her expression reflecting the gravity of the news. She begins to explain, noting that it seems a bit unusual, before revealing that a high-level monster's corpse was found near the valley entrance. The news clearly registers with Cyan, his expression shifting to one of surprise and contemplation. The attendant continues, emphasizing how long it has been since a high-level monster was sighted near the camps. Her eyes widen slightly as she responds with a questioning pardon, indicating she's heard something unexpected from him. He presses on, his gaze intense, asking if there was any other talk, anything else of note. Specifically, he inquires about sightings of a suspicious person, his voice trailing off as he considers the implications. Yulkin approaches young Master Cyan, delivering a message from the Duke. He informs him that the Duke is seeking him out, urging him not to flee. A sigh escapes Cyan, finding this whole situation to be a considerable nuisance. He reflects on his inability to dispose of the monster corpses, all because soldiers had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. His original plan was to enjoy a quiet life after graduating from the academy, but now everything feels ruined. Standing in a grand hall, he worries that his father will surely discover his involvement in yesterday's incident. Later, in a private chamber, his father addresses him directly, simply stating, "Yes, Cyan." Cyan's mind races, anticipating the inevitable questions about yesterday's events. His father, the Duke, gestures for him to take a seat. Cyan's expression remains unreadable, his crimson eyes reflecting the weight of his father's presence. Internally, he grapples with the impossible task of concocting a believable excuse for his recent actions. Duke Vert looks down at his son, addressing him directly. Meanwhile, Cyan's mind races, dreading the inevitable question about yesterday's incident. His father gestures, a clear command to take a seat. Cyan remains silent, his gaze fixed. Internally, he scrambles, desperate to conjure a believable excuse. The Duke's voice cuts through the tension, stating his intention to be direct, then demanding to know what his son was doing last night. Cyan's thoughts immediately jump to a fabricated alibi, claiming he went to bed early. He had claimed to have gone to bed early, but the lingering traces of swordplay in his mind, alongside the shadowy figure and the defeated monster, told a different story. Meanwhile, his father, the Duke, mused aloud that the sword technique he'd observed reminded him of an old, familiar style. A flicker of doubt crossed Cyan's mind, wondering if he was overthinking the situation. He sat silently, his expression carefully neutral. As the Duke continued, finding it hard to believe that a creature as formidable as a deathworm could have been slain by a mere child. From behind, the Duke's posture conveyed his skepticism, adding, plus. He then turned, his gaze sharp, asking if something was troubling his son. The Duke offered a reprieve, suggesting that Cyan must have been busy with his training and could go now, inviting him to dinner later. But the true weight of his father's words settled on Cyan, realizing that the Duke was aware of the Red Assassination Organization. Duke Vert continues his grave explanation, detailing an organization that has existed since ancient times. Their true objectives remain shrouded in mystery. He adds, though their actions are clear, countless nobles assassinated under the guise of purification, leaving a black mark wherever they strike. Yet, as suddenly as they appeared, one day they simply vanished. Their last known sighting centuries ago. Their very existence shrouded in legend. The only lingering trace is the dark power they wielded, a power said to be left behind by an absolute god of darkness, worshipped by the very mist itself. This dark deity being the true source of their terrifying strength. If his assumptions are correct, the implications are staggering. He concludes that the recent events were most likely the work of the death worm and other creatures. Before admitting, he isn't able to precisely pinpoint when the organization disappeared, even as his son notes their absence for hundreds of years. The Duke warns that they can't guess the reason for their sudden reappearance, urging caution, and states he will notify the Imperial Palace to investigate further. Cyan acknowledges his father's words, then questions if this means he can't believe any of the previous assumptions about the organization. He then abruptly ends the conversation, stating that it's enough for now, especially considering Cyan's young age. Shifting topics, the Duke asks if Cyan was told who is in charge, to which his son replies that His Majesty will be, but questions if that was truly meant to be a victory. The Duke confirms this, revealing he wanted to ask a favor regarding the matter. Cyan's eyes widen slightly, a look of surprise spreading across his face. A figure in gleaming white and gold armor stands triumphant over a defeated foe, the air still thick with the aftermath of battle. As the red-tinged sky looms overhead, the victorious warrior, the Lord of Velias, kneels in deference, announcing his presence. He offers a formal greeting to the honorable emperor, who stands before him in equally ornate armor, his regal presence commanding the desolate landscape. The emperor, his expression stern, acknowledges the kneeling figure, addressing him directly as Viljarth. Later, the emperor's hand rests gently on Duke Vert's shoulder. A familiar gesture as he urges his old friend to abandon formalities, their conversation taking a more personal turn. Duke Vert responds with respect, yet the emperor's attention is drawn to something else, a child nearby catching his eye. His expression shifts to one of curiosity and mild surprise, a question forming on his lips about the young boy. Meanwhile, Viljarth once again kneels before the emperor, reaffirming his loyalty. He identifies himself as Cyan Vert, the youngest of the Verts, his thoughts drifting back to a pivotal moment. In the memory, the emperor observes the young boy, remarking that for someone so young, it's impressive he grew up in such a cold environment, and that the Duke's children are truly different from ordinary ones. Reflecting on the emperor's words, Cyan wonders what kind of person he was destined to become. Realizing his father had simply wanted him to appeal as his son, a stark contrast to his past life, where he was always cooped up in the mansion and rarely visited. His father, the Duke, embraces him tightly, deeply touched by his effort, repeating his sentiment with profound emotion. Cyan's thoughts shift again, anticipating another introduction, as he recalls wanting to introduce someone as well. The scene shifts to a pair of small, elegantly shod feet, revealing a young girl in a regal red and white dress who proudly announces herself as the fifth princess of the Ushif Empire. Her name is Erin Severus. The fifth princess of the Ushif Empire, Erin Severus, stands before him, and a thought crosses his mind. He doesn't recall her from his past life. His father, the Duke, then addresses him directly, informing him that he will need to escort her. The Duke clarifies that this duty is for Princess Erin, for the entire day, adding a soft apology. Cyan's expression shifts to one of utter disbelief, wondering how this could be. His father, observing his reaction, dismisses his surprise, explaining that Eren is the same age as him and will enter the academy soon. Still, the young master ponders, he truly doesn't recall seeing her in the academy during his previous life. Princess Eren, seemingly aware of the situation, interjects, assuring them she can manage a few times between classes. The Duke, however, remains firm, stating it won't be long, but he simply wants them to get along. Cyan, clearly unenthused by the prospect, internally grumbles that he doesn't really want to. He understands his father's intentions, knowing he likely wants him to develop a friendship with her. The Emperor stands beside Duke Vert. But his father has picked the wrong person for such a task. The princess, the subject of his thoughts, cannot become his friend. Although he cannot voice that truth aloud. A smirk plays on his lips, since that's a future only he knows of. It's annoying, but he'll have to just be obedient for now. A contingent of armored knights marches across a desolate, rocky terrain, their heavy boots kicking up dust with each synchronized step. He observes the strange, crimson waterway before them, a stark contrast to the natural world. Beside him, Princess Eren questions, why is that river so red? It is indeed a blood river, its ominous color unmistakable. He calmly explains, it's a stream that flows through the Linnea Valley. The demonic beasts, drawn by its strange allure, instinctively leap into the river, their bodies melting away and turning the water red with their infused mana. The river's color is a direct result of the mana released by these creatures. Eren recoils in disgust, asking, gross, what's at the end of the river? He replies, yes, they also drink and wash in it. It's very disgusting, so don't do it. Her expression clearly shows her revulsion. Still reeling from the unsettling revelation, the princess questions if they have truly entered a demon realm, wondering aloud where such creatures could possibly live. With a knowing glance, he confirms her fears, explaining that following this crimson river would indeed lead them directly to the Demon King. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he adds, though no sane person would ever attempt such a foolish endeavor. He finds a certain amusement in teasing her. Her eyes widen in disbelief and shock as the full weight of his words settles upon her. Suddenly, a strange sound echoes through the valley, prompting her to ask about its origin, to which he calmly replies that it is merely the mana emanating from the river itself. His expression turns serious as he observes a faint yellow light appearing in the distance. Her eyes widen in alarm as he explains that this light signifies the approach of demonic beasts. A gasp escapes her lips, her voice trembling as she realizes demonic beasts are truly present here. A commanding voice rings out, urging protection for His Majesty. The Emperor, clad in his imposing armor, stands resolute, proclaiming that Guardian Knights and Legion troops, along with his Duke's army, will soon arrive from the west, expressing his trust in their arrival. Beside the princess, Viljarth turns to the Emperor, who gently admonishes him not to be so hesitant, prompting Viljarth to question the Emperor's resolve. With a stern gaze, the Emperor challenges Viljarth, asking if he believes this is a mere excursion. A slight smirk plays on Viljarth's lips as he concedes, admitting that he was, in fact, growing quite bored. He lets out a soft sigh, then assents to the Emperor's will. In a desolate, rocky expanse, the Emperor, Viljarth, the princess, and Cyan stand together, as the Emperor issues a direct command for them to join the demonic beast hunt, urging them to focus on eradicating every last creature. Cyan, his expression firm, pledges his unwavering loyalty. The Emperor then turns his attention to Cyan, explicitly ordering him to participate in the hunt. The royal princess, Eren, calls out to her father, the Duke, her voice filled with urgency. Cyan, however, interjects, reminding her that she should get to the shelter, but Eren defiantly insists she is going with them. Her face contorts with fierce determination, her refusal echoing with an unyielding will. She tugs at his sleeve, pleading to be taken along, her voice laced with desperation. Cyan looks down at her, his expression stern as he reminds her that this is no game. People die in such places. But Eren remains unswayed, declaring she doesn't care and no one can stop her. A frustrated groan escapes Cyan, his patience clearly wearing thin. Just then, Yulkin steps forward, addressing Cyan and stating that he will substitute the royal knights and escort Her Highness to safety in the camps. Cyan's hand clenches tightly, a silent testament to his simmering irritation. The royal princess, her face set in defiance, refused to yield, declaring she was not going anywhere. Her voice rising in indignation, she accused them of imprudence, questioning how they dared treat a princess in such a manner. His crimson eyes glowing with an intense, almost predatory light, Cyan reminded her that dozens of knights might perish because of her stubbornness. A split-second decision, he knew, could determine their fate. His gaze unwavering, he continued, for all that matters. The weight of his words struck the princess, leaving her visibly shaken, a choked sob escaping her lips. As they began to move away from the monstrous ogre, traversing the desolate, red-tinged landscape, Cyan scoffed, asking if she was going to cry like a child. The group continued their journey across the barren land, the princess, Yulkin, and the Duke following in his wake. Behind them, the ogre's massive form remained, its presence a gurgling, unsettling reminder of the dangers they faced. As the hunt continued, a monstrous roar echoed across the desolate landscape, and a massive ogre lunged forward, its terrifying presence sending a wave of panic through the nights. With a thunderous impact, the beast brought its massive foot down, crushing several armored figures beneath its weight as a desperate cry for a halt rang out. But before the ogre could press its advantage, a sword, shimmering with an inner light, was swiftly drawn. The duke's voice cut through the din, commanding his men to regain their formation, while Yulkin urged them to protect their liege and slay every monster in sight. With a fierce resolve, the duke's armored hand gripped his glowing blade, his voice ringing out with an unwavering command. Do not spare a single one of them. And with a mighty roar, he unleashed a devastating, arcing swing of his sword. The empire's history began with Duke Severus, its founder, who took 2 wives. His first wife, Anna Severus, passed away early, while Cassandra Nephilis rose to prominence as a knight of the empire, a figure of considerable renown. The former Empress Nephilis, along with the first and second princesses, represented one branch of the royal lineage, while the current empress gave birth to the third and fourth princesses, continuing the imperial line. However, Erin Severus stood apart as the 5th princess, her striking white hair and purple eyes marking her unique heritage. Born of a peasant mistress, she was often treated as a disgraceful princess due to her mixed blood, yet she remained indifferent to the perceptions of others. She fulfilled her duty as a part of the royal family, devoting herself to her studies more than anyone. However, she was framed for treason by those who resented her, and subsequently kicked out of the royal family and the empire. Rumors spread that she had committed evil as a royal. Because of that, people called her the tragic princess, believing she could have lived a happy life had she not been greedy. It would have been better for her to live without any ambition. A shadowy voice echoes, asking if that wasn't what his father always told him in his past life. Cyan, engulfed in a crimson aura, grips his sword, asserting that this time, it's different. Royal politics are like a relentless, crushing force. A blinding surge of yellow lightning erupts, crackling with raw power and illuminating the surrounding space. Amidst the electric storm, the Emperor stands, declaring, "The Emperor gave it skill." The lightning continues to intensify. As the Emperor's eyes glow with the power of holy lightning, a force he wields with absolute mastery. The air around him shimmers with raw energy, his form becoming a beacon of crackling light. As the holy lightning continues its dazzling display of power, he proclaims, his voice resonating with authority, "The Emperor alone is not enough to be a magic user, and he is not an ordinary emperor." The final burst of holy lightning engulfs the scene, a testament to his extraordinary might. A powerful mage, his eyes glowing with golden energy, could have easily ascended to lead the Mage Association. Thinking of such strength, Cyan muses that even an upper-ranked demon heart would pose no problem for a mage of that caliber, while a small pink creature beside him chuckles softly. Meanwhile, the Emperor, seated before an ice bucket chilling a bottle of fine spirits, remarks that it has been some time since he last shared a drink with Villiers. Villiers, kneeling respectfully before him, apologizes for his tardiness, explaining that he was occupied on the front lines. The Emperor simply responds, "Anyway," his expression stern as he continues, "I was reminded when you asked me about the current situation where I, the Emperor, began to speak of the Empire's affairs." He gestures towards the symbol of the Ushif Empire, concluding that the situation is causing a lot of anxiety. As the conversation continues, Villiers asks if there are any patterns to the recent assassinations, his expression grave. The Emperor confirms, all the assassinated nobles were indeed connected. He adds that the common thread was their corruption, a fact that weighs heavily on his mind. Villiers then reveals another crucial detail: the ominous, black fog, was present at every murder scene. Considering this new information, the Emperor muses aloud, then asks Villiers if he has any ideas about the culprit. Villiers confirms he did find a trace of the fog just yesterday, but it was too faint to be useful. The Emperor acknowledges this, finding the explanation logical. However, he stresses the importance of further investigation, emphasizing that Villiers needs to look into it more deeply. As the Emperor speaks, a hand pours a dark liquid into a cup, the sound of it filling the silence, a subtle reminder of the gravity of their discussion. He leans back in his grand chair, a new concern etched on his face, admitting there's something else troubling him. His gaze sharpens as he reveals, some damn noble is blabbering. The Emperor continues, explaining that the blame is being placed on the 5th princess, prompting Villiers to question, "You mean there are people trying to pin the blame on the princess?" Villiers listens intently, his expression grim. The Emperor confirms, stating he's been dismissing these rumors as nonsense, trying to suppress them. However, he now realizes there's a faction at play, a group actively seeking to exploit the princess for their own ends. His tone softens, becoming more personal as he asks Villiers, not as an emperor, but as a friend, "If I end up dying before you," he implores with deep sincerity, "please take care of that child." Villiers, his face resolute, bows his head slightly and affirms, "I'll carry out your majesty's orders to completion." A desolate, rocky expanse stretches out under a harsh, bright sky, where multiple cloaked figures stand with drawn swords, their forms stark against the barren landscape. Meanwhile, the city below endures a steady downpour, rain streaking across the dark rooftops and narrow alleys. Inside, A young woman looks up with a startled expression, a soft gasp escaping her lips. Her companion, Cyan, responds with a dismissive tone, asking what more she could have expected from him. He turns away from her, his cloak swirling around him. The young woman, still in bed, expresses her exasperation, reminding him that he just ended the escort duty. Standing now, she warns him that he'll never get married at this rate, to which he retorts that he hasn't even been on a date. As he continues to turn away, she asks if he's going to train again, noting how late it already is. A shadowy, ominous figure appears behind Cyan, its presence a silent testament to his hidden nature or the dangers that follow him. As Cyan prepares to depart, his voice carries a quiet reassurance, telling someone not to worry or wait up for him. Suddenly, a young woman with striking white hair and red eyes appears, startling him as she questions his presence. She presses him, asking where he was going out, to which he offers a simple apology. Her expression shifts to one of concern as she asks if they can speak if he isn't busy. But then, a sudden realization dawns on her, her eyes widening in shock as she gasps, recognizing him as Your Highness. He firmly takes her arm, his expression unreadable. Elsewhere, cloaked figures stand amidst a desolate, rain-swept landscape, a pained cry echoing through the downpour. They gather around a large tent, one figure in a striking red dress standing prominently among them. Back with Cyan, the young woman asks how long it has been since he arrived, to which he replies, about a month. He looks at her, a question forming on his lips. Why did you come to? She pauses, considering her words, then simply offers. Can you escape if you're caught? She asks, her hand gently taking his. So, come over for a bit, okay? A small child watches as the princess smiles brightly. Have a good time together, while he can only manage a confused, huh? They walk through a room filled with various goods, the princess leading the way. He lets out a small gasp, still processing the situation. She looks down, a hint of regret in her voice. I'm sorry about what happened earlier. He quickly reassures her, you don't need to worry about that, before adding, I apologize for being rude. The princess smiles warmly. No, I would have said the same thing if I were you. The royal princess looks down at him, acknowledging his many accomplishments for someone his age, and noting his surprising maturity. He simply hums in response, a thoughtful expression on his face. As the princess extends her hand, he realizes this is the kind of personality she truly possesses. She then asks if he's entering the academy soon, a slight smile playing on her lips. Before she can finish her next sentence, he bows his head slightly, offering a quiet apology. The princess looks down, a hint of sadness in her eyes, stating that she doesn't believe she can be of any help to him. His eyes widen in surprise at her words. A determined resolve sets on his face. She clarifies that she just wanted to be on good terms, to which he internally notes her resilience. Still reeling from their previous exchange, the royal princess looks up, her purple eyes glowing with an intense, almost desperate light, as she asks if he also believes her to be nothing more than a figurehead. Her voice, tinged with a fragile vulnerability, echoes the question, that I'm just a shell of a princess. Cyan listens intently, his expression unreadable as he processes her words. The princess, misinterpreting his silence, looks away, her shoulders slumping as she apologizes for wasting his time, acknowledging that there's no reason for him to befriend her. She then admits her own short-sightedness, having hoped they could at least talk, her gaze fixed on him with a hint of longing. But Cyan, his crimson eyes now glowing with a faint red aura, counters her self-deprecating remarks with a surprising observation. But you're completely different from Sir Askel. His words strike her like a physical blow, causing her to clench her fist, her composure visibly shattering. Her eyes, now glowing a furious red, widen in disbelief as she processes the implication of his statement, a single word escaping her lips. What? The shock registers clearly on her face as she repeats. Did she just say? Still reeling from the unexpected name, the royal princess stares at Cyan, her voice trembling as she asks what is wrong with him. Meanwhile, Cyan's mind races, wondering how she could possibly know his brother, Askel, from last year. Her own thoughts drift to Askel's past advice, recalling how he had urged her to ignore others' opinions and simply fulfill her role as a princess to the best of her ability. Cyan's expression darkens slightly as he processes her words, repeating the term advised to himself. He looks down, lost in contemplation, as if piecing together a complex puzzle. It is clear that Askel understood her personality better than anyone, their connection having begun almost immediately upon their first meeting. A symbolic image of the princess as a puppet, controlled by unseen strings, flashes through the narrative. Cyan's gaze hardens, his thoughts turning to a chilling objective, the plan to bring down Princess Erin. A heavy silence falls between them, punctuated only by the princess's continued shock as Cyan watches her with an unreadable expression. A sudden, unseen force sends a young woman reeling, her eyes wide with alarm as she cries out for her young master. Before another word can be spoken, a devastating impact rips through the air, throwing the young woman violently to the ground as Cyan turns back, his expression grim. Another powerful blow lands, followed by a third, each strike shaking the very earth. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, the injured subordinate struggles to rise, while a potent, crimson aura erupts from the young master, radiating immense power. A pained gasp escapes her lips, and tears stream down her face, her fear palpable. Amidst the downpour and swirling debris, a desperate cry pierces the air, a subordinate's voice calling out to their young master. From the shadows, a monstrous form emerges, its glowing orange eyes burning with malevolent intent, jagged teeth bared in a silent snarl. A deep, guttural sound reverberates through the air, as dark, swirling energy begins to coalesce around the terrifying creature. A desolate, rocky expanse stretches out, the air thick with an ominous mana signature, as a voice curses the situation, realizing the sheer power emanating from the young master. They wonder aloud where his party could possibly be, as the young master himself struggles, a pained gasp escaping his lips. Nearby, a young woman with light brown hair screams in terror, her face contorted in pure anguish. Her desperate cry of "Young Master" echoes through the desolate landscape, as a hand reaches out from the rubble, seemingly in vain. But then, from the darkness, a pair of crimson eyes ignite with a fierce, determined glow, a silent resolve hardening his expression. The ground beneath him cracks and shatters, a testament to the power stirring within. He looks up, his gaze fixed on a distant, imposing structure, a single, defiant thought echoing in his mind. What? A figure in dark armor and a white cape stands amidst the chaos, his voice cutting through the din, demanding to know what has just been said. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Command Center, a blonde knight kneels before the Emperor, offering a desperate apology. The Emperor, his expression grim, processes the dire news. Death worms and ogres have breached the Imperial Army's rear camps, a problem that began with the initial incursion. Rising from his throne, the Emperor barks orders for the entire Imperial Army to move to the rear camps immediately, prioritizing the safety of the princess. The blonde knight acknowledges the command, preparing to follow. As the Emperor's thoughts turn to Erin, wondering if she is still in the rear camps and what she might be doing there. Back on the ravaged battlefield, the armored figure of Cyan moves with brutal efficiency, the sounds of impact and crushing blows echoing around him. He observes the monstrous horde, noting the presence of death worms and ogres among them. His eyes glow crimson with fierce determination as he mutters, realizing these creatures should have been confined to the deeper regions of the valley. He stands amidst the chaos of the rear camps. The unexpected presence of high-level monsters is a stark reminder of the danger, but for them to be here, in the rear camps, is truly baffling. Surveying the devastation around him, he realizes something must have fundamentally changed. As Erin looks at him with concern, she wonders aloud, "Is it because of me?" Overwhelmed with emotion, she confesses, "I thought you were really dead. I'll never leave your side again." Suddenly, a blinding flash erupts, followed by a deafening impact. Another powerful explosion rocks the ground, sending debris flying through the air. Amidst the dust and chaos, a figure is thrown to the ground. Despite the impacts, he rises, a fierce determination in his eyes, thinking, "Back in my era, I was called the Demon King, as if I died to some mere monsters." Erin, still worried, turns to him and asks, "Do you think the knights in the camps are okay?" Askell attempts to reassure the princess, declaring that the knights are strong, even as Erin laments that the current situation wouldn't have happened if she hadn't come. A distressed sound escapes her as she thinks of the knights who accompanied her, their fate uncertain. Askell and another knight stand firm, reaffirming their loyalty and vowing to protect her as the royal princess of the empire. Askell's resolve hardens, his voice ringing with conviction as he promises to protect her with their very lives. Suddenly, Cyan's urgent shout cuts through the air, a sharp command to move. Before anyone can react, a powerful, unseen force erupts, shaking the ground with a deafening qualm. Cyan instinctively throws himself in front of Erin, shielding her from the blast. Nearby, a monstrous hand recoils, a pained KUK, escaping its unseen owner. The creature's face contorts in a primal scream, its KUAGH, echoing through the ravaged camp. As the monstrous creature recoils from the previous impact, its massive, clawed foot thuds against the ground, giving Cyan the opening he needs to launch himself forward, his blade already arcing through the air. A heavy thud echoes as his attack connects, striking the beast with undeniable force. He observes the monster's reaction, a grim realization dawning on him. "I knew it," he mutters, his eyes sharp. The monster's focus is clear, and he understands its singular objective. "It's me that it wants." Turning his head slightly, he issues a swift command to the knights behind him. "I'll distract the troll, so go and protect the princess." Princess Erin's eyes widen in shock and concern, her expression a silent plea. Askell, holding her firmly, reacts with urgency. "What are you doing? Let's go," while another knight protests. "We are really safer to leave her." Meanwhile, the monster lets out another guttural roar, its fury echoing through the chaotic scene. He stands ready, his sword drawn and humming with power. And with a fierce cry, he lunges, his blade tearing into the shadowy monster. But the creature's power is overwhelming, knocking him back to the ground, leaving him to wonder why these demon beasts are so aggressive towards him, feeling as if something unseen is attached to his very being. A chilling, guttural sound emanates from the darkness. As the monster's voice echoes, revealing a dark truth, he had consumed the blood of countless demon beasts. It was a desperate act, all in pursuit of strength. The monster continues, explaining that this is precisely why they seek his blood, leaving him to wonder if the creature knew this all along, if it had come for him specifically. Shocked by the revelation, he demands to know, "What? You knew about this?" His voice laced with disbelief, he presses further, "Why are you telling me now? Did you forget?" The shadowy entity, its glowing pink maw opening wide, declares its sinister intent, stating that it desires his very body. A smaller, taunting manifestation of the monster appears before him, and Cyan, his face contorted in distress, can only scream for it to shut up. Before he can react, an invisible force slams into him, sending him hurtling backward through the air. Landing hard, he pushes himself up, his voice filled with desperate confusion, demanding to know what the entity is doing. The monster's shadowy form engulfs him once more, its grip tightening as he struggles, pleading for better treatment, only to be met with another harsh command to shut up. Held aloft in the monster's massive hand, he appears utterly insignificant against its towering, dark presence. Released, he falls to the ground, but his defiance remains, as he challenges the monster, asking what other creatures dare to come at him. The monster's face looms closer, its glowing eyes fixed on him with menacing intent. Then, a claw of crimson energy lashes out, striking him with brutal force as he cries out in pain. The ground lies violently shattered, deep red claw marks scarring the earth as raw purple energy pulses from the fissures. The destructive aura continues to spread, its power evident in the further fracturing of the desolate landscape. Amidst the ruins, a cloaked figure stands, observing a colossal, reptilian monster in the distance, its massive form dominating the horizon. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he considers the situation, thinking, now that no one's watching. The monster's voice booms, accompanied by more ground-shattering purple energy, declaring its desire to sip on some eternal beast blood. The cloaked figure watches, a dark anticipation in his posture, as the creature continues, proclaiming, "Oh, it's gonna be a feast." His eyes widen slightly in surprise and recognition, a questioning "huh? Wait, is that?" escaping his lips. The ground continues to fracture and glow with ominous purple energy, underscoring the immense power of the entity. Finally, the figure identifies the monstrous being, exclaiming, "A devil dragon?" A deep, resonating rumble echoes through the desolate landscape. As the devil dragon lets out a guttural roar, its massive maw open wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth and eyes that glow with an ominous purple light. With a glowing dagger in hand, Sung Jinwoo acknowledges the dragon's presence has drawn another, lesser threat, muttering that the creature must have also smelled the new arrival. His eyes burning crimson, he dismisses the dragon's immediate importance, declaring that the reason for its presence is irrelevant as he manifests a demonic sword. Channeling swirling red energy into his palm, he prepares to unleash a consuming attack, commanding the power to devour its target. With a powerful surge, he unleashes the crimson force, sending it hurtling forward to strike. The attack connects with a blinding yellow explosion, engulfing the beast in a flash of destructive energy. A large, beast-like creature recoils from the impact, its glowing eyes wide with agony as it lets out a pained shriek. Surveying the now quiet, desolate landscape, he wonders if this was the last of the immediate threats. A towering, monstrous figure named Viluarth looms over a desolate landscape, its massive form casting a shadow over the Emperor and his knights, who stand ready for battle. The Emperor, his expression grim, observes the creature with a heavy sigh, a sound of deep concern escaping him. Nearby, Askell reports to a bearded knight that they can't find any traces past the city or of the Emperor's son, but the knight reassures him, believing the young man is worried about his own son. Askell, however, dismisses the concern for Cyan, stating that the princess is what truly matters. The Emperor, overhearing this, finds Askell's words cold, questioning if Cyan is truly his son. A voice from the distance declares that a Vert should be capable of looking out for himself, before another urgent cry announces the discovery of Her Highness. The Emperor rushes forward, his eyes widening in relief as he sees the princess. The princess, Erin, looks up, her face etched with fear and surprise. Meanwhile, Cyan and the bearded knight rush through the desolate terrain, the knight frantically asking if he's just anywhere, urging him to hurry and save the princess. The royal princess, Erin, her face etched with distress, blames herself for the unfolding events, murmuring that someone's fate is tied to her. Nearby, Askelvert looks on with a concerned expression, urging everyone to calm down and explain what's happening, before directly addressing a kneeling figure, asking if he is indeed Cyan. Before the Emperor and the princess, Cyan Vert kneels, confirming his identity. Askel, still seeking answers, senses there is more to the story, believing the situation holds a deeper secret. A young maid, visibly terrified, confesses she has never witnessed the princess in such a frightening state. Before revealing that the young master acted as bait, sacrificing himself to buy them time to escape. She recalls his last known location, pleading for an order to save him and questioning why they are waiting to confront Viluarth. Before the kneeling figure of Cyan, the Emperor stands resolute, his back to the chamber. His voice rings with finality, declaring, "We are not doing that." Meanwhile, the royal princess and a stern-faced noble react with shock to the mention of Villuarth, the noble exclaiming, "Villuarth? Are you serious?" Askell, his gaze cast downward, considers the gravity of the situation, believing they must first address the immediate threat. "We must take care of this situation first, if there is any kill." Back in the desolate ruins, the Emperor surveys the destruction, his mind on the larger danger. The demonic beasts will invade the Empire. He emphasizes the urgent need for action, stating, "We must reconstruct the place right away," for in his view, that is the only way to prevent more deaths. A distressed maid, however, interrupts the grim pronouncements, her voice trembling as she asks, "Then what about the young master?" A guard responds with cold practicality, stating that he has done his duty by helping the princess. Askell carries the injured Cyan, urging those around them to evacuate. He understands now that this is what it's like to be truly helpless. Meanwhile, a maid cries out in despair, as Askell stands firm, his expression grim. The royal princess, her eyes wide with horror, laments that this disaster is because of her again. Suddenly, a powerful force strikes Askell, sending him reeling and falling to the ground, a monstrous silhouette against the blood-red moon. He lies injured, his body glowing with residual impact energy, as the maid beside him lets out a piercing cry, questioning the source of such a sound. Her face contorted in terror, the maid recognizes the chilling sound, a sound that fills her with dread. High above, a massive, bat-like creature with glowing red eyes soars through the crimson sky, its dark form silhouetted against the ominous moon. The maid's voice trembles as she finally comprehends the horror before them, a dragon. A cry of anguish escapes the royal princess, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek. Above, a massive, scaled claw, wreathed in dark purple energy, descends with terrifying speed. As the royal princess's voice echoes, calling out his name, Cyan looks up, his eyes wide with dawning horror. The monstrous limb continues its plunge, its shadow engulfing him completely. Across the vast expanse of existence, few beings command as much awe and terror as dragons. Creatures whispered to be the closest to the very creator. With their fiery gazes and immense power, they are exceptionally rare and noble beings. Such magnificent creatures are not easily approached by inferior beings like humans. Indeed, it is considered an honor to even encounter such a magnificent creature. Yet, Sung Jinwoo finds himself face to face with one, a question forming on his lips. But why did what God? Before he can finish, a blur of purple energy streaks across the space. And the hunter is already in motion, a crimson aura flaring around him as he engages the dragon and its armored attendants in a furious melee. A lone figure, cloaked and with flowing white hair, soars high above, a silent observer to the world below. Unseen by the very people he watches over, he maintains his distance, his presence a secret. Meanwhile, the royal princess watches the unfolding events with wide, concerned eyes, a desperate plea escaping her lips for Cyan. Elsewhere, Askell, the knight, stares down at the scene with disbelief, struggling to comprehend the sight of a dragon and Villuarth's son together. A voice, perhaps his own conscience, questions his inaction, asking if he intends to save the young man. His expression hardens, a silent resolve forming within him. Meanwhile, Cyan stands amidst the fray, sword in hand, his thoughts consumed by a brutal desire to spill blood. Askell's face contorts in shock, clearly taken aback by an unforeseen turn of events. Deep within a realm pulsating with arcane energy, a colossal, dark-scaled dragon emerges, its form a terrifying silhouette against the swirling purple light. The sight alone is enough to send shivers down one's spine, prompting a stunned realization. A devil dragon? Amidst the chaos, a cloaked figure stands firm, his crimson eyes glowing with fierce resolve, a vibrant red aura flaring around him as he declares, "You have no choice but to obey me, no." His will is absolute, a silent command echoing in the air. You have to eat it. The air itself seems to ignite, as bursts of fire and purple energy erupt around him, a testament to his overwhelming power. Soon, the cloaked figure finds himself encircled, a horde of hulking, monstrous adversaries closing in from all sides. Facing one of the grotesque creatures head-on, he snarls, "Screw off, you mongrel." His stance unwavering, he makes his ruthless intent clear. "I don't have any time to waste." He unleashes a devastating technique, the fog sword, rushing fog storm, a torrent of crimson energy erupting around him. And with blinding speed, the scarlet blade tears into the shoulder of a monstrous foe. The creature's face contorts in agony as the attack continues its relentless path. The crimson energy slices through its torso, cleaving its form in two. The monster's body exploding into fragments as he stands amidst the fading red light. The ground beneath him cracks and shatters from the sheer force of the impact. He lands lightly, his dark attire a stark contrast to the lingering magical residue. Behind him, the monster's remains glow with a dark purple energy, a testament to the swift and brutal end it met. The monstrous form of the devil dragon looms, its scales shimmering under the ambient magical light, a stark reminder that this is no ordinary foe. But before it can react, he moves with blinding speed, a dark blur against the desolate landscape, his blade already arcing. A torrent of purple energy erupts from his form, a devastating wave of power unleashed. The impact is instantaneous, a blinding flash of white and violet light consuming everything. Amidst the chaos, Cyan's voice cuts through the roar of destruction, a chilling promise that he will not be taken lightly. The purple energy continues its relentless assault, tearing through the very fabric of the monster's being. Its form shatters, exploding into countless fragments that scatter across the devastated ground. The destructive force expands, ripping through the earth and rock, leaving nothing but ruin in its wake. Finally, with a blinding final burst, the last vestiges of the monster are utterly annihilated. He unleashes a torrent of dark energy, his voice cutting through the chaos, declaring that the monster is being rude. The attack slams into the devil dragon, erupting in a blinding flash of purple light. As the crimson aura around him intensifies, he demands to know if the creature wants to see his true face at their next meeting. The destructive force continues to build, and he challenges the devil dragon to take his orders then. Crimson slashes tear through the monster's head, its form beginning to violently distort. The devil dragon's body is ripped apart, shredding into countless fragments. Its monstrous form disintegrates completely, leaving behind only trails of purple energy. A close-up reveals the utter destruction, the devil dragon reduced to nothing but scattered particles. With a final, explosive burst of purple energy, the devil dragon is utterly annihilated, leaving no trace behind. Suddenly, a powerful, crimson energy blast erupts, striking him with such force that a pained gasp escapes his lips. As a wave of dark, jagged power ripples through the air, revealing the monstrous, spiky form of his new adversary. The impact sends him plummeting through the crimson-tinged void, his body momentarily overwhelmed. But even as he falls, a fierce red aura ignites around his hand, a silent declaration of his intent. He unleashes a swordless technique, his glowing hand becoming a weapon, closing the distance with impossible speed, leaving a trail of crimson energy in his wake. The 8 fluttering petals technique activates, manifesting as sharp, dark shards. These crystalline fragments engulf the monstrous adversary, shattering its form with devastating force. Still reeling from the unexpected ambush, he tumbles through the air, his damaged cloak fluttering around him as a crimson aura flares, a thought echoing in his mind. He can't take off this cloak just yet. With a deafening crash, he slams into the ground, the monstrous, spiky adversary looming over him, its presence a heavy weight. The impact sends shockwaves through the earth, shattering the very ground beneath him. Despite the pain, he pushes himself up, his crimson eyes glowing with renewed resolve, acknowledging the damage to his shoulders but refusing to yield. His aura intensifies, a silent declaration that the time for defense is over, and it's time to finish this fight. With a swift, fluid motion, he unleashes a torrent of crimson energy, shaping it into a razor-sharp blade that slices through the air. The attack connects with a resounding quang, striking the creature with immense force. A pained grunt escapes the monster as it recoils, its form momentarily obscured by the lingering red energy. Refusing to let up, he prepares another strike, his resolve hardening, vowing not to fall for the same trick twice. Sung Jin-woo's eyes blaze with an infernal red glow, a growl escaping him as he recognizes his target. Surrounded by a swirling dark aura, he takes a decisive step forward. Lucas attempts to flee, but Sung Jin-woo's voice echoes with an unyielding command, refusing to let him escape. He closes the distance in a blur, leaping through the air with incredible speed. His expression shifts from anger to grim determination, a silent resolve settling upon his features. With a quiet declaration, he accepts the challenge before him. Before him, a monstrous, clawed appendage, pulsing with dark purple energy, emerges from the shadows. Sung Jin-woo stands ready, sword drawn, contemplating the formidable task of defeating the devil dragon. Caught in a dire situation, Sung Jin-woo finds himself in a tense internal debate, a small, shadowy spirit hovering nearby, warning him that he is going to die here. The spirit presses him further, demanding action. So what? If you unsheathed me, you've got to do something at least. Sung Jin-woo recoils in disbelief, questioning the impossible task. You want me to use the Dragon Slayer with my current rank? A wave of fear washes over him, knowing the severe repercussions. I'll be burned at the stake immediately if they see that. Suddenly, the ground beneath erupts in a violent, fiery explosion. The shadowy spirit, undeterred, challenges his hesitation. Then what? Are you going to rely on this dragon? As a different kind of glowing energy begins to manifest around his feet, he insists, I'm thinking right now. Just then, Askell appears, conjuring a complex, multi-layered magical barrier that radiates immense power. Sung Jin-woo watches, his eyes widening in recognition, realizing, that's advanced B-star magic. Sung Jin-woo's eyes widen, recognizing the impending danger. He's going to use the dragon's breath of the heavens. He murmurs, a grim realization dawning. Meanwhile, Askell's expression hardens, a golden aura flaring around him, as he declares with fierce determination, knowing that his son will get the dragon's egg too. From the distance, the devil dragon begins to glow intensely, gathering immense power. A torrent of golden projectiles erupts from the dragon, streaking through the air with incredible speed. Sung Jin-woo watches the incoming assault, a golden light already enveloping him from Askel's protective magic, exclaiming, "You're really living up to your title, Ancient's Guardian Father." The Devil Dragon continues its relentless barrage, its form radiating raw power. The golden projectiles continue their deadly trajectory, filling the sky. They close the distance rapidly, a blinding wave of destruction. As the attack impacts, Sung Jin-woo observes the powerful defense, a small smile playing on his lips, musing, "Oh, that's right, good manner." The Devil Dragon's devastating breath continued its descent, a torrent of raw power. As the swirling yellow energy intensified, he heard a voice, cut short, urging him to keep dodging. The attack's force grew overwhelming, and Sung Jin-woo looked up, realizing he couldn't possibly evade this one. The dragon's breath slammed into him, a violent impact. He landed hard on the ground, a mysterious black and pink orb glowing in his hand, admitting he wasn't a speed type and couldn't dodge such an assault. Still on the ground, he glared up, demanding to know if the dragon intended to destroy the very earth. He knew he couldn't use his mist ability now, or he'd be burned at the stake. A fierce resolve hardened his expression as he challenged himself, wondering if he would simply let himself die. He doesn't think there's even time to consider his options, his mind racing for a solution. Then, a sudden realization strikes him, a desperate thought. There might be a way. As he plummets towards the murky depths, one of his shadow soldiers calls out, questioning his master's intent to fall into such a place. He plunges into the liquid, the foul, shit-infested water engulfing him, leaving him no other choice. A guttural cry of raw power erupts from him, causing the crimson liquid to violently explode outwards. He considers the outcome, a thoughtful hum, escaping his lips. A small, dark, winged creature flits through the desolate, reddish sky. As Sung Jin-woo observes, wondering aloud, a devil dragon flying around here? He finds the sight unusual. What a rare sight. Musing that it must have strayed from its path, seems like it got lost and got itself into trouble. His companion, a man in a neat suit, suggests there must be powerful demonic beasts nearby, but Sung Jin-woo corrects him. No, it's humans who live across from this side. The man in the suit reacts with disbelief. Humans? As a massive, horned creature's head looms in the background. And Sung Jin-woo dismisses the idea of a dragon being defeated by mere humans. Nah, there's no way a dragon can lose to something like a human. He pauses, a question forming in his mind. A man with reddish-brown hair and glasses turns to his companion, asking if something troubles him. The masked figure, cloaked in dark fabric, senses a peculiar energy emanating from the distance. It feels both strange and yet. The red-haired man, sensing his companion's focus, suggests he investigate, though with a caveat. A monstrous roar echoes through the desolate landscape as a massive, winged creature with glowing red eyes emerges from the shadows. The red-haired man adjusts his glasses, a hint of exasperation crossing his features. He reminds his companion to refrain from unnecessary slaughter, even if boredom sets in. The imposing dragon-like creature, seemingly understanding, concedes with a grumble, promising to cause no trouble. The red-haired man simply offers a silent, contemplative glance. A grotesque, crimson mass pulsates with malevolent energy, its tendrils reaching out. Suddenly, a guttural scream tears through the air as the force of an unseen attack slams into him. He collapses to the ground, clutching his chest, a pained groan escaping his lips. Blood stains the rocky shore around him as he struggles to sit upright, his body battered and bruised. A weak hand reaches out, his breath catching in a ragged gasp. Sweat beads on his forehead, his eyes wide with a mixture of pain and desperation. Finally, his strength gives out, leaving him sprawled motionless on the cold, hard ground. After what feels like an eternity, his eyes flutter open, and he forces out a question. "Saren, are you alive?" A masked figure, enveloped in a faint pink aura, responds curtly, "Don't even talk to me," as he struggles to break through an invisible barrier, urging his companion. "I'm trying to break through the wall. You fight him." He lies on the ground, a shadowy, fiery entity looming above him, its pink and purple glow pulsating in the darkness, as a voice assures him they will clean up once they return, urging him not to be so upset. Sitting up, he questions the voice, wondering if they truly intend to go back. The shadowy entity, its fiery eyes burning, commands him to pull himself together. As he touches his face, a realization dawns on him. This is the demon realm, and he simply tells himself, "Don't worry." Standing firm, he declares there's no way they'll encounter a higher demon here, confident that he knew something fun would be waiting for him. His gaze sharpens. As a familiar echo resonates within him, a voice he remembers. He acknowledges the voice, the one so deeply embedded in his mind, the one that has always been there. His expression hardens with resolve, ready for whatever comes next. He clenches his jaw, a silent vow echoing in his mind, that I cannot forget it no matter what. Suddenly, an imposing, horned figure looms before him, its red eyes piercing the cosmic void as it questions, "Are you a human?" Sung Jin-woo turns his back slightly, the weight of the revelation settling upon him. The Demon King, Valkyrion. The Demon King's face fills the view, his eyes burning with a fierce, crimson glow. A sudden, chilling memory flashes through Sung Jin-woo's mind. As he recognizes the distinct echo of a voice from his past, he remembers this voice. A name, or perhaps a title, forms on his lips, you. The sound of it so deeply ingrained within him, the voice that is so deeply embedded in my brain, that he knows he could never truly forget it. He cannot forget it no matter what. From the cosmic void, the remembered voice echoes, a chilling question hanging in the air. Are you a human? Sung Jin-woo looks up, his gaze meeting the towering, winged form of Valkyrion, the source of the unsettling inquiry. The air crackles with an ominous energy, heralding the arrival of a formidable foe, the Demon King, Valkyrion. With eyes glowing a malevolent red, he declares that all who have ever witnessed him have met their end. As blue flames dance around the towering demon, he acknowledges the sheer power standing before him. It feels like gazing upon the very embodiment of evil itself. Despite the overwhelming aura, he stands his ground, facing the colossal figure. The ground beneath them cracks and splinters, emphasizing the immense pressure radiating from the Demon King. A surge of frustration washes over him, his fist clenching tightly as he mutters, "Damn it." He wonders why this challenge has come now, feeling an urgent need for a place to train, to grow his power, and to finally break through his limits. Suddenly, a guttural cry erupts, as Valkyrion's eyes blaze with a fierce red glow, demanding to know if he truly desires a fight. His voice echoes with a chilling challenge. Responding to the provocation, Sung Jin-woo drops into a low, coiled stance, ready to meet the impending assault. But before he can even move, a sudden, invisible force slams into him, wrenching a pained grunt from his lips. Valkyrion follows up instantly, unleashing a devastating, sweeping slash of vibrant pink and purple energy. The impact sends Sung Jin-woo flying backward, his body tumbling through the air from the sheer force of the blow. With his eyes still glowing ominously, Valkyrion watches the result of his attack, his expression unreadable. A horned demon, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent, taunts him, remarking on his pretty hair and questioning his audacity to cut it. Sung Jin-woo, still reeling from the previous assault, acknowledges the demon's words, a grim realization dawning on him. He grips his blade, a silent question forming in his mind. Who is this powerful demon confronting him at such a critical moment? The Demon King, Valkyrion, stands before him, radiating an oppressive aura, his voice echoing with a promise of utter destruction and regret. A single eye reflects the impossible odds, his mind racing to find a way out, even if it means a desperate escape. His hand clenches, a silent testament to his inner turmoil. As the daunting question echoes in his thoughts, could he truly survive a confrontation with Valkyrion? Dark energy shimmers around him, a visual representation of the immense power he faces. Suddenly, an unexpected voice cuts through the tension, urging him to relax, pulling him from his desperate thoughts. Even in defeat, Valkyrion's voice rings with defiance, threatening to drag his opponent down with him, but then a calmer tone emerges, urging him to settle down. Lying on the ground, the Demon King dismisses the confrontation as meaningless, declaring that even with his arrogance, he would not fight in such a state. Sung Jin-woo looks down at his defeated foe, perplexed by the sudden shift in the Demon King's demeanor. Valkyrion, still on the ground, shifts his gaze, preparing to ask another question. His glowing red eyes fix on Sung Jin-woo, as he asks directly if he is human. Sung Jin-woo confirms his humanity, then begins to question how Valkyrion knew. Valkyrion speaks of the owner of the water, prompting Sung Jin-woo to realize he isn't the only one who can sense the demon realm's presence. The Demon King then points out the strangeness of Sung Jin-woo's aura, demanding to know his true identity, to which Sung Jin-woo simply reiterates that he is a normal human. Sung Jin-woo's expression remains thoughtful, as the words "a normal human" echo in his mind. Even in his defeated state, Valkyrion's voice carries a strange familiarity, as if he has known him for ages. But it feels like you know me, the Demon King insists, his words echoing in the desolate realm. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple as he processes the bizarre claim, knowing full well they have never met before. Valkyrion, now seemingly standing, acknowledges the truth of their first meeting, yet maintains a deeper, inexplicable connection. His relaxed demeanor is unnerving, prompting Jin-woo to question the Demon King's true purpose here. Valkyrion's gaze remains fixed, sensing a peculiar energy emanating from him, a strange aura that draws his attention. He continues, explaining his inherent duty as the Demon King, to watch over the lands he rules. As Valkyrion finally collapses back onto the ground, his words still carry the weight of his title, even as his body fails him. Looking down at the defeated king, Jin-woo is taken aback by the casual mention of his authority, wondering what exactly he means by ruling the lands. Still reeling from his defeat, Valkyrion questions the immense power he just witnessed, wondering how anyone could possess such strength. He then shifts his focus, sensing a peculiar aura emanating from the young man, an energy unlike anything he has ever encountered, yet at the same time, a strange familiarity washes over him, as if they have met before. Valkyrion continues, hinting at a past life and the impending fate of the demon realm, suggesting a grander scheme at play. As Valkyrion speaks, Sung Jin-woo observes the Demon King, a blue energy flickering in his hand, and internally notes that despite his words, this being does not seem inherently kind. He ponders the implications of Valkyrion's true nature, wondering if this defeated form is merely a facade. His thoughts continue to swirl, trying to pinpoint what could have caused such a powerful entity to change so drastically. A serious expression settles on his face, deep in contemplation. Breaking the silence, Valkyrion's voice cuts through the air, directly addressing the young hunter with a challenging tone. He demands to know the true purpose behind Sung Jin-woo's actions, his gaze unwavering. As the Demon King's voice echoes, challenging his audacity, Sung Jin-woo listens intently, his expression unreadable. Valkyrion, his gaze piercing, simply states that his desires are nothing much. He elaborates, his voice carrying a strange sincerity, that he merely wishes for his people to live good lives and eat well. Yet, as purple energy begins to crackle around his hand, he warns that if anyone dares to get in the way, his eyes flaring crimson, he will kill them all. The chilling declaration hangs heavy in the air. Sung Jin-woo watches as Valkyrion then states, that is his duty as the Demon King. Despite the glowing chains binding his hand, Valkyrion muses that for a fleeting moment, he definitely felt something profound. The true meaning of the Valkyrion he knew in his past life, a memory or sensation that briefly surfaced. A shadowy entity, its form wreathed in crackling blue energy, declares that the chains on the City of Chaos must have been removed, now that its repressed power has been seen. Sung Jin-woo, his expression grim, realizes the gravity of the situation, knowing he must prevent this incident from ever happening. The shadowy entity then addresses Valkyrion directly, asking the Demon King if he wishes to make a deal. Valkyrion, his brow furrowed in confusion, listens intently. Sung Jin-woo interjects, his voice firm, admitting he doesn't know the exact true meaning of which they speak, but he knows it's something that threatens all life on Earth. Prompting Valkyrion to question him, asking what he's talking about. Sung Jin-woo, frustrated by the Demon King's lack of comprehension, retorts that he isn't making any sense. He reiterates his conviction that whatever this true meaning is, it truly threatens all life on Earth. The shadowy entity, now appearing more monstrous, then reveals its ultimate goal, a great war between the humans. Sung Jin-woo presses the Demon King, asking if he truly wishes to avoid war with humanity, and what the deeper meaning is behind the threat to all life. Valkyrion, his expression unreadable, simply demands a promise. He insists that Jin-woo promise not to start a war, no matter what happens, a statement that only earns a scoff from the hunter, who finds the demand nonsensical. Yet, Valkyrion concedes, agreeing to the premise of not initiating conflict, if only to hear what comes next. He then asks what he will receive in return, to which Jin-woo simply offers his aid. The hunter's resolve is clear, promising to do his utmost to assist Valkyrion, no matter the personal cost. This unexpected offer causes Valkyrion's eyes to glow with a fierce red light, as he fixes his gaze intently on Jin-woo. A tense silence hangs in the air, the weight of the Demon King's decision pressing down. His crimson eyes narrow, a flicker of understanding crossing his ancient face as he states, "You know something." Sung Jin-woo, observing the exchange, turns his gaze to the newly arrived figure, a hint of surprise in his voice as he addresses him. "Signed, you." The young man remains impassive, his expression unreadable, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he listens. Clad in dark, formidable armor, Cyan stands firm, a silent challenge to the Demon King's authority. Finally, Valkyrion concedes, his voice resonating with ancient power. "All right, Cyan. I'll acknowledge you as the owner of the demon realm." In response, Cyan extends a hand, his tone firm and unwavering as he makes his own vow, that I will not invade your land no matter what happens. The Demon King's clawed hand clenches, a silent warning in his posture, his gaze piercing as he adds a crucial condition to their newfound understanding. "But you better take responsibility for your own promise too." Having secured the agreement, Sung Jin-woo affirms the terms, stating that a deal is, after all, a deal. He turns away, his resolve unwavering. His gaze fixed on the path ahead, knowing that with this, everything is complete. Meanwhile, in a different time or place, Valkyrion, the Demon King, points towards a distant threat, a subordinate demon exclaiming in alarm, "Over there!" As the scene shifts, a white-haired demon watches in disbelief as young Master Cyan races across a desolate landscape, the demon crying out, "Oh my, young Master Cyan, this is a miracle." The demon's surprise is palpable, his eyes wide with shock. As Cyan lies prone on the ground, a narrator's voice explaining that this was how he earned the nickname, the boy who survived the Devil Dragon. They had returned to an abbey situated on the borders of Yggdrasil, which, for the time being, was serving as a military hospital. Inside, Sung Jin-woo could only offer a bewildered, soft-spoken sorry. As a striking woman with long white hair and piercing red eyes looked down at him, her voice firm as she declared, "Let me repeat myself." She had expected things to proceed smoothly, but clearly, they were not. Her expression hardened, her voice rising with an undeniable demand. "Will you be mine?" Sung Jin-woo could only stare back, utterly baffled by the sudden, unexpected question, wondering, what the hell is she saying? Sung Jin-woo looks intently at the woman before him, as she asks if he would be hers, a proposal that could mean anything from becoming his servant to his wife. Without hesitation, he dismisses the idea. This leaves the white-haired princess to ponder his blunt refusal, her ornate brooch glinting in the dim light, as she quietly states her status as a powerless princess. A declaration that only seems to irritate him further. He knew she was powerless, but her attitude only made things worse, and it was obvious what would happen next. Still, he couldn't stop thinking about the fact that this piece of it was somehow involved with her tragic end, and he knew she was right. Meanwhile, the princess herself mused, "You can't bring any benefit to me." Her gaze hardened as she continued, "Or anyone for that matter, as you are right now." She scoffed internally, remembering his words. He hadn't said anything about her strength. However, her expression shifted to one of thoughtful determination. He watches her from afar, until she has developed into someone better. His words echo in her mind, making her question, "Watch me?" He nods, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Yep, don't be disappointed that." She cuts him off, a spark of resolve in her eyes. "No, I get what you mean. I just have to improve enough so that you'll acknowledge me." He turns away, his expression unreadable, while she stands firm, a fierce determination hardening her gaze. "I don't know when, but I'm going to become so strong that you'll be able to ignore me." Looking at her with a subtle smile, Sung Jin-woo simply states, "I'm looking forward to it." A quiet observation passes through his mind, noting how quickly she had cheered up. As she turns to leave, Essel pauses, adding one last thing. With a soft blush, she expresses her gratitude. "Thanks for being..." Later, sitting alone on his bed, Sung Jin-woo remains lost in thought. A soft thud echoes as he shifts his weight. Far away, at the rear camps on the outskirts of a snowy forest, the Garam Kingdom Mage Association has established its presence. A lone figure makes their way down a narrow, snow-covered path, the crunch of their boots echoing softly. Further along, two individuals, bundled in thick, fur-lined cloaks, traverse the frigid landscape. Suddenly, a hand reaches out, grasping a small, glowing purple cube, its light pulsating with an otherworldly energy. The man holding it, his face contorted in a snarl, channels a surge of purple mana, causing the cube to intensify its glow. He mutters that there isn't much left of whatever he was seeking, before a realization dawns on him, his voice hardening as he identifies his target. "So it was you, Reginald Crimson." A deep thrum resonates within him, his dark eyes reflecting the ominous purple light. Reginald Crimson stands enveloped in a shadowy, purple aura, the cube still clutched in his hand, as he dismisses the previous owner's frantic cries as mere nonsense. He then examines the small dimension box, musing that its commercialization has yet to truly begin. With a decisive step, his boot presses into the snow, dark tendrils of energy swirling around his feet. The artifact, a small dimension box, was more than just a container. It was a marvel of engineering, seamlessly joined with a dimensional realm and imbued with enough mana, allowing for infinite storage within its shimmering purple confines. It was a masterpiece of the Garam Kingdom's Mage Association, a fact that Reginald Crimson knew well, but a dark-haired figure, his eyes burning with resolve, declared, "I'm not going to let you have it." With a surge of crimson energy, the dark-haired man seized the glowing purple box, his power already flowing into its core. He had been chasing Reginald for months, but as their forms blurred in combat, the white-haired mage could only retort, "You're still too slow to catch me, Reginald." A sudden impact echoed as the dimension box was ripped from Reginald's grasp, the dark-haired man declaring his intent to claim it. Reginald, his face contorted in disbelief, could only stammer out a single word of recognition. "Why you're..." The name hung in the air, a question and a statement of profound surprise. Cyan Vert. Indeed, Cyan Vert stood victorious, now wearing glasses, the dimension box glowing a fierce red in his hand, a powerful crimson aura radiating from his form. Sung Jin-woo stands on cracked earth, a faint purple glow emanating from the ground beneath his feet. Kneeling before him, a familiar figure looks up in disbelief, uttering a single, stunned question. "You here?" Ignoring the man's shock, Sung Jin-woo focuses on a small, unconscious creature, his hand extended as chilling purple energy swirls around it, extracting something unseen. He assumes the blood of demonic beasts has been extracted from it, and then brought over a supply route that was allowed across the border. Holding a small device to his ear, Sung Jin-woo deduces there must also be an uplink with the intelligence department. Reginald, his face contorted in terror and confusion, shouts, what are you talking about? I don't understand what you're saying." From behind, Sung Jin-woo's voice is calm but firm, telling him, "You don't need to play dumb." His gaze unwavering, he reveals that their blood is already being sold on the black market. Meanwhile, a woman named Alice, her eyes wide with concern, ponders if she was able to get the Hellhound blood. He knew he had to go through him. There was no other choice. He couldn't let him escape, knowing the man would surely kill him if he didn't act. Though he couldn't fathom what had possessed the man, he realized he could finally move. With a guttural roar, Reginald unleashed a torrent of power, a blazing magical circle forming as he prepared to breathe fire. "The consequences of letting your guard down is death, kid," Reginald sneered, as Sung Jin-woo's eyes widened in the face of the impending inferno. A massive wave of fire erupted, engulfing everything in its searing heat. He gasps, the lingering heat of the inferno still searing his skin, a profound shock washing over him as he realizes he's still alive. The fiery explosion still propels him upwards, but his mind races, acknowledging the truth of the rumors he'd heard about his attacker. Meanwhile, Reginald Crimson lets out a frustrated sigh, lamenting the loss of a precious dimension box. Still wreathed in flames, the protagonist considers the power of his opponent, a high-rank hunter from a transport guild, and knows he should have expected such a formidable attack. But before Reginald can press his advantage, a sudden, devastating impact rocks him, sending a spray of blood into the air. Clutching his injured hand, Reginald cries out in disbelief, his face contorted in pain and shock. As the last embers of the fire fade, Sung Jin-woo emerges, only to be confronted by a new, unsettling sight, a swirling black fog that materializes before him. From within the ominous shroud, a shadowy figure slowly begins to emerge. The mysterious entity reaches out, placing a hand on Reginald's shoulder. As Sung Jin-woo watches, a chilling thought forming in his mind. Could this be the one he suspects? A guttural cry of agony escapes Reginald Crimson, as the impact of the shadowy entity's touch sends searing pain through his body, leaving him gasping for breath amidst a crimson haze. From the swirling darkness, a mysterious woman emerges, her form wreathed in vibrant red magic, her voice cutting through the chaos with a chilling command, leaving the injured man to recoil in horror at the impossible choice laid before him. Observing the unfolding drama, Sung Jin-woo's eyes glow with a faint purple light as a smirk plays on his lips, a silent acknowledgement of the new power now unleashed upon the world. The scene dissolves into a swirling void, before settling on a bustling new location, the western border trading post of Velias, where merchants go about their daily business, unaware of the cosmic shifts occurring elsewhere. Inside a dimly lit warehouse, a man in a blue tunic carefully handles a wooden crate, noting the arrival of 2 more boxes, a larger haul than usual. As he pries open one of the new containers, a soft, ominous red glow emanates from within, prompting him to wonder about the sheer quantity of its contents. 2 other figures nearby recoil in shock and alarm at the sight. The man, now identified as Ronaldo, stares in horror at the pulsating, organic mass inside the crate, his mind reeling as he questions who could have possibly done this. Panic spreads through the warehouse as Ronaldo draws a pistol, his gaze darting nervously around the chaotic scene. Unbeknownst to the panicked smugglers, a cloaked figure watches the unfolding drama from a vantage point high above the trading post. A small, pink, spherical creature floats beside him, its voice echoing a question. Are we just going to do anything about this, boss? The cloaked observer responds calmly. Yes, I assume the boss is you, Ronaldo. It is revealed that Ronaldo is none other than Ronaldo Crimson, a notorious figure known for smuggling goods from the front lines behind the Empire's back. Sung Jin-woo, now uncloaked, watches with a knowing smirk, the smuggled items clearly intended for the Mana Association. High above, the Garan Kingdom Mage Association's tower pierces the sky, a place where all the most powerful mages gather to study magic. From a distance, he observes the association, which not only studies the origin of magic, but also the art of creating new forms of it, an organization aspiring to surpass the limits of humanity. Currently, they are making useful artifacts, like the Dimension Box. But in the future, they will likely create all kinds of insane items with the demonic beast blood, and he needs to put a stop to it. He thinks to himself that he thought he was going to live for himself, but this is a world he needs to save. He doesn't want any more people using the demonic beast blood. Meanwhile, in a different part of the world, a grand residence stands within the Ushif Empire. Its elegant architecture speaks of wealth and power. Inside, Essel gazes out a window, her expression thoughtful as she observes the world beyond. Cyanvert contemplates a recent event, wondering if his father truly went to the front lines. Alice, standing nearby, confirms his identity, then muses about his half-brother, wondering if he's causing trouble again. A slight smile plays on his lips as he affirms her suspicion, a simple yes, confirming the situation. His gaze hardens, a silent resolve settling over his chiseled physique. The half-brother, he thinks, has been getting on his nerves. And now, he has to go see him. After a long journey, a large, ornate trunk sits ready for unpacking. As a voice exclaims with relief, finally, we're out of the front lines. Meanwhile, Emily stretches languidly in her bed, a picture of innocent excitement, while Cyan, seated at his desk, reflects on her optimism, thinking, I'm so excited, I bet the academy will be the kind of place Emily is expecting. Yet, he knows, it's the beginning of hell for me. His inner vision reveals a shadowy figure with glowing red eyes, surrounded by other dark forms. As the truth dawns, the academy isn't the kind of place Emily is expecting. The grand, Gothic architecture of the academy looms, its imposing facade hinting at the complexities within. For in reality, it is a place where politics and schemes, envy and jealousy rule, and networking is prioritized over education. Unaware of the true nature of her new environment, Emily giggles excitedly, asking, I heard there are lots of handsome instructors. I'm so excited. Why is she so excited? He watches as Emily, brimming with innocent anticipation, wonders aloud if romance is finally going to enter her life at the academy. A wry thought crosses his mind, questioning if she truly believes the academy is for her. Soon after, his footsteps echo on the paved grounds, a heavy suitcase clutched in his hand. He strides purposefully through the grand entrance, the imposing academy buildings rising around him. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out, causing him to gasp in surprise. As a cheerful blonde-haired young man greets him by name. He looks down, a complex expression on his face. He recoils, a sharp cry escaping him, as a blonde-haired figure plummets from a great height, prompting him to question, "Who's that idiot?" A small, pink creature floats nearby, and he dismisses the falling figure as, "Crap, my half-brother. Don't mind him." The creature, however, retorts, "I feel like you should be more careful of your family's business." The creature then adds, "Not really. I'm just here for the fun of it." His crimson eye narrows, a deeper thought forming in his mind. The real opposite is someone else. A grand, ornate door slowly swings open. A chorus of voices greets him. "Welcome back, young Master Cyan." He never even glanced at him, a thought that still lingers in Sung Jin-woo's mind. If it were on that bastard, he muses, he would have made him pay. Entering a new room, he considers that perhaps this is the reward for his efforts, a quiet moment to himself. With a soft click, the doorknob turns. As he steps inside, a powerful, unseen force washes over him, causing his eyes to glow with an intense crimson light, a deep hum resonating in the air. His hand instinctively clenches around a small, dark object, the air crackling with energy. He recognizes this aura. His crimson eye narrows, acknowledging the very aura that makes him shudder, a primal response to its immense power. From behind the closed door, a potent red glow pulses, its presence undeniable. A hand reaches out, its fingers closing around a polished doorknob. Beyond this door, he senses something significant, his eyes beginning to glow with an ominous purple light. The purple glow intensifies, reflecting the depth of his perception. A low growl escapes him as he recognizes the source, muttering, "That bastard." Meanwhile, a familiar blonde-haired man smiles knowingly, remarking, "It's been a while." His gaze falls upon the other man, uttering his name with a hint of challenge, "Cyan." The blonde man's thoughts drift, a quiet internal struggle to maintain composure. He then addresses Cyan directly, a question laced with subtle provocation. "Do you not remember me?" "Come." A knowing smirk plays on his lips as he concludes, "I guess that would make sense." He recalls his half-brother's words, a taunt about their last encounter before the academy, and a surge of fury makes it impossible to calm himself. His eyes glow a furious crimson, his teeth bared in a silent snarl. The thought echoes in his mind, a dangerous promise forming. As his half-brother watches him with an unsettling calm, he clenches his fist, red energy beginning to crackle around it. The word hangs in the air, unspoken but potent, as the crimson aura intensifies around his hand. Meanwhile, his half-brother subtly draws a small, ornate knife, its blade glinting as he presses it against his own palm. A small, pink creature materializes beside him, a manifestation of his power, and a voice, perhaps his own, urges him to regain control. The creature grows larger, its presence solidifying as he struggles with his emotions, his eyes still burning with an inner fire. Finally, the rage subsides, replaced by a cold calculation, as he decides his half-brother isn't worth the immediate effort. He keeps his eyes closed, a moment of quiet submission or perhaps simmering resentment. Above him, the blonde-haired man begins, his voice dripping with a familiar, mocking cadence. "I greet my older brother." The half-brother leans in slightly, a smirk playing on his lips as he asks if he's remembered. Slowly he lifts his head, his gaze meeting the other man's as he replies, "How could I forget my own older brother's face?" A hand descends, patting his head in a gesture of patronizing affection. The half-brother's smile widening as he admits, "I was worried that perhaps you'd forgotten me, but you haven't." His voice continues, now with a hint of curiosity. "I heard that your swordsmanship has improved." His half-brother continues, suggesting that Cyan will soon be able to witness the Vert family's true power before cutting himself off. A smirk plays on his lips as he clarifies that he means on the battlefield. Cyan's crimson eyes flare with a subtle, dangerous glow, acknowledging the challenge. His gaze drops slightly, the red aura still faintly visible as he states, he is looking forward to it. The half-brother's blue eyes narrow, observing Cyan's reaction intently. Before turning to leave, a final, satisfied remark escaping him, "I'm glad." As he walks away, his voice carries back, "I came here just to see you today." He muses that Cyan is the kind of person who wouldn't even show his face to those he deems beneath him. A soft rustle of fabric accompanies Cyan's thoughtful posture. As he looks up, a slight smirk forming on his own face, finding it strangely amusing that his half-brother was here for a specific reason. "I missed you too," he murmurs, a subtle irony in his tone. Meanwhile, a small, fluffy pink creature struggles through a grand hallway, burdened by 2 large suitcases, huffing in exhaustion, complaining about the half-brother's lack of assistance. Finally collapsing against a large wooden door, it laments its utter weariness. Just then, Emily, the maid, appears, her eyes wide with shock and a hint of indignation, questioning how the young master could have allowed this. The first young master, Cyan's blonde half-brother, turns, a look of surprise on his face as he hears the maid's outburst. Emily gasps, startled by his sudden appearance. A wide, unsettling smile spreads across the half-brother's face as he addresses her, remarking on her apparent closeness with Cyan. Placing a hand on her shoulder, he dismisses her, telling her to continue her work and not mind him. As he walks away, Emily, still looking downcast, acknowledges him, while further down the opulent hallway, Cyan Vert watches the scene unfold, a silent observer. Emily gasps in disbelief, her voice rising in protest at the sight of the small, pink creature. Huh? I had no idea. Young master, you brought this foul creature into the mansion? What if it causes a problem for the young master? Turning slightly, Cyan addresses her directly. Emily, can you leave me alone for a bit? She hesitates, about to object, but... As a subtle, oppressive aura begins to emanate from him, causing the air around him to shimmer. His eyes glow a fierce crimson as he reiterates, don't make me repeat myself. Emily can only manage a small, fearful whisper, young master? Her face contorts in distress, a tear welling in her eye as she hears a soft click. The pink creature, now sitting on a box, whimpers softly, mirroring her fear. Cyan looks down at the small, pink form, his expression unreadable. A soft huff escapes him as he presses down on the device before him. When the pink creature, its shadowy form swirling, demands to know why he stopped it, wondering if he intends to discard it. Looking down, he explains the high risk of failure and the danger of it taking over his body. The creature's form sharpens, a warning in its tone. Don't be mistaken. It clarifies, its wide, toothy grin spreading. I just want your magic to grow, so that way you'll be more delicious. After a moment of consideration, he finally concedes. All right. The creature's form seems to settle, pleased. Now that's like you. With a soft thud of his steps, he turns and walks away. His back to the ornate wooden door. A soft click echoes through the quiet hall. As Cyan Vert, his crimson eyes sharp, bids someone to come in. An aide bows deeply, reporting that he has tracked down the second young lady as you ordered. Cyan, now examining a map, asks for her location, learning she is, in the north, in the territory of the White Crow family. He muses on the name, noting that Farina and her family are known for abhorring outsiders. As he turns a page in a book, he adds that she sure is skilled with others. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he instructs, let me know when she's going to come back, to which the aide promptly replies, yes, young master. The aide, looking concerned, then asks, did something good happen? Cyan Vert, his smile unwavering, simply counters, why do you ask that? He seems much brighter than usual, the man observes, wondering if the meeting with his younger brother had been amusing. A faint smile playing on his lips, Cyan replies, amusing. I guess you could put it that way. But his eyes, now glowing with an electric blue light, betray his words as he corrects the man, wrong. His hand clenches tightly, the pleasant facade crumbling as he admits, I'm in a terrible mood right now. A dark, crushing aura begins to emanate from him, his blue eyes burning with an unsettling intensity as he looks down. Those eyes, now glowing a sinister red, hold a chilling depth. A truly terrifying smile stretches across his face, revealing a glimpse of his true, malevolent nature. His gaze, now returned to an electric blue, is so piercing that it feels as if he were looking at his mortal nemesis, the observer thinks. The man glances at his own hand, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Is it my misunderstanding? His blonde half-brother watches Cyan Vert with a growing unease, a thought forming in his mind that he gets on his nerves. And he knows he'll have to keep a close eye on him. Cyan, meanwhile, addresses his brother with a calm, almost dismissive tone. He assures him, rest assured, I'll assign someone to do that. Outside the grand window, the world remains oblivious to the tension building within, as the blonde half-brother lets out a frustrated grunt. The two men stand in a lavish room, the blonde half-brother still standing by the window, while Cyan Vert remains seated, a subtle shift in his demeanor beginning to emerge. His eyes, now glowing with a malevolent crimson light, fixate on his brother, a chilling, sinister smile spreading across his face. His half-brother, catching the unsettling change, murmurs Cyan Vert's name, a deep suspicion clouding his expression. He wonders internally, what are you hiding? Outside a grand academy, several carriages await, surrounded by figures in uniform. A young woman, Emily, looks on with a pout, clearly disappointed. As the young master, Sung Jin Woo, seems unfazed, remarking on the night escort to the academy. Emily, however, is not appeased, insisting he should have informed her beforehand. With a casual wave, he bids her farewell. Still worried, Emily calls out a final instruction for him to be good. Inside the carriage, Sung Jin Woo gives the command to depart. He continues his departure, leaving Emily to question, why are you really just leaving? The carriage rolls away, carrying him further from the estate. Emily's voice echoes in his mind, urging him, don't feel down. Her words a gentle plea, even if you get bullied. But the thought is too painful for him to voice. That's very hard for me to say. He wonders if it was when he was 8 years old, when he was so sick, repeatedly losing his consciousness, yet no one was there to take care of him. He remembers the person who carried him on her back. As the memory takes hold, He sees himself as a child, collapsed and distressed, while Emily, her face etched with concern, rushes to his side, calling out for help. Her voice echoes, a desperate plea for assistance, as a pair of legs carries the young master away from danger. They arrive at a grand residence, where an older man, a servant of the household, greets them with an open door, urging them to enter quickly. Inside, a kind-faced woman with dark hair diligently tends to the feverish child, her gentle hands a stark contrast to the chaos outside. A bandage now wraps his head, a testament to her care, and the thought echoes in his mind. If it weren't for her. The memory fades, replaced by his adult self's grim realization. He likely would have perished somewhere in the mansion without that intervention, a fate he now warns Emily to avoid. Back in the present, a faint smile touches his lips as the pink creature floats playfully near his hand, a moment of lightness amidst his heavy thoughts. He looks at his hand, the small familiar a symbol of his power and connections, and internally affirms that Emily is someone he values, far more than just a maid. Meanwhile, Emily, oblivious to his profound thoughts, smiles brightly, playfully feigning deafness to something unheard. He hums softly to himself, his gaze fixed on something beyond his immediate surroundings. His thoughts drift to the sight of 6 whole intermediate class nights. He can't help but wonder why such a large escort is needed, just to accompany one person. A slight frown creases his brow as he processes the implications, a quiet huh escaping his lips. Leaning back with a knowing smirk, he muses that it seems like she's going to go down. The thought continues, a quiet prediction of trouble before he even gets to the academy. As the scene shifts, the sky above is painted with hues of dusk, a soft clack echoing in the distance. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the desolate landscape, a lone horse-drawn carriage continued its journey. 2 cloaked figures stood watch from a rocky outcrop, their forms silhouetted against the fading light, surveying the vast, empty expanse. Inside the carriage, Sung Jin-woo rested, his dark hair fanned out as he lay in a deep slumber. A voice from outside broke the silence, the coachman suggesting they make camp for the night. He inquired about their location, to which the coachman replied they were in the central city, Saffron. According to the map, they were indeed near Saffron, with the coachman estimating their arrival in Lewin by tomorrow. Sung Jin-woo, still inside, simply told him to let him know when they were done setting up. But a single word escaped his lips, a quiet liar, as he considered the coachman's words about their location. He knew they were not in the central city, but rather in the middle of nowhere, a vast forest stretching out before them. He knew exactly what they were trying to do, and with a soft thud of his shoes on the ground, he stepped out of the carriage, a quiet hum escaping him. Taking a deep breath of the crisp, open air, he remarked on its refreshing quality. His dark suit perfectly tailored as he surveyed his surroundings. He stood amidst the cloaked figures, who now surrounded him in the clearing. Turning to face them, he calmly asked who was truly behind this deception. 2 new figures emerged from the treeline, their expressions unreadable. He watched them, waiting for their response. One of them, a man with dark hair, offered a chilling, red-eyed smirk. A chilling smile spreads across Sung Jin-woo's face, his eyes burning with a fierce crimson glow. His gaze fixed on the figures before him, he repeats his question, the air around him growing heavy with unspoken threat. One of the cloaked figures, drawing a sword, dismisses him with a curt order, "You don't need to know anything. Just follow my orders." In an instant, the tables turn, and the figure lies defeated at his feet, the hunter lamenting, "It's a shame that it's come to this." Turning his back on the fallen opponent, he adds with a detached tone, "There are no personal feelings, though." As he walks away from the carriage, his voice carries back, as painless as possible. The words hang in the air over the prone figure, a final instruction. You just need to stay still with your eyes closed. Suddenly, another cloaked figure lunges from the shadows, a sword arcing down in a desperate, swift attack. Yet, the hunter continues his unhurried departure, his back still turned, seemingly oblivious to the new threat. As the surprise attack closes in, his eyes flash with an intense blue light. And in a blur of motion, the cloaked assailant is sent flying, blood spraying into the air. A deafening crack echoes through the sky. As Sung Jin-woo descends with a powerful kick, driving the figure into the ground. The impact creates a deep crater, sending dust and debris flying. From the swirling dust, a man with wide, terrified eyes looks up, overwhelmed by an unseen, oppressive force that manifests as a crimson aura around him. Sung Jin-woo stands over him, his gaze unwavering. With red energy swirling from his hand, he demands, "Why are you all not moving?" A dark, crimson energy swirls violently around him, coalescing into a menacing aura. His eye, now glowing with an intense, malevolent red, pierces through the darkness. The fierce light illuminates his face, casting sharp, intimidating shadows. His voice, resonating with the surging power, cuts through the air, demanding to know if they truly didn't expect this outcome. Blonde half-brother stares back, his face a mask of utter disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. A pained cry escapes him as he recoils violently, struck by an unseen force. His face contorts in a grimace of agony, the pressure overwhelming. Then, a swift, crimson slash of energy cuts through the air, aimed directly at him. The attack connects with brutal force, sending blood splattering as he cries out in pain. He unleashes a devastating crimson blast, striking his opponent with immense force. The impact sends the blonde half-brother sprawling to the ground, a pained cry escaping his lips. His face contorts in agony, blood trickling from his mouth. Standing over the fallen figure, the dark-haired hunter maintains his intimidating aura. The blonde half-brother stares up, his eyes wide with a dawning, horrified realization. A single tear begins to form, reflecting his utter despair. The arena floor is scarred and stained, other figures lying incapacitated around them, a testament to the overwhelming power unleashed. Sung Jin-woo extends a hand, still wreathed in a menacing red glow, declaring that there was a reason they survived fighting a dragon. The crimson energy from his attack still dissipates, leaving behind a chilling realization. His eyes glow a fierce red, a silent testament to the power he wields, as the defeated opponent struggles to comprehend. The blonde half-brother, his face contorted in terror, can only gasp. This mission was doomed from the start. A pained groan escapes him. Cook. He sits slumped on the ground, utterly broken, while the victor stands tall, casting a long shadow. The pink creature floats innocently in his hand, a stark contrast to the brutal display of power he just unleashed. His voice, cold and unwavering, cuts through the silence, demanding, "Tell me everything." The defeated man remains on the ground, unable to move, as the protagonist waits for his answer. A faint smirk plays on his lips, a thought echoing in his mind. That was way too easy. A pained groan escapes the young man, tears streaming down his face as he succumbs to overwhelming despair. Meanwhile, the rhythmic thud of galloping hooves echoes, painting a picture of a desperate journey. As a voice recounts, "From what I heard, young Master Krantz asked Mrs. Margaret for a favor." The carriage carrying Krantz sped onward, the speaker continuing, "We were all assuming that this maneuver paid off. But the reality was far different, as Sung Jin-woo's thoughts confirmed. It was Krantz, a cold resolve hardening his expression. I'll teach him a good lesson when I see him again." His gaze drifted, a quiet question hanging in the air. Young master?" Back in the present, Krantz's face contorted in fear, his voice barely a whisper. "What's?" He clutched at his chest, the weight of his fate pressing down as he pleaded. "What's going to happen to me now? Are you going to kill me?" A desperate, broken laugh escaped him, a fragile attempt to mask the terror in his eyes. As the carriage continues its journey, a cold voice cuts through the silence, observing that his captive doesn't appear particularly saddened by his predicament. Looking down, the blond man responds with a heavy sigh, acknowledging that they were the ones who initiated the attack, leaving him no right to resent his fate if he were to be killed. He then looks out the window, his voice tinged with resignation, simply telling his captor to drive on, musing that there's a vast difference between being useful and being utterly worthless. A moment later, his eyes widen in surprise, as if something unexpected has caught his attention. Meanwhile, the driver, Sung Jin-woo, turns to an unseen figure with a respectful expression, announcing their arrival with a polite, "Thank you, young master. We're here." The carriage pulls into view of a magnificent, sprawling metropolis, the grand central city of Saffron. A voice filled with disbelief echoes through the opulent hall. As a metallic object lies shattered on the ground, its pieces scattered from a violent impact. The man with the thin mustache continues, his voice strained, demanding to know how one person could be missing while 6 others were found dead. A butler, holding a tray, confirms the grim news, adding that young Master Cyan had left Saffron 10 days prior. A blonde noblewoman, her hand rising to her face in shock, struggles to comprehend the situation, questioning how such a problem could have arisen. The man with the mustache, now looking contemplative, admits they may have severely underestimated the young master. From his seat, a stern figure in a green robe slams his hand down, his voice booming with fury, demanding to know how they could have failed to eliminate a mere child. His expression hardening, the elder speculates that an unknown force must be working behind the scenes, a hidden hand they have yet to uncover. A man's voice echoes with frustration, proposing to send the young master to the academy if given another chance. But a woman, her hand gripped by his, cuts him off, her voice laced with concern, declaring that such a move would only endanger Cyan. His hand gestures emphatically, as he continues to speak of the consequences should anyone lay a hand on him. The woman's eyes widen in horror, a chilling image of Cyan's menacing face flashing through her mind, as she recalls a crucial detail about a customer's purse. The man's voice, now calmer, dismisses her concerns, telling her to do nothing, to which she meekly agrees. Turning his back to her, he adds another chilling instruction. As he walks away, his voice carries back to the still distressed woman, ordering the elimination of anyone who possesses knowledge of the situation. From behind him, the woman's faint voice confirms her obedience, a resigned "Yes, madam," barely audible. The man continues his solitary walk down a dark hallway, his thoughts unreadable. 10 days had passed since Sung Jin-woo departed from Saffron, the journey unfolding with a quiet rhythm. His thoughts drifted to Brian, who had been acting as his subordinate throughout this entire time. He assumed his survival was now known, and at this pace, his arrival at the Royal Academy would be safe and uneventful. Still, the matter of Brian lingered, and he knew he would have to decide what to do with him. A sudden voice cut through his thoughts, announcing their arrival with a decisive, "Young master. We're here." His expression shifted, a hint of annoyance crossing his features. The Royal Academy stood majestically under a clear sky, its grand architecture a testament to centuries of learning and power. Though the memories of his past life were hazy, he couldn't quite recall them, yet this academy had shaped him in countless ways. It was a place of profound influence, a crucible for his destiny. As the registration process began, a student ID card was presented, bearing the name Cyan Verd of the Duke's family. Inside the bustling registration hall, a staff member processed the influx of new students, including a familiar figure with dark hair, patiently awaiting his turn. A blonde-haired student, her expression bright, confirmed her registration, her voice carrying a hint of excitement. The staff member handed over a small bottle, instructing the students that they simply needed to attend their dormitories and wait, with the elemental test scheduled for 2 days later. Sung Jin-woo listened intently, a thoughtful expression on his face, the upcoming challenge already weighing on his mind. He pauses, a flicker of confusion crossing his features as he processes the words he just heard. A moment later, a heavy, ornate key and a sealed letter are presented to him, their significance yet unknown. His expression shifts to one of mild surprise, a silent question hanging in the air. He sets his bag down, the weight of the situation beginning to settle as he takes in his surroundings. A gasp escapes him, his eyes wide with astonishment, as he realizes the true nature of his destination, the royal hall. The grand hall stretches before him, bathed in a soft, ethereal glow, its opulent architecture hinting at immense power and prestige. Sunlight streams through towering windows, illuminating intricate details, making the very air seem to sparkle with magic. His mind races, trying to comprehend the situation, as he mutters that no one in his family has ever gained access to such a place, suspecting a hidden agenda. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through his thoughts, asking if that's all he had to say, and he turns to see Krantz Vert standing nearby, confirming it with a curt yes. He wonders who is capable of such a feat, to pierce his barrier, his gaze sharp and calculating. His eyes narrow as a voice declares, "Your role is done." Nearby, a man gasps in shock and fear, muttering, "Huh? W8." An attendant presents a small, red cloth bag, its contents unseen. As the attendant holds it out to him, the attendant explains that the bag is for all his work, adding, "It should be enough to start a new life wherever you go." He then warns, his voice low, "You might end up dead if you go back to Yelian, although, I won't stop you." The attendant's expression remains neutral, betraying no emotion. Meanwhile, in a different time or place, a knight in gleaming armor, Rian Kendrick, an official knight, engages in fierce combat, his sword raised high. A young man, his face earnest, offers his permission to serve another for his entire life. He looks up, questioning if the figure before him is a knight, unaware that he stands before Sung Jin-woo, the earring hunter, lowest of the low. The young man recalls his father's words, a creed of unwavering loyalty to anyone he could trust. A soft scoff escapes Sung Jin-woo, who finds such an idea truly foolish. Confused by the unexpected response, the young man asks for clarification. With his eyes glowing faintly blue, the hunter challenges the young man's certainty. As he turns and walks away, asking how he could know that he wouldn't betray him in the future. Even if the young man were to betray him, Sung Jin-woo's words cut through the air, implying it wouldn't matter. His hand gripping the young man's shoulder, he delivered a final, stern warning. "Don't ever think about betraying me." As the young man knelt, head bowed in submission, Sung Jin-woo turned to leave, adding, "I don't want to see your arrogance again." That's the only exception to the elemental test. The young man could only respond with a quiet, "Yes, young master." Still kneeling, the young man lifted his gaze, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. Meanwhile, in the Royal Academy Dean's office, a figure sat at a grand desk, observing the sunlight streaming through the window. "It seems like we have," he continued, his voice thoughtful, "quite a few promising prospects at the elemental test this year." Elsewhere in the academy, Cyan, with his dark hair, glanced back as he walked through a bustling hallway alongside Krantz and other students. A brilliant, golden orb pulsed with energy, its light particles swirling dynamically. Before it stood Erin Sirius, her eyes glowing with an ethereal blue-purple light, revealing her mana rank as 2-star, physical rank B, and a significant 32% affinity for the light element. The elemental test continues, with the student's feet glowing with a vibrant yellow aura, indicating a strong affinity. This is Seth Chakraban, whose entire body radiates with the same golden light. His results are impressive, a mana rank of 3-star, a physical rank of A, and a dominant sand element affinity at 71%. Observing the scores, the Royal Academy Dean muses that these children are truly exceptional, but then his thoughts turn to Cyan Vert, the one known as God's child. As Cyan steps forward, a deep purple aura envelopes him, his mana rank registering at 1-star, with a physical rank of S. The purple energy intensifies around his lower body, revealing a staggering dark element affinity of 92%. Academy instructor Sarika Nigerithi, observing the results, expresses her astonishment, recalling that even Alice Vert, another God's child, had an impressive elemental affinity. She remembers Alice's water element affinity, which was 89% before she even graduated. The dean, equally intrigued, acknowledges the exceptional talent, even from those titled God's Child. Royal Academy Dean Kundal Quisel reviews a document, his expression thoughtful as he considers the implications of the results. He remarks that no one could compare to the younger brother, adding that despite his low mana rank, his talents were great, a sentiment instructor Sarika Nigerithi echoes, confirming she'd heard similar reports from other instructors. The dean then asks if she is aware of the situation concerning Cyan Vert, specifically regarding the royal house. Sarika confirms she has heard about it, referring to the fifth princess of the empire. The dean reveals it was the emperor's direct order, leaving Sarika visibly shocked. He explains that Cyan had apparently saved the young princess from a monster on the frontier, and now the emperor is even considering marrying the two. Sarika's concern deepens at this revelation. The dean continues, stating that the fifth princess, once considered a failure, is now to be married to an individual who has never failed to raise talented individuals, a clear reference to Cyan Vert. Sarika ponders the potential consequences of such a union. Sarika listens intently as the dean continues to explain the emperor's decree, a decision that could ignite a conflict over succession and potentially lead to civil war. He advises her not to overthink the implications. For him, it is simply a matter of watching to see if the child will become the empire's foundation or its downfall. Meanwhile, in a different part of the academy, Cyan walks with a thoughtful expression, musing that this must be his boss from his past life. He then encounters two other students, one of whom, Krantz, immediately recognizes him. Krantz stares, utterly stunned, barely able to stammer out his name. He quickly recovers, a smirk forming as he expresses his surprise at seeing someone he thought was dead. Krantz continues to speak, while Seth, standing beside him, adds a comment about the situation. Seth then clarifies that they are talking about Emerson's son. A student named Popper Pennerin, with a smug expression, asserts his presence, declaring that he knows nothing of the person before him. However, the words trigger a memory, as the protagonist recalls this very individual as someone who had tormented him relentlessly in his past life, a past that now fuels a simmering rage within him. His fury manifests, causing his eye to glow with a malevolent crimson light, a clear sign of his awakened power and murderous intent. Seeing the imminent danger, Seth shoves Krantz out of the way, desperately trying to warn Popper to move, but his pleas fall on deaf ears as Krantz flees in terror. Krantz, now at a safer distance, stares back in disbelief at the protagonist's glowing eyes, while Seth, still attempting to mediate, tries to diffuse the escalating tension with a casual suggestion. But the protagonist's fury has already reached its peak, and with a blinding flash of speed, he delivers a devastating strike. The impact sends Popper Pennerin flying backward with immense force, his body twisting violently through the air. Seth can only watch in horror, his voice tearing through the air as he screams Popper's name, a desperate cry echoing through the now silent corridor. A crimson glow emanates from his eye, a silent surge of power building within him. He thinks to himself, how lucky his target is to meet him now. Meanwhile, a student with blonde hair pushes past another, demanding that someone move to make way for a better seat, while his companion, Krantz, calls out to him, urging him to wait. Popper, with a smug expression, wonders aloud about the protagonist's eyes, then casually suggests they just head to the cafeteria instead. Before he can finish, a sudden, blinding strike sends him reeling, his body flying through the air. Popper screams in agony, his face contorted in pain from the unexpected impact. A shocked cry of his name echoes through the hall, as the protagonist stands calmly before Krantz, inviting him to a chat. Popper Pennerin recoils, a desperate apology escaping his lips, while Krantz Vert watches, a silent question in his wide eyes. Sweat beading on his brow, Popper can only gasp in sheer terror. Cyan, his eyes glowing crimson and a dark aura swirling around him, lifts Popper by the collar, warning him to mind his actions, and threatening dire consequences if he ever crosses him again. His voice cold and unwavering, he promises Popper will graduate in a wheelchair. Popper can only scream in utter despair, tears streaming down his face. With a final thud, Popper collapses to the ground as Cyan turns and walks away, leaving Krantz to stare in stunned silence. A faint smile plays on his lips as he thinks to himself that his time here is going to be quite enjoyable. The academy halls are quiet, illuminated by the warm glow of a distant lamp. Within the hallowed halls of a vast, ancient library, sunlight streamed through towering windows, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. Rows upon rows of colossal bookshelves stretched into the distance, creating an endless labyrinth of knowledge. A figure with dark purple hair and glasses moved through them, a determined expression on their face as they mused, a hero or a devil. I'll see you alone on that. The soft click of their heels echoed through the quiet space. As a gloved hand reached out to pull a book from a shelf, its pages rustling softly. A frustrated sigh escaped them as they realized, it's not here. Suddenly, a calm voice cut through the silence from behind them. Are you looking for this? The purple-haired figure's eyes widened in surprise, their face contorting in disbelief as they exclaimed, how did a student get in here? He addresses the woman on the ladder, asking if she's searching for something, then offers to return it to her academy. He confirms his intention with a confident smile. The woman accepts the item, beginning to thank him. But before she can finish, his expression suddenly shifts to surprise. As a book tumbles from her grasp, a faint purple glow emanates from it. The glow intensifies as it continues its descent, his voice echoing. Is that not what you were looking for, instructor? He stands amidst a swirling vortex of purple energy, books now suspended in the air around him. Sarika's eyes widen in shock, realizing he knows her true identity as the Academy's hall master, Sarika Nigerithi. A faint purple aura still emanates from his hands as he questions her, his voice laced with an unexpected familiarity. He reflects on his past life, recalling how ordinary instructor Sarika's first impression had been. Meanwhile, she maintains a composed demeanor, inquiring about his experience at the Academy. He turns away slightly, his thoughts drifting to the mundane aspects of his current situation. Sarika, however, seems to be considering his words, her expression thoughtful as she ponders the concept of counseling. His internal monologue continues, questioning the expectation of growth from students bullied by their own family. Dismissing the notion with a casual shrug, he declares his lack of concern for such trivial matters, finding the idea of counseling almost a joke, yet admitting a profound interest in her. His gaze remains distant, a complex mix of thoughts swirling behind his eyes. Later, in a different setting, he observes a woman, reflecting on the unusual presence of someone with B4S in the dark element, despite being told it wasn't a special element. Sarika Nigerithi explains that humanity's understanding of such matters remains limited, before confidently asserting that she believes Cyan's growth potential is infinite. A flicker of surprise crosses his face, and he admits to being swept up in confusion, as Sarika's voice echoes, wishing him well, and stating, "So I look forward to working with you, Mr. Cyan." Her smile remains gentle and inviting. But as he sits alone, a deep suspicion settles over him. He realizes he might have been deceived, pondering if this person could truly help him, or if he must not fall for that innocent-looking face, suspecting that being an instructor here is merely her cover job. Meanwhile, Sarika walks away, a swirling aura of dark, ethereal energy manifesting around her, confirming the depth of her hidden power. He watches her depart, the papers she left behind scattered on the floor, the truth of her identity settling in his mind. She is actually an assassin. Her eyes, now glowing with an eerie yellow light, betray the hidden power she wields. A dark aura swirls around her hooded form, a stark contrast to her academic facade, as she hides under the academy where the royal family and nobles of the continent come to learn. The shadows deepen around her mouth, hinting at the secrets she keeps. Back in his own quarters, Cyan takes a moment to process the revelation, a quiet, "all right," escaping his lips. Meanwhile, Sarika, her hair now tied back, extends an invitation, telling him to come to her lab. Her expression remains enigmatic as she urges him to come. Cyan reflects on her true nature, acknowledging that she didn't really show her true colors as he had expected. The scene shifts to Sarika's lab, a space filled with various beakers and scientific equipment, awaiting his arrival. The familiar clutter of the lab greets him, a place that has remained unchanged through his absence. He takes a slow sip from the offered mug. A subtle shift in the air confirming his suspicion, the tea is poisoned. A faint smirk plays on his lips. He knew things wouldn't be so simple. Sarika, observing his reaction, offers a reassuring smile, noting it's not a very strong poison. She casually adds that it will only melt his organs. But the poison's effect is lost on him, his body already hardened by demonic training and the consumption of demons' food. His eyes begin to glow with an ominous purple light as he challenges her, suggesting she might need something a bit stronger than that. The intensity of his gaze leaves no room for doubt. Having revealed his immunity to her poison, Sarika Nigerithi challenges him, asking, "Then shall we talk?" He counters, his voice calm, "How do you know who I am?" A soft clink of a cup echoes through the room, as Sarika Nigerithi takes a sip, her expression unreadable. A glowing grimoire lies open on the table between them, its pages filled with arcane script, as she reveals, "You were aware of the exact location too." A knowing smirk plays on Sarika Nigerithi's lips, as she continues, "Trying to tell me." He listens intently, his gaze unwavering, as she implies his deeper involvement. With a confident tilt of her head, Sarika Nigerithi asserts, "You're not a big deal because of your personal talent, right?" Cyan Vert looks away, a thoughtful expression on his face, recalling, "Before setting off to Charton, I was asked by everyone if just one escort night will do." Sarika Nigerithi's expression darkens, her voice laced with accusation, because nobles had been murdered left and right recently. His eyes glow a fierce crimson, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he asks, "When did the purification project begin?" Sarika Nigerithi presses him further, her voice laced with a dangerous curiosity, asking about the purification project. A purple aura begins to shimmer around him as Cyan Vert feigns ignorance, claiming he isn't sure what she's talking about. The magical energy crackles around the instructor, a clear sign of her rising power. But Cyan simply smiles, a crimson glow emanating from him as he clarifies, "Assassinations, of course." His hand clenches, drawing blood as his resolve hardens. And Sarika's expression darkens, her voice dropping to a dangerous whisper, warning him that he might regret what he just said, then directly challenging him. Are you threatening a student right now? His eyes blaze with an intense red light, a silent declaration of his intent. As the two powerful figures clash in a burst of red and purple energy, their wills colliding in a sudden, violent exchange. The force of the impact sends Cyan tumbling to the ground, his scattered coins clattering around him, a clear sign of his defeat. He stares back, a flicker of defiance in his eyes, wondering how she intends to respond to his challenge. Before he can fully brace himself, a violent surge of purple energy erupts, slamming into him with concussive force, shattering his defenses and sending crimson fragments of his own power scattering into the air. The purple energy continues to swirl and crackle around him, a relentless, overwhelming force. Stunned by the raw power, Cyan can only utter, "I thought I proved my identity enough." The impact sends him flying backward, his body twisting in the air before crashing to the ground, defeated. Sarika Nijirathi's eyes glow with fierce resolve as she declares, "Even if you're really a part of Mist, there can't be a member I don't know about, since I am a home master." With another burst of purple energy, she moves decisively. Her glowing eyes fixed on her opponent as she vows, "I won't let you go." Despite his recent defeat, Cyan lets out a breath, his resolve hardening as he accepts the challenge before him. With a sudden burst of speed, he lunges forward, his blade meeting Sarika's defensive magic in a violent clash. The impact sends a shockwave of purple energy rippling outwards. Yet he presses his assault, declaring his intent to prove himself. "If you can't believe me, then I'll show you." Another powerful strike erupts, catching Sarika off guard, her eyes widening in surprise as she recoils. Wait. He moves with impossible speed, a blur of motion leaving a trail of red energy. Suddenly, a glint of metal appears near her face, a dagger. Her eyes snap open in dawning recognition, realizing the significance of the weapon. As the mysterious dagger glows with an ethereal pink light, a voice echoes, questioning if only the one chosen by Eru can truly wield such a relic. Holding the artifact, a look of surprise crosses his face as he wonders, "Me now?" Meanwhile, Sarika's eyes widen in realization, her thoughts racing as she considers, "I assume Mist is looking for the successor right now." Then, a sharp question escapes her lips. "How do you know that?" With a confident gaze, he begins his declaration, "The very person you've been searching for." His words hanging in the air as the dagger continues to pulse with power. Before he finishes, revealing his true connection, is me, to Eru. Under the vast, star-dusted canvas of night, the city of Lewin lay quiet, its narrow streets winding through ancient buildings. Lamplight cast long shadows across cobblestone, illuminating a path through the sleeping metropolis, where every turn promised a new secret. Deep within one such shadowed alley, a hidden mechanism awaited discovery, its purpose veiled in mystery. A hand, dark-skinned and resolute, reached out towards a glowing purple chain, a low groan escaping as it made contact, the air crackling with latent energy. As the fingers closed around the enchanted links, a complex magical circle flared into vibrant life, its intricate runes pulsing with intense purple light. With a sharp, shattering sound, the magical chain exploded into a shower of brilliant purple particles, its hold broken. Cyan Vert stood amidst the fading magical residue, a piece of the now broken chain still clutched in his hand, as a second cloaked figure, their face obscured, watched him intently. The companion finally spoke, a hint of disbelief in their tone, wondering aloud, "You're not even surprised? This place is a maze." He gazes down, a quiet observation escaping him about the nature of this place. His cloaked companion points ahead, confirming this is the path to the altar he sought. With those words, the companion makes it clear that from this point forward, he is on his own. This unique realm, crafted by the power of the god of fog, now surrounds him. Stepping into the glowing portal, he descends into the darkness below. The companion's voice echoes, reminding him that this place is far more challenging than it appears from the outside. As he continues his descent, he muses on the distorted sense of time within this strange domain. He registers a threat, a voice in his mind calmly noting its position. Dark, jagged tendrils erupt from the ground, lashing out to ensnare him, but he twists and leaps, a blur of motion. He continues his agile evasion, a smirk playing on his lips as he thinks, "I predicted this." Looking back over his shoulder at the unseen forces, he challenges them. "Get this and get someone who can do as much, isn't it?" Suddenly, he's airborne, surrounded by a flurry of white-clad figures, their swords glinting as they close in. He parries and dodges, a whirlwind of defensive maneuvers against the simultaneous attacks. A swift kick, imbued with a burst of blue energy, shatters one of the shadowy tendrils that had been reaching for him. Then, a powerful crimson blast erupts from his form, tearing through the air. The red energy expands, engulfing the white-clad figures, sending them reeling as he unleashes his full might. He moves with blinding speed, his sword flashing from its sheath, clashing against an unseen force with a brilliant burst of light, the impact radiating outward. In that brief moment of intense combat, Cyan Vert registers the sheer velocity of the exchange. His eyes glow with a mix of surprise and admiration, amazed by the swiftness of his opponent. But he quickly shifts, activating a secret technique expansion, as the white-clad figures around him coalesce into a death horn formation. Without hesitation, he lunges forward, striking with overwhelming force. The impact erupts in a crimson explosion, shattering his opponent. As the secret technique expansion activates, Cyanvert's face is bathed in an ominous red glow, his eyes burning with fierce intensity. An unseen opponent recoils, their voice laced with disbelief, unable to comprehend the sudden surge of power. The sheer force emanating from him is too much for them to process, as they question how such power could come from one so young. Then, with a violent eruption, he unleashes the bloodthirst wave, a massive torrent of crimson energy that explodes outwards, engulfing everything in its path. This devastating ability, a secret technique exclusive to the Vert family, allows him to convert raw bloodthirst into a wave of pure power, manifesting as a spectral skeletal figure that strikes down his foes. As the crimson energy swirls around him, he takes a moment to recover, his hand pressed to his face, exhaling slowly after the immense exertion. Surveying the scene of defeated figures scattered across the ground, he confidently declares that they won't be rising again anytime soon. He considers the implications of his power, a thought that lingers in his mind, even as he stands over the defeated, bloodied forms of his enemies. But then, a new presence makes itself known, a challenge he hadn't anticipated. A blade, wreathed in a sinister red and purple glow, flashes into existence, revealing itself as a fog sword. The attack is swiftly followed by a surge of raw power, a technique known as unshakable roots of a great tree. The air crackles with the force of the blow, as the energy collides with an unseen barrier. A flicker of surprise crosses Cyanvert's face as he realizes his opponent managed to counter his own move midway through, leaving him to wonder who this formidable foe could be. With a sharp crack, the opponent's skill shatters, and a voice echoes, acknowledging Cyanvert's adeptness at his own main skill. The purple-haired swordsman, now revealed, declares he can no longer hold back against Cyanvert. Moving with a sudden, decisive shift, Sung Jin-woo prepares himself for an unseen threat. His brow furrowed in concentration, he grips his dagger tightly, a bead of sweat tracing his temple as he processes the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, the purple-haired swordsman, his eyes glowing with an intense yellow light, taunts his opponent, a cruel smile spreading across his face as he challenges them to reveal their true strength. He then unleashes a devastating technique, the thick fog 8th form assault, erupting with raw power. A sweeping arc of pink and purple energy slashes through the air, aimed directly at his unseen adversary. His long, purple hair whips around him from the force of the attack, a testament to the speed and power behind his movements. Yet, a flicker of surprise crosses his face, his glowing eyes widening slightly, as he acknowledges the proficiency of his opponent's defense. A smirk returns to his lips, his gaze intensifying, declaring that this unexpected challenge only makes him more interested. With a final, piercing stare, the swordsman demands, "Show me your true potential, Cyan." A palpable zeal for combat fills the air, but elsewhere, Sung Jin-woo reacts with a start, a name escaping his lips as he processes the impossible. Is that Sarika? He can hardly believe she's still alive. While in the arena, the purple-haired swordsman lunges forward, his blade a blur, declaring his intent to fight until one of them falls. Sung Jin-woo's expression hardens, a grim understanding dawning on him, knowing that only those who have truly experienced such desperation could comprehend the swordsman's resolve. Meanwhile, the swordsman's eyes glow with manic glee, a chilling grin spreading across his face as he taunts his opponent. But the man you waited for? With a surge of vibrant purple energy, he unleashes his devastating technique, Fog Sword, Rushing Fog Storm. The swirling attack connects with brutal force, crashing into the shadowy figure of his opponent with a resounding impact. Standing victorious amidst the dissipating energy, the swordsman offers a sarcastic quip, "I'm not as perverted as you though." In a realm of swirling red energy, Sung Jin-woo confronts shadowy figures, acknowledging this new space as a creation of his own power. He understands that within this domain, he can fully unleash his strength, and with a resolute nod, he prepares himself. This is the perfect place to test his limits, a thought that hardens his gaze. As crimson energy flares around him, his eyes glow with fierce resolve. Meanwhile, in a different location, Cyanvert lies defeated, his face bruised and scratched, his eyes glowing with a faint, ethereal purple. The purple-haired swordsman stands over him, a clear victor, the impact of his final blow echoing through the grand hall. Looking down at his fallen opponent, the swordsman remarks, "I knew it. You can't beat me." Suddenly, his expression shifts to surprise as he senses a new presence, a voice calling out, "You're?" Standing before him is Sarika Nigerithi, who calmly states, "I didn't want to intervene. You know me, right?" He stands amidst the aftermath, a dark cloak draped over his form, as a demonic sword named Irin glows with an ominous purple light in his grasp, questioning the strange changes occurring within his own body. His eyes, now glowing with a fierce pink-purple energy, narrow as he speaks, reminding an unseen opponent that they are supposed to worship Eru. A low growl escapes him, his jaw clenching in frustration, as he condemns their actions for attacking his master. He clarifies his intent, stating he was merely checking to see if the one who claimed the demonic sword was truly its successor. His voice echoing with challenge, wondering if the opponent was truly worthy, or if they should have simply called upon their god instead. Dark, shadowy energy erupts around him, crackling with raw power. His hand transforms, sharp claws extending, as he offers a chilling proposition, challenging them directly and asking if their actions are to be taken as a personal affront against him. A faint, knowing smirk plays on his lips as he awaits their response. He lies broken on the ground, his face streaked with blood, as a figure with dark purple hair stands over him, demanding to know why he would do such a thing. The swordsman's voice is calm, yet laced with disdain, as he observes the power that has manifested into its whole form, deeming it a highly inefficient way to proceed. A crimson aura flares around the prone figure, particles of dark energy swirling, as the swordsman notes how the power consumes its owner's life force, finding this new development intriguing. Grabbing the young master by his collar, the purple-haired swordsman demands to know the purpose of such a reckless display of power. Turning to leave, the swordsman declares his intention to master Sarika one day, and that he will never reject any fight. His sharp, yellow-orange eye glows with an intense light, as if perceiving something beyond the visible. A soft, whiff sound accompanies his words, as he admits he cannot even tell what he's sensing. As the purple-haired swordsman continues to walk away, a female figure with similar purple hair clings to his arm, her face etched with fear as she cries out, demanding to be released. He glances back at the still prone young master, casually asking if he's fine and questioning the sudden manifestation of his power. Sarika Nigerithi stands firm, her gaze fixed on Sung Jin-woo, instructing him to remain behind her. Meanwhile, dark energy swirls around Sung Jin-woo's feet as he declares, he has a lesson to teach, that wench. Sarika, however, meets his challenge with a confident smirk, retorting that it would be an honor. The hunter simply acknowledges her defiance, a faint yeah, escaping his lips. The purple-haired swordsman, observing the exchange, taunts them with a chilling smile, warning them not to cry and beg for his forgiveness later. His eyes glowing with an intense yellow-orange light, he adds, he would love it if they could push him to that point. As Sarika and Eret flee through the crumbling ruins, she calls out, that's enough, to their pursuers. Her hand begins to glow with a vibrant blue energy, preparing a spell to fend them off. Behind them, the hunter continues his relentless pursuit, his sword hilt visible as he closes the distance. Sung Jin-woo's gaze remains fixed, his expression unwavering. Before him, a swirling void of darkness opens, and a voice echoes, confirming the presence of Eru. A subtle smirk plays on his lips as he thinks, finally. His dark attire shifts with his movements. As the realization dawns, he is about to meet Eru, the god of darkness. Seated amidst an ethereal purple glow, a cloaked figure awaits, radiating immense power. Whispers spread, a collective voice echoing through the darkness, proclaiming that the god of black fog is nothing more than a fabrication, a lie. They insist this deity is a myth, a mere illusion, as a dagger plunges into the eye socket of a skull. And they justify their actions, claiming it was all done out of consideration. But a hooded figure, eyes glowing with an intense crimson light, offers a chilling response, declaring that their decisions mean nothing to him. He asserts that others do not dictate his sense of right or wrong, and that any belief suggesting one can only protect their strength by dying is fundamentally untrue. While many might deem such logic insane, he intends to reveal that this god is merely striving to protect the weak. A dark, clawed hand reaches down, its presence ominous. Meanwhile, hunched in a desolate landscape, he mutters to himself, he's an idiot. As if to prove a point, a foot clad in a dark boot kicks forward, surrounded by a swirling vortex of blue energy. The air crackles with unseen force. As he ascends a grand staircase, a glowing red orb held firmly in his hand, his presence growing with each step. From the shadows, a voice echoes, do you know who I am? Seated upon a dark, imposing throne, his eyes burning crimson, he looks down and replies, of course. He reflects on the title, the god of, when a disembodied voice challenges him, asking if his name is Cyanvert, then commands him to reject the trial. The voice, now manifesting as a monstrous maw, demands proof of his claim to succession. Unwavering, he asserts that the power of the god of black fog already resides within him. There are, he realizes, two distinct paths to becoming a successor. One involves receiving the mist stone directly, if the original giver bestows it upon them. The other way is for the mist stone to choose its qualified master, finding the worthy one by itself. From the darkness, a shadowy entity with piercing red eyes speaks, assuming the latter applies to the current situation. This situation, it seems, involves the mist stone, which was once kept at a grand altar, but has mysteriously vanished within the last year. And on top of that, the entity adds, its glowing red eyes fixed. A small, fiery spirit interjects, suggesting that Sung Jin-woo has yet to awaken, because if he had, it would be unable to track him down, implying he's hiding her quite well. Sung Jin-woo's gaze falls, his thoughts turning to the 5 who died in their struggle for him, a heavy burden on his mind. He acknowledges the situation with a simple, I see. The shadowy entity looms closer, its form indistinct in the gloom. It then reveals its understanding, stating that Sung Jin-woo is an outsider from a timeline it is not a part of. Sung Jin-woo, taken aback by the revelation, responds, "I thought you were the only one here." The shadowy figure on the throne dismisses any notion of being an all-powerful, all-knowing god, a statement Sung Jin-woo's internal thoughts confirm. It explains that its rights as a god were taken away long ago. Sung Jin-woo, listening intently, reflects that he hadn't expected anything from the entity anyway. The shadowy figure then questions what he is talking about, while Sung Jin-woo's internal self appears confused. The entity on the throne reveals a perfect successor came on his own, implying there is less work for it to do now, and that it didn't do anything to bring him there. As the shadowy figure continues to speak, a small, pinkish-purple fiery spirit appears beside Sung Jin-woo, beginning to speak as well. The shadowy figure, its eyes glowing ominously red through the darkness of its hood, dismisses the spirit, stating that Sung Jin-woo has brought something rather annoying with him. Sung Jin-woo, his gaze fixed on a glowing orb, is then accused by the shadowy figure of attempting to take the power of the rulers. A smirk plays on his lips as he calmly denies the accusation, stating he isn't doing anything as of now. Holding up a small, glowing orb, Sung Jin-woo reveals the only mana crystal he possesses from the Forest of Elves, considering that it might soon become useless. From his throne, the shadowy god observes, commenting on the vile magic Sung Jin-woo possesses, yet quickly dismissing it as irrelevant to his own affairs. With his hand beginning to glow, Sung Jin-woo asserts that he will, nonetheless, follow the rules. The shadowy god extends a hand, its form wreathed in red and purple energy, addressing him as his absolute master. His face contorted by shadowy tendrils and glowing red eyes, he continues to speak to his dear servant. The glowing, shadowy hand pulses as he ponders aloud, what has corrupted his power. Looking up with a subtle smirk, Sung Jin-woo challenges him, asking what he truly seeks with this power. A surge of crimson energy erupts around Cyan, the raw power manifesting as he stands amidst a desolate, shattered landscape. He recalls a familiar echo from his past life, having been mocked in the very same way, his answer back, then a defiant silence. The memory flashes to a figure in gleaming white armor, a painful recognition escaping his lips. My brother. He dismisses his past self's reaction with a bitter thought, labeling it an idiotic response. Yet, the voice of instructor Sarika Nijirathi echoes from that same memory, reminding him that his past responses never truly bothered them. Amidst the fractured earth, Cyan looks up, his gaze fixed on something unseen, lost in the depths of his recollection. His face, marked by past struggles, reflects a profound contemplation as the weight of his memories settles upon him. A new question surfaces in his mind, a yearning from a forgotten time. Wasn't there something he truly desired? The shattered ground beneath him seems to whisper, a silent command to remember this pivotal moment. He stands amidst the ruins, a dark, cloaked figure enveloped in swirling red energy, contemplating that nothing is more dangerous than blind faith. Perhaps, he muses, it was here, that he already knew of his pathetic end. Yet, he asserts, his faith is not blind, it is divine. This time, things must be different. He gazes into the distance, a faint glow reflecting in the crimson energy that surrounds him, a silent question hanging in the air. His brother, the purple-haired swordsman, appears in his mind, declaring his intent to gain power, apologizing for such self-serving ambition. But for Cyan, it is just for him, and what is right and wrong is for him to decide. The red energy intensifies around him, a sword now in his hand, as a voice challenges, asking if he is confident he will not regret this. He stares ahead, a bead of sweat tracing his temple, as a voice warns him to answer carefully. The unseen entity continues, explaining that his very life hangs in the balance, depending on his response. As the pressure mounts, a surge of crimson energy erupts around him, crackling with raw power. The intense aura flares, and the shadowy god's voice cuts through the air, threatening to end him on the spot. Unfazed by the dire warning, he dismisses the threat, declaring that he doesn't care what the consequences might be. Turning his back on the shadowy figure, he asserts that he will not follow anyone's orders, for this is the path he has chosen. The shadowy god, eyes glowing ominously, observes his defiance, noting that he seems to have some kind of plan, and demands to know more about it. With a resolute gesture, he simply replies, nope. The shadowy god continues, his voice echoing with a chilling finality. It doesn't matter as long as you will purify my name. He then adds, well, I won't ask any more questions. A moment later, the shadowy figure states, then I shall now converse with my daughter. As the words hang in the air, the small fiery spirit, previously unseen, suddenly manifests, its pink aura flaring with intense emotion. Its form shifts, a speech bubble appearing as it exclaims, you've changed quite a bit. Do you like your owner that much? The spirit's expression twists into one of utter shock and disbelief, demanding, what the hell are you talking about? Its glowing eyes narrow, the pink aura intensifying as it shouts, I'm very happy to see you like this. A small, heart-shaped bubble appears above its head, contrasting sharply with its distressed plea, get away from me, stop. The spirit then slumps, its fiery form shrinking slightly as it mutters in frustration, ugh, crazy bastard owner, Do something. He watches, a sense of disbelief washing over him at the shadowy god's words, which speak of a wholesome father-daughter relationship. Suddenly, the fiery spirit, enraged by the revelation, begins to manifest, its form coalescing from swirling pink and purple energy, a raw, guttural cry escaping its ethereal essence. The vibrant magic intensifies, forming a complex, glowing circle of power. As the spirit's shadowy visage contorts in shock and confusion, unable to comprehend the unfolding events, a blinding flash of crimson energy erupts, signaling a profound transformation. And the spirit's face, now more defined, registers a deep, agonizing distress. As its form continues to solidify, uttering a disbelieving whisper, this can't be. Finally, the fiery spirit stands fully manifested, a human-like figure with flowing dark hair and glowing eyes, exclaiming with joyous disbelief, I have a body. Sung Jin-woo observes the newly embodied spirit, noting with a thoughtful expression that its manifestation isn't consuming any of his mana. Eru ponders the implications of the spirit's manifestation, questioning if he had used his own power to achieve such a feat. As he holds her, Instructor Sarika cries out in confusion, demanding to know what he has done to her, to which he calmly replies that he merely gave her some of his life force. His eyes glowing with an intense crimson light, he asks if she truly doesn't desire this gift, a shiver running through her. He then explains that a magical form will be necessary for her to regain her owner, leaving her stunned by the revelation. As he stands over her, a crackling sound fills the air, and Sarika's body begins to glow with a vibrant purple aura, her transformation commencing. Observing the unfolding change, he mutters a knowing phrase, like father, like daughter. The next day, at the student dormitory, a voice hesitantly calls out, young master? The grand building stands silently under the clear sky. In a student dormitory, a blonde-haired young man looks on in confusion, asking what could possibly be happening, while his black-haired companion simply shrugs, suggesting they just let it be. Still, the blonde-haired student hesitates, muttering a concerned, but young master, as if the situation might involve someone important. Meanwhile, in a lavish chamber, Sarika Nigerithi, now radiating a subtle purple glow, calmly advises Cyan Vert to simply let be, as he sits before her, surrounded by shimmering magical particles. A slight smirk plays on her lips as she chides him, calling him an impudent young man who is as bad as the god of darkness. She then questions the nature of their bond, asking if a father and daughter shouldn't have such a relationship, to which Cyan Vert, with a confident smile, declares that it is all part of the path to the bright path. Sarika turns her head away, a hint of resignation in her expression, insisting that this is a perfectly normal relationship. Cyan Vert's eyes blaze crimson, a fierce tiger-like aura beginning to manifest behind him, as he challenges her, asking if he hadn't told her to be a bit more crazy. The spiritual manifestation of a glowing, purple-tinged tiger fully forms behind him. His eyes now glowing with an intense yellow-orange light, as he asserts his unwavering will, declaring that nothing will change regardless of her actions. A chilling voice echoes, asserting dominance over Sung Jin-woo, warning an unseen owner to stay away, as if claiming him for itself. Meanwhile, in a different location, a man in a crisp suit desperately pleads with a figure in a doorway, begging them to be left with their captors. Elsewhere, the purple-haired swordsman, accompanied by the shadowy god with glowing eyes, challenges an unseen opponent, eager for a fight, while the shadowy entity expresses a dark delight in the confrontation. Far from the brewing conflicts, a peaceful town basks in the sunlight, its ancient church spire reaching towards the clear sky. The bustling streets below are filled with everyday life, unaware of the darker forces at play. High above the city, Sung Jin-woo finds a moment of respite on a rooftop, allowing himself a rare sigh of relief, finally able to relax. His peace is short-lived, however, as a faint, metallic scent reaches him, and he realizes with a grimace that it smells like blood. Before he can react, a sudden, unseen force violently throws him backward, sending him crashing to the ground with a series of heavy impacts. A young man collapses, clutching his stomach as a wave of excruciating pain washes over him. He falls to his knees, unable to withstand the torment, his body convulsing with each agonizing breath. Meanwhile, a blonde-haired man watches from above, growing impatient with his subordinates, urging them to act faster. He holds a small, glowing orb in his hand, pulsating with an ominous light. Approaching the suffering man, he taunts him with the glowing object. A chilling smile spreads across his face as he declares, he has brought a little snack. The victim recoils in terror, a choked gasp escaping his lips. From nearby, a female voice adds to the torment, reminding the victim that his friend brought him a handmade snack. With a final, cruel question, the blonde-haired man hurls the glowing orb directly at the helpless figure. A desperate plea escapes the young woman's lips, her face contorted in agony, as she cries out for the torment to cease. The blonde-haired young man, Barrett Luramil, stands over her, a malevolent glow emanating from the orb he holds. Suddenly, a sharp voice cuts through the air, questioning his cruel actions towards a fellow student. Demanding if he feels no shame in calling himself a noble, to which Barrett proudly declares himself the oldest son of the Garam Duke's household. The white-haired young woman clenches her fists, a faint red aura flickering around her hands as she prepares to assert her own authority. Her voice rings with undeniable power as she reveals her true identity. She stands firm, her arms crossed, asserting her royal lineage. She is Erin Severus, the princess of the Uship Empire. A student finds himself in a precarious situation, held firmly by the collar as a glowing orb of energy hovers menacingly before him, when a sharp voice cuts through the tension. The young woman, her expression one of disbelief and indignation, demands to know how anyone could commit such cruelty against a fellow student. Her gaze unwavering, she challenges his honor, questioning if he feels no shame in calling himself a noble. The blonde-haired youth, Barrett Luramil, responds with an air of self-importance, identifying himself as the eldest son of the Garam Kingdom's Luramil household. Meanwhile, the bullied student coughs, a trickle of blood escaping his lips, his face contorted in pain and fear. As the confrontation escalates, a faint red glow emanates from the young woman's hand, a silent question hanging in the air. With newfound resolve, she declares her true identity, announcing herself as the princess of the Ushif Empire. Having made her statement, Erin Severus turns and walks away, leaving the scene with an air of quiet authority. The royal princess, her purple eyes narrowed, acknowledges the blonde-haired student, having already deduced his identity. Meanwhile, Barrett Luramil, still defiant, attempts to dismiss her, stating that she is merely the fifth princess of the Ushif Empire. Before he can finish, the princess swiftly grabs him by the collar, pulling him close with unexpected force. Her expression hardening as she makes it clear she has no interest in his pleasantries. With Barrett still in her grasp, she demands he explain the situation, while two other students look on nervously from behind. Barrett, now visibly flustered, tries to backtrack, claiming there's a misunderstanding, and subtly asks his companions if they should intervene. The red-haired student, startled by the sudden turn of events, can only stammer out a confused sound. His hand clenches into a tight fist, reflecting his inner turmoil and helplessness. All three students, including Barrett and his two companions, stand together, their faces etched with fear and regret, as Barrett laments that his friends didn't believe his earlier claims. The royal princess, her eyes burning with a fierce red glow, demands that he stop hiding. Her voice, sharp and accusatory, cuts through the air. "Just look at you." A male student attempts to restrain her, pleading for her to leave, but the princess insists they are merely playing around with her female companion. Barrett Luramil, his own eyes now glowing with an eerie blue light, retorts, "Angry? You heard that right." The princess struggles against the student's grip, declaring her intent to take her female companion with her. As her hand, crackling with blue energy, clamps down on Barrett's uniform. The blue energy shifts to a searing orange and red, crushing his hand with an audible crack, leaving him gasping in shock and pain, unable to comprehend the sudden, overwhelming force. Her grip remains firm, the blue energy pulsing around his uniform, as she coldly asks, "What is the meaning of that?" The royal princess fixes Barrett Luramil with a cold stare, reminding him that he shouldn't have left, while he attempts to brush her off. Her voice sharpens, warning him not to utter her name so casually, as he tries to interject. Before he can finish, she strikes with blinding speed. The impact reverberates, sending Barrett Luramil flying through the air from the force of her kick. Her eyes blaze with a fierce red glow, her power undeniable. With a chilling intensity, she continues to speak. Suddenly, a name echoes through the space. Leximus? The mention of that name draws a sharp, surprised reaction from Sung Jin-woo, his eyes widening in shock. He looks on, surprised, as a companion asks if the kid is Leximus. Meanwhile, the scene shifts dramatically to the imposing Garam Kingdom's Klein Castle, its ancient stones reaching towards the sky. Details of the castle's architecture come into focus, hinting at its grandeur and strategic importance. Inside, a fierce battle rages, with Cyan Vert's blade a blur of motion, forcing his purple-haired opponent to parry with desperate speed. Cyan Vert's hands glow with a potent, ethereal energy, preparing for his next devastating move. His opponent, revealed to be the continent's best swordsman, Leximus Klein, stands ready, his gaze sharp and unyielding. A figure, originally from the Ushif Empire, after graduating the academy for reasons unknown, entered the ranks of the continent's best swordsmen in Garam Kingdom. As this history unfolds, Cyan Vert stands resolute, his gaze sharp and focused. This individual even changed their nationality, a blur of steel and magic as swords clash with blinding speed. Leximus Klein and Cyan Vert meet in a furious exchange, their blades sparking with vibrant blue energy as they parry and thrust. With a devastating downward swing, Leximus shatters the very ground beneath them. Watching the raw power unleashed, Sung Jin-woo can only stare in stunned disbelief. But before the dust can settle, a streak of brilliant blue energy cuts through the air. Cyan's counterattack, a blur of motion, leaves shattered debris in its wake. The glowing blade connects with devastating force, a testament to his unwavering resolve. He finds himself on the defensive, reacting to a swift, powerful downward strike from his opponent. The force of the blow driving him further down. But with a sudden burst of speed, he launches himself upward, countering the assault with a blindingly fast movement. Yet, The purple-haired swordsman's power is undeniable, landing a blow that sends him crashing to the ground, shattering the very earth around him. As he recovers, a memory flashes through his mind. He was ordered by the Empire to kill her. His opponent, breathing heavily, recalls the same grim directive. His order was to assassinate her. Though after infiltrating the Empire, he was given an official duel with her, a twist of fate that changed the nature of his mission. There wasn't any special reason for it, just the cold logic of their respective factions. Now, with renewed resolve, Cyan Vert prepares to unleash his full power, his sword glowing with vibrant blue energy, facing someone who had reached the peak of swordsmanship without mana. He recalls the weight of his past, the burden of being an assassin who had once been tasked with eliminating the continent's best. Suddenly, a voice cuts through his thoughts, demanding he move and get himself together. The student insists he move. Another student, with brown hair, steps forward, wondering why there are so many troublemakers today, before directly asking if he is Cyan Vert. The brown-haired student continues, having heard about him from the front lines, and inviting him to join their little game. Cyan Vert's expression hardens, finding the idea of a game utterly ridiculous. As purple lightning crackles around his hand, he begins to charge mana, his palm glowing with raw energy. A mana marble, if force-fed, can lead to the complete destruction of mana inside the body. The brown-haired student clarifies, explaining their game involves forcing someone to consume a mana marble. A surge of dark purple mana erupts from him, swirling violently and causing a visible shockwave that makes the surrounding students recoil in disbelief. Barrett Luramil's eyes widen in utter shock, unable to comprehend the raw power emanating from Cyan. The dark energy continues to churn and crackle around him, an undeniable display of his formidable strength. Standing calmly amidst the swirling purple aura, he projects an intimidating presence, while the royal princess behind him watches with a mix of awe and concern, wondering aloud just what he truly is. His gaze intensifies, his crimson eyes glowing with an almost predatory light. Despite the overwhelming display, a hand holding a mana marble extends forward, a voice cutting through the tension with a cold command. Open your mouth. The scene shifts abruptly to a clear, bright sky, dotted with fluffy white clouds. Below, the grand architecture of a sprawling academy building stands majestically, bathed in the warm light of day. Inside, a young man with light brown hair and an eye patch lies in bed, receiving an update on his condition. Your external injuries are mostly healed. Still recovering from his ordeal, the brown-haired student sits on a bed, his left arm bandaged and in a sling, as a voice informs him he needs to remain hospitalized for his internal injuries. Along with the concussion he sustained, the royal princess, accompanied by Cyan Vert, stands before him, expressing her gratitude for his actions. She smiles, relieved, explaining that he saved her from Barrett Luramil's aggression when their Cyan scared them off, though she quickly dismisses her thanks, insisting they only did what was right. Meanwhile, Cyan Vert observes the student, acknowledging the princess's safety, but a deeper thought occupies his mind. The mana he felt from the student was unlike any he had encountered before. Turning his attention back to the student, Cyan asks if they perhaps know each other. The brown-haired student, flustered, admits that he feels as though he keeps appearing in his dreams. Cyan, with a slight smirk, responds that he thought he knew the student, but now realizes he doesn't, leaving the student looking utterly confused. The royal princess apologizes if the conversation was unpleasant, but the student quickly assures her it was nothing. She then asks about his dorm, her expression gentle. As the conversation continues, a thought crosses Cyan's mind, wondering what would happen if those bullies returned to harass the student again, or to retaliate for their previous defeat. Meanwhile, the royal princess, her expression softening, addresses the brown-haired student, acknowledging his humble background in the commoner hall. The student, looking down at a document, recalls the promise of a scholarship, a lifeline offered for his entire academic career. Cyan's thoughts continue, reflecting on the sudden turn of events, as the person who made that promise was abruptly fired. The princess, offering her support, assures the student she is there for him, though she also notes the possibility of him having to leave the academy soon. Her concern evident, she laments his unfortunate circumstances. The brown-haired student, looking troubled, questions why he can't simply be accepted as a person like the other individual, stating he can now understand their behavior. The princess hesitates, caught off guard by his words, a slight escaping her lips. Confused by her reaction, the student clarifies, asking what she means, as Leximus is a boy. The princess, however, corrects him firmly, stating that Leximus is a girl. The royal princess looks on, her eyes glowing with a faint crimson light, a silent exclamation of surprise or concern escaping her. She then turns to the brown-haired student, explaining, I didn't mean to deceive you, young man. The student, however, remains fixated on his own feelings, lamenting, a lot of people mistake me for a boy. The princess, trying to reassure him, continues, no, I shouldn't be the one to tell you this, but I think Cyan's idea is pretty good. Her crimson eyes still holding a hint of concern, she asks, anyway, what do you think? She elaborates on the idea. You could be bullied by bad people if you stay here, but you can learn whatever you want. The student looks down, a shadow of sadness crossing his face as he considers the implications, and have a comfortable life. Why me? The princess, her expression softening, offers a gentle smile. Well, I don't really like being alone. Looking up with renewed determination, the student declares, I'll make sure to become someone you can be proud of. He bows his head, a quiet gratitude escaping him. Meanwhile, the princess attempts to reassure Barrett, telling him he doesn't need to worry about all of Cyan's plans, as Barrett sniffles, seemingly distressed. He looks up, a question forming on his lips, uttering Cyan's name. She reflects internally that she had done enough. Later, standing before a grand academy, Princess Erin considers that she is sure the princess will take care of the rest. Elsewhere, the purple-haired swordsman, Leximus, clenches his fists, a faint purple aura emanating from them, as he realizes the true reason he abandoned the Ushif Empire. His expression darkens as he recalls that she never would have lost her mana if it hadn't been for Barrett Luramil. A bitter smirk plays on his lips as he thinks of how the continent's best swordsman had never lost her mana before. Meanwhile, Cyan, surrounded by a faint blue glow, acknowledges that she is going to be difficult for even him to defeat. His thoughts drift, his interest now elsewhere, as he considers the order he received. The mission, given by Hall Master Sarika, is his first purification task as a mist, a significant undertaking. Holding his device, Sung Jin-woo reflects on the daunting challenge before him, realizing this first mission is already proving incredibly difficult. A thought echoes in his mind, a quiet affirmation of the power residing within him. Yet, an imagined voice dismisses his resolve, as if his efforts are futile. As he descends a grand staircase, the weight of his situation presses down on him, lamenting that things are only getting harder, especially with her already causing trouble from behind the scenes. Suddenly, his eyes widen in alarm, a stark realization dawning on him. His gaze falls back to the device in his hand, the information displayed there causing his heart to pound. Clutching his head in disbelief, he grapples with the shocking possibility of what this new development could mean. With his eyes burning a fierce crimson, Cyan Vert reacts to the alarming news that a demon beast has breached the Academy's defenses. As he turns, a voice addresses him directly, asking if he is indeed Cyan Vert. Looking down at the young student who spoke, he confirms his identity. The student, with wide, earnest eyes, then clarifies that he is the Vert's young master, Cyan Vert. Introducing himself with a bright smile, the young man states his name is Seth Chaharkin, a newbie just like him. A closer look reveals Seth Chaharkin is only 11 years old, a fact that seems to catch Cyan Vert off guard. He wonders aloud if he missed something in his past life, struggling to comprehend how someone so young could be here. He recalls the whispers, the legends surrounding a formidable figure, a man about whom he had heard countless tales. The most incredible of which was that he had not only faced, but survived a dragon attack. A powerful, clenched fist punctuates the memory. As the image of a broad, scarred back comes into focus, bearing a distinctive mark, this was the man who had received an S rank for his technique, a feat even he hadn't achieved. His face, etched with fierce determination and glowing eyes, reflects the raw power of his memory. And as he takes a step forward, the pieces click into place. He remembers now. The powerful figure, with a glowing symbol on his chest, had once declared that they had made him a fool, and that very symbol represented Chaharkin. The ornate, circular emblem confirms the truth. The rumor that Chaharkin's son had entered the academy was indeed true. The nation of Sparnia, nestled in the heart of the desert, once stood as the most formidable power on the entire continent. Its powerful military, led by an elf named Chaharkin, possessed a genius for both magic and combat, a force so formidable that even dragons reportedly feared him. Yet, despite its overwhelming strength, this powerful nation eventually crumbled into ruins. The cause of its downfall was the sudden death of its sole successor, a tragedy that left the nation without leadership. He had become so engrossed in building his physical strength that he completely neglected his own health. Cyan Vert's eyes glow crimson as he clenches his fist, a thought echoing in his mind. To think I'd come across him here. His internal monologue continues, urging himself to decide right now, as he recalls, I didn't meet him like this in my past life. A sigh escapes him, finding the entire situation annoying. He demands to know if they should settle this right now. The muscular man, his eyes gleaming with challenge, declares that since they are now together, they should decide who is the best, refusing to accept a no as an answer. His face contorts in frustration, uttering a bewildered, how come? Cyan observes the man's reaction, recognizing it as an unparalleled display of foolishness within the academy. He calmly asserts that they must submit an official request. Seth, now recognizing him, asks where they had met before, then clarifies, the third prince, Cyan. I mean him. With a powerful stomp that sends blue energy rippling across the ground, Seth declares, all right. He stands silently, his gaze fixed and unwavering, a profound determination etched onto his face. As the very space around him distorts, the world shaking and the air ripping, Seth vows to defeat Cyan for Eren, moving in the opposite direction with immense power. He muses on the recent challenge, acknowledging the unusual nature of a formal request for a duel. Assuming his opponent will be occupied for a while, he decides to shift his focus. His attention turns to the regeneration project, a task he intends to prioritize. Meanwhile, in a grand city, life continues amidst towering structures. A subordinate reports to a distinguished figure, confirming that preparations are complete. The figure, with a stern gaze, instructs the subordinate to cease loitering and find the clients. The subordinate promptly acknowledges the order, addressing the man as Zitterman Albus. Zitterman Albus, revealed to be one of the 3 wealthiest individuals on the entire continent, stands with an air of quiet authority. He is known to the public as a kind man who donates a lot to charities, but Zitterman Albus, one of the continent's wealthiest individuals, is far more complex than his public persona suggests. His gaze, sharp and calculating, betrays the true nature of his ambition. Meanwhile, far from the opulence, the slave hunter, a figure shrouded in darkness and mystery, moves through the shadows, his glowing red eyes scanning the desolate landscape. Back in the lavish chamber, Albus addresses the slave hunter and his subordinates, declaring that today will be the apex of his life, a day for a special cake. The slave hunter, now back on the hunt, confirms his target is checked, his movements swift and silent. He muses that the target is even tougher than expected, a challenge he seems to relish. Suddenly, a flicker of something unusual catches his attention, a strange energy emanating from his quarry. Focusing intently on the target, he senses something truly peculiar. From his vantage point, the slave hunter looks down upon his prey, a familiar figure who has finally been cornered. A heavy boot presses down, a dark stain spreading beneath it, as a voice coldly dismisses its victim, saying, "Sleep well, my cash cow." The man beneath him, his face contorted in surprise, senses something amiss, muttering, "Humph, smoke?" Before he can react, a flurry of crimson energy erupts, striking him down with brutal force, leaving a bloody wound across his chest. But just as the surrounding cloaked figures close in, they recoil, one crying out in pain and confusion, "Arg, who is it?" As the man, now sitting up despite his injuries, commands them to catch his assailant, saying, "WH, what are you doing? Catch him." This sudden reversal prompts the hunter to demand his hidden foe reveal himself. "Show yourself." But the crimson energy only intensifies, a cloaked figure moving with impossible speed through the chaos. As the minion unleashed a focused blast of red energy, he recoiled, a sharp cry escaping him as the attack connected. But before the minion could even register his success, a torrent of crimson energy erupted, tearing through him in a blinding counterattack. The overwhelming force continued to push him back, the crimson slashes leaving trails of destruction in their wake. In a blur of motion, he vanished past the struggling minion, leaving only a crimson afterimage. Watching the sudden turn of events, the slave hunter cursed under his breath, his eyes wide with disbelief. The dark figure continued its rapid retreat, a fleeting shadow disappearing into the chaotic landscape. The slave hunter, his face contorted in a furious scowl, frantically scanned the area where his subordinates had been. His voice boomed with disbelief, demanding to know where all the others had gone. From the shadows, a chilling voice responded, promising that the slave hunter would soon find out, as he would be sent to join them. He surveys the numerous bodies strewn across the ground, a testament to his overwhelming power. A scoff escapes him, as he dismisses their lives as utterly worthless. Meanwhile, the slave hunter, his eyes glowing crimson with rage, can only scream in disbelief at the sudden, complete annihilation of his forces, boasting of his immense wealth. Before he can even fully process the loss, a blur of crimson energy strikes him with devastating force. A guttural scream tears from his throat, his face contorted in agony. He stumbles backward, groaning as the lingering red energy crackles around him. Finally, the slave hunter collapses, defeated and broken. Albus. Elsewhere, in a dark, confined space, a group of people huddle together, their faces etched with despair. Standing over the defeated figure, Cyan Vert condemns his actions, reminding him that even managing the slave market is illegal, and his death is now reserved. His crimson eyes glowing with an ominous light, he gives the man a single minute. A sickening Kalike echoes as he applies pressure to the slave hunter's head, promising that after this, all his pain will vanish. The slave hunter's face contorts in agony, realizing the masked figure's words mean certain death, as the grip tightens further. Lifted by his head, the slave hunter desperately confesses his widespread crimes, admitting to selling slaves across the continent and being behind the disappearance of many bad guys. Screaming in terror, the slave hunter questions what he did that was so bad, but the assassin remains unmoved, noting his lack of remorse. The minute has passed, and the assassin declares it's time for a painful death, ignoring the slave hunter's desperate plea to wait. With a surge of power, he unleashes through Fog Ninth form, Assault, a devastating crimson energy attack. The slave hunter's screams are cut short as the crimson energy engulfs him, erasing him completely. He stares down at the defeated figure, a chilling question escaping his lips, wondering if this is truly the end of their purification and if they feel the weight of their impending demise. A crimson glow emanates from his hand, as he confirms the lingering resentment and anger, a potent combination he can distinctly feel. The metallic grating around him lies twisted and shattered. And as the crimson energy fades, his eyes shift to a striking electric blue, a subtle change indicating a new focus. He notices a figure on the ground, a quiet question forming in his mind. Could it be a woman? The woman lies motionless, appearing lifeless. As he observes her, a small, dark orb with a faint red glow hovers nearby, and he dismisses her as merely human, nothing special, before his attention is drawn to something she clutches. His focus narrows to her hands, where a peculiar object is cradled. It's a large, glowing, scaly object, revealing itself to be a dragon egg. A sharp, metallic sound rings out. The dragon egg, shimmering with an ethereal purple glow, rests silently. He presents the mysterious object to a man with glasses, who immediately questions its origin, asking where he acquired it. Cyanvert calmly replies that he simply picked it up on the way, prompting the man to exclaim in disbelief, wondering who would just pick something like this off the street. The egg itself seems to radiate a dangerous aura, raising the question of whether it was ever intended for sale. The man with glasses ponders if Cyanvert was perhaps tasked with delivering such a perilous item to someone else. Later, in a more private setting, Cyanvert reassures the worried man, promising that no harm will come from it. Dragons are described as forces of nature, possessing immense power and the ability to manipulate various elements. Despite their fearsome reputation, the narration clarifies that dragon eggs separated from their mothers are often considered nothing more than mere fancy rocks. A faint sound echoes through the chamber, as a hairline fracture appears on the surface of the dragon egg, quickly expanding with a sharp crack. Looking down at the developing fissure, Sung Jin-woo's eyes widen in disbelief, a question escaping his lips. A crack. His surprise deepens as the egg begins to emit a soft, ethereal glow, the light pulsating from within the widening cracks. The light intensifies dramatically, a brilliant purple energy erupting from the egg with a resounding ka-ching. The raw magical power radiates outwards, filling the space with shimmering particles. Overwhelmed by the sudden surge of power, Sung Jin-woo can only utter a stunned awe, his expression a mixture of awe and shock. A large, scaly egg-like object begins to crack, purple energy pulsing from within. The cracks spread rapidly, intensifying the vibrant, magical glow. With a final, explosive burst, the shell shatters completely, scattering fragments across the ground. From the wreckage, a small, pink-skinned creature emerges, letting out a soft, distressed sound. It sits amidst the broken shell, its small horns and fangs hinting at its unusual nature. Nearby, a blond man stares in disbelief, exclaiming that it has hatched, young master. Cyanvert, his expression a mix of shock and concern, questions what they should do next. The newly hatched creature, however, has its own thoughts, realizing with certainty that it is definitely not human. The creature's very existence was a shocking revelation, a draconic human, a mix between dragon and human, a problem far bigger than anyone could have anticipated. As it sat there, small and pink, he realized this was going to be a much bigger problem than he had expected. Then, with wide, innocent eyes, it spoke its first word, Papa. The creature clung to him, repeating Papa. He recoiled in disbelief, the word echoing in his mind. A single thought formed in his mind. Did she truly think he was her parent? Just then, a new figure appeared, raising a glass in celebration, congratulating him on becoming an elder brother-in-law. His frustration boiled over, and he shouted, "This is all your fault, Kiram." He stares at the massive, scaled egg, a sense of disbelief washing over him as he's asked to take responsibility for it. The creature, now a small, fiery being, floats before him, as if a dragon's egg has hatched, or something similar, he muses. He acknowledges the truth of the situation, but still questions how it could have hatched at all. The small, glowing creature, with its fierce red eyes, seems to echo his thoughts, as he considers that he's never encountered a dragon's egg that had lost its mother, making this a truly dangerous anomaly. A new voice cuts through his contemplation. As Kiram approaches, a dark aura swirling around him, amused by the unexpected turn of events. Cyanvert turns to face him, his expression a mixture of frustration and disbelief. He reminds Kiram of his previous assurances, but the blond man simply smiles, deflecting responsibility. Kiram continues to observe the creature with a dark, knowing smile, marveling at the existence of such a hybrid. He gazes down at the sleeping figure, a chilling thought forming in his mind. Her very existence could be a threat. A deep frown creases his brow, acknowledging the grim truth of the situation, realizing just how bad things truly are. The young woman stirs slightly, a soft rumble escaping her lips. This isn't merely a mix of human and beast. She is a terrifying fusion of dragon and human. He knows the world they inhabit is far too perilous for such a being to survive unprotected. An image of the stern, white-bearded elder flashes through his mind, his words echoing. If the Academy were to discover this, the thought of the principal, who might eliminate her to prevent external threats, is unbearable, especially knowing how fiercely dragons guard their bloodlines, likely seeking her true owner. A crimson aura flares around him as he considers the brutal reality. They would try to eradicate anyone who even knew of her existence. His eyes shadowed, he questions the immense risk he would be taking by protecting her. Lying vulnerable, the young hybrid is the subject of a grim internal debate, as the thought echoes, if she's fated to live a life of pain anyway. A hand reaches out, poised to strike, considering if it wouldn't be better to just end it now. A grim smile touches his lips as he concludes, well, I guess it'd be for the better. Without hesitation, his hand closes around her neck. His crimson eyes glowing with a cold resolve as the thought solidifies. Yeah, if her fate is to live in misery. He stares down at her, his decision made. It'd be better to send her off now. Her own eyes, now glowing yellow, widen in fear and confusion. A choked whisper escaping her lips. Papa. His face remains etched with grim determination, even after her desperate plea. As the small creature clings to him, calling him Papa. And declaring her love, Cyan Vert remains frozen, his hand still around her neck. His expression is unreadable, a profound internal struggle playing out behind his eyes. He notes the warmth emanating from her small body. Her tiny hand gently clasps his, a silent plea for connection. A memory flashes of a time when he held her aloft, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Returning to the present, he walks away from the bed, a new resolve forming within him. Another flashback shows the creature smiling brightly, surrounded by a soft, ethereal glow. His voice from the past echoes, suggesting, let's just raise her, Kiram. A man leans in close to a woman, a question hanging in the air. Will he make her regret this? She dismisses the thought as utterly lame. Meanwhile, far from that private exchange, the grand spires of Vert Castle stand tall against the sky. Inside, the Duchess of Vert paces anxiously, wondering what she should do, while her daughter echoes the same concern. Her thoughts are consumed by one name. Cyan, that bastard. The daughter, equally distressed, worries about the repercussions for Krantz if nothing is done about him, turning to her mother for guidance. Suddenly, both women gasp, their eyes wide with surprise. Kiram gently suggests they discuss the matter with Cyan, advising him not to struggle with anything, and the Duchess, relieved, thanks him. Yet, Kiram's internal monologue reveals a different truth. He's perfectly fine, not struggling at all, he just wants to get away from it all. He listens intently, his gaze fixed on something unseen. A subordinate reports that 6 of their knights were found dead, seemingly murdered by Helios. And the one behind it, as expected, was Margaret. The subordinate adds that the remaining one, the youngest son, was not with them. Kiram already knew the merchant had been unreachable, finding the report redundant. Meanwhile, in a different location, Cyan Vert's eyes glow crimson, a grimace twisting his features. He internally curses his subordinates, frustrated that they weren't able to find anything about his brother. He never keeps subordinates who disappoint him. He couldn't give up his position, not after all the hard work he had poured into it. With a grimace of resolve, he declared his intention to go there himself. Another voice responded, assuring him, believe me, I won't disappoint you. The voice continued, acknowledging his dedication. I know how much of a hard worker you are. After a brief pause, it concluded, all right. Cyan Vert stood firm, his expression unyielding, his fists clenched at his sides. Before him, Kiram bowed deeply, pleading for an opportunity to investigate. Please, something. Find out what it is. The blond man's legs remained in a respectful bow, as he affirmed, yes, sir. Elsewhere, a young woman with dark hair strode purposefully through a hallway, her footsteps echoing softly as she walked. She paused, addressing someone unseen. There aren't any classes today. What brings you here? A soft sigh escapes Sung Jin Woo as Cyan Vert, cradling the small, pink-haired creature, questions its presence. His gaze fixed on the infant, he repeats his query, wondering why a baby is here. Sung Jin Woo, clearly exasperated, lets out another sigh before cutting to the chase, asking simply why Cyan Vert is even there. Cyan Vert, however, seems unconcerned, casually stating that the matter can be discussed later, as there's no urgent issue at hand. Sung Jin Woo's expression shifts to one of disbelief, questioning how he could be so nonchalant after causing such trouble. As if to punctuate his point, Cyan Vert's hand points to a document, revealing a sparring approval form, a duel request. The document, now clearly visible and stamped approved, is met with Sung Jin Woo's stern rebuke, who chastises him for not staying on the down low, calling it the least he could have done. As Sung Jin Woo holds the document, still expressing his frustration about the attention, a young woman nearby gazes at him with admiration, finding him quite handsome. He looks down, a hint of annoyance on his face as an unseen voice remarks on Seth finding a way to arrange the duel, then adds, I'm glad you like the office for it. Dismissing the gravity of the situation, the unnamed female observer simply states, it's just a couple of 11-year-olds fighting. He glances away, clearly not amused by her assessment that this 11-year-old is no ordinary 11-year-old, and asks, so, when's the duel? The answer comes swiftly, cutting through the air like a sudden downpour. In 2 hours. The sudden announcement sends him reeling backward in shock, as Cyan Vert lies defeated on the ground. He can only process the implications, realizing, this is way earlier than I thought. Meanwhile, Seth, a man with striking white hair, gazes intently, a determined glint in his eye as he declares, I've been waiting for this moment, Cyan Vert. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he adds, I'm sure. Back with Sung Jin Woo, a heavy sigh escapes him, resigned to the unexpected turn of events. Zitterman Albus, poised with his blade, declares his desire for a duel of honor, a true test of the Empire's greatest swordsmanship and magic, before pointedly asking if his opponent intends to use magic. Looking down with a slight smirk, Sung Jin-woo responds that if his opponent won't use magic, neither will he, adding an unexpected, almost tender, "Good. I love you." Before the words can fully register, Zitterman Albus launches a blindingly fast sword strike, the blade cutting through the air with a sharp tack as he moves. The impact sends Sung Jin-woo reeling backward, his body momentarily airborne amidst a flurry of speed lines and the sounds of a forceful blow. With a determined expression, Zitterman Albus presses his advantage, challenging his opponent to truly show his capabilities. Sung Jin-woo, surprised by the sheer speed of his adversary, manages to bring his own blade up just in time, deflecting the next attack. His sword meets the incoming blow with a sharp tack, the impact sending a jolt up his arm as he acknowledges the difficulty of reflecting such rapid movements. Suddenly, Zitterman Albus is thrown off balance, his eyes widening in a woe of surprise as a powerful klong reverberates through the air. Sung Jin-woo, having turned the tables, unleashes a swift and powerful counterattack, his blade a blur of motion, striking with another resounding kwang. Zitterman Albus presses his attack, acknowledging his opponent's surprising strength despite the lack of magic. He continues, emphasizing that while strength is present, true mastery lies in acuity and precision. Albus's resolve hardens, declaring that his opponent's efforts will not be enough. The duel intensifies, blades clashing in a rapid exchange. Jin-woo, however, expertly parries the incoming strike, a faint blue energy flaring around his blade as he redirects the force. The unexpected redirection causes Albus to grunt in surprise, his grip tightening on his weapon. He realizes the young man is cleverly using the momentum of his own forward strike to deflect the attack. Even more astonishing, he notes, is that Jin-woo achieves this with only a rapier. Seizing the opening, Jin-woo swiftly retaliates, his blade connecting with a sharp, decisive impact. The force of the counterattack sends Zitterman Albus reeling, his body twisting awkwardly in midair. A wave of blue energy erupts from the point of impact, leaving him stumbling backward, his hand instinctively rising to defend. But before he can regain his footing, Sung Jin-woo closes the distance, delivering another swift strike to his midsection. A brilliant blue aura flares around him as he unleashes a devastating blow, sending Albus flying once more. His body becomes a blur against the chaotic background, his face contorted in a grimace of shock and pain. He wonders how his opponent could have possibly seen that coming, questioning if he possesses eyes on the back of his head. Still reeling from the relentless assault, Albus is left suspended in the air, surrounded by the lingering blue energy of the impact. Still reeling from the relentless assault, he is struck again, a powerful blow sending him careening further downward. A powerful, glowing strike connects, sending Seth Chakraban reeling through the air. His body tumbles violently, as Cyanvert's hand, still radiating energy, shatters a crystalline barrier. Seth grunts, a pain sound escaping him. He is thrown with immense force, slamming into the ground. Cyanvert watches, considering how his opponent managed to compress his mana so quickly. He finds Seth surprisingly nimble for his stature. The murmurs of the crowd swell, questioning if such overwhelming power could even belong to a human. Meanwhile, Seth, battered and bruised, braces himself against the relentless assault, a grunt of effort escaping him. A pained gasp escapes him as he endures the impact. Red energy bursts around his body, indicating a powerful, sustained strike. The force ripples through him as the relentless pressure continues. Such impeccable swordsmanship could only belong to Cyanvert. But Seth, now enveloped in a vibrant golden aura, declares his full commitment to the fight, vowing to give everything he has. Cyanvert simply acknowledges this with a calm, okay. He observes his opponent, noting the tangled situation and the sheer effort Seth is now exerting, acknowledging the full power his adversary has unleashed. He unleashes a blindingly fast strike, the impact sending his opponent reeling with a burst of golden energy. Seth cries out his name, struggling against the force. Zitterman observes the unfolding battle, wondering if they intend to resort to magic now. He thoughtfully strokes his beard, as Kiram dismisses the combatants as merely bold children. Zitterman corrects him, explaining that they aren't simultaneously employing both magic and swordsmanship. Kiram notes the clean precision of Cyan's sword work, to which Zitterman agrees. Seth Chakraban's physical prowess was undeniable, ranked among the highest, while Cyanvert's was an S rank, a level above. From the stands, a spectator remarks that it's an obvious choice when considering their ranks. However, physical fitness is merely the first step. One must also be capable of manifesting and controlling the flow of spells. Student Seth, an A-star in mana bars, truly stood out among all enrolled students. Kiram, observing the unfolding battle, wonders aloud what Cyan will do next. Zitterman, beside him, playfully chides that the young man is making it impossible to pay attention to anything else. As the conversation continues, a figure in a white cloak stands poised, surrounded by swirling magical energy. The ground beneath him shatters, and a powerful, golden aura erupts from his form, radiating immense power. Seth Chakraban unleashes a devastating blow, his fist glowing with raw power as it slams into an unseen target, sending shockwaves through the air. He follows through with a named skill, the death fist manifesting as a potent blue aura around his extended arm. The impact explodes outward, shattering the ground, and sending debris flying in a chaotic burst of energy. Observing the display of power, Cyan questions the sudden escalation, wondering if they are now truly fighting with magic. The magical detonation continues to ripple, a continuous barrage of force tearing through the environment. Stepping confidently onto the fractured earth, Seth advances, his determination unwavering. Suddenly, a monstrous, horse-headed creature lets out a guttural roar, joining the fray at Seth's command. Glowing with an orange aura, Seth declares with absolute conviction that his opponent will not escape this confrontation. In response to the overwhelming assault, Cyan unleashes his own power, a brilliant golden aura erupting around him, causing a massive explosion that rips through the battlefield. The golden explosion unleashed by Cyan Vert erupts with devastating force, tearing through the very fabric of the ground. As Seth Chakraban is violently thrown back, his Desert Tooth skill utterly overwhelmed. The golden energy continues to expand, a shockwave rippling outwards. As Cyan Vert calmly surveys the devastating aftermath of his power, the golden aura intensifies to a blinding peak, momentarily engulfing everything in pure light. Leaving Seth Chakraban utterly overwhelmed, his mind reeling from the realization that his mana bar rating is merely B rank compared to this overwhelming power. As the golden energy finally begins to dissipate, it reveals a deeply scarred and cracked battlefield, a testament to the immense power unleashed. With the battle concluded, Cyan Vert takes a decisive step forward, asserting his absolute dominance. He watches, considering the situation. Seth remembers a time when his attacks were dismissed as mere gusts of wind, and the instructors assured him his barrier would hold. Still defiant, Seth challenges his opponent, demanding to know how long he intends to run and hide. He recalls being belittled, his attacks likened to a bug's, and the sarcastic question of whether he should have simply stood there and taken them. His face contorts in rage, proclaiming that a true warrior would never have dodged such attacks. He screams, calling his opponent a wimp. Seth retorts, pointing out that his opponent is also just a kid. Golden energy swirls violently around him, gathering power for an imminent strike. He unleashes the full force of his attack, a devastating sandstorm. A deep gasp escapes an elderly man, his eyes wide with concern. Meanwhile, a young woman with purple hair questions the power of the attack, wondering if the assailant's rank is truly only 3-star. The voice of Seth Chakraban echoes, confident that his target will be unable to evade this particular strike. A blinding vortex of golden energy surges forward, consuming everything in its path. Yet, Cyan stands completely still, the powerful golden currents swirling harmlessly around him as he calmly accepts the challenge. Elsewhere, a young man with spiky black hair and glowing purple eyes offers a subtle smirk. A man in a sharp suit declares his resolve to face whatever comes head-on. A hand gently shakes a baby bottle, preparing its contents with care. A young man in an apron smiles, pleased that the temperature of the milk is perfectly warm. With practiced ease, a man applies a soothing balm to his arm, reflecting that he's glad for his past experiences. He recalls how annoying it was to care for his younger siblings, but never expected those skills to come in handy in his current situation. A warm glow surrounds him as he cheerfully announces, "It's time to eat." His cheerful demeanor abruptly shatters, replaced by an expression of utter shock. Meanwhile, a young girl with long pink hair, small horns, and a tail looks up in surprise, exclaiming, "You already grew up that much?" A surge of brilliant blue energy erupts. Small figures gaze up at a massive, glowing crystalline structure, wondering what could possibly be happening. As the magical phenomenon intensifies, a protector barrier, shimmering with blue energy, begins to crack under immense pressure, threatening to shatter completely. Two figures, a young man in a purple hood and an older, white-haired mage, watch in alarm, knowing the barrier is their last defense and must be protected at all costs. The hooded young man, Donghoon, curses under his breath, frustrated that only 2 students are left to handle such a serious threat. His jaw clenches, blue energy crackling around him as he prepares for the inevitable, his determination hardening despite the overwhelming odds. The elderly mage raises a hand, urging him to wait, but Donghoon insists they must act immediately to protect the barrier. The older man's gaze sharpens, sensing a new, unexpected development unfolding. Elsewhere, a man with sharp features and glowing yellow eyes activates a secret technology expansion, the Void Sphere. The elderly mage's eyes widen in sudden realization, recognizing the ominous power being unleashed. And Donghoon, his face contorted in horror, cries out, desperately trying to stop the unfolding catastrophe. The Void Sphere spell, once activated, begins to manifest as a chaotic swirl of vibrant purple and yellow energy. The raw power intensifies, crackling with electric arcs as it expands. Witnessing the spectacle, an elderly mage exclaims his surprise at Cyan's repeated audacity, while Donghoon, aghast, demands to know why such a dangerous power would be unleashed here. The chaotic energy then begins to coalesce, forming a focused vortex of power. From its core, a powerful, glowing purple symbol erupts. The symbol expands rapidly, filling the surrounding space with its ominous glow. The energy culminates in a focused impact, as if a powerful, unseen fist has struck. Suddenly, the spell ceases, and a muscular man, caught off guard, reacts with a startled gasp. He looks on in confusion, as Dong-hoon, also present, wonders if the spell has abruptly ceased. As the powerful void sphere spell abruptly vanished, a student behind Dong-hoon questioned, "Was that black sphere also magic?" Dong-hoon, still processing the event, mused, "I've never heard of magic like that though." With a faint purple glow emanating from his eyes, he then challenged someone unseen, "Do you want to keep going?" Meanwhile, a muscular man with white hair gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his brow. Before finally conceding with a single word, "No." Dong-hoon knelt, his purple aura still faintly visible, unable to believe the outcome. "I can't believe it." The muscular man, defeated, admitted his complete loss. "I lost in both swordsmanship and magic." Dong-hoon looked on, a flicker of sympathy in his expression, thinking, "I kind of feel bad. Is this what they call one-sided?" The muscular man's frustration boiled over, his foot slamming down with a guttural groan. Looking down at the muscular man's outstretched hand, Dong-hoon declares his renewed motivation to train, while the man expresses a brief exclamation of surprise. Their hands meet in a firm, decisive shake. And the muscular man, his expression resolute, vows to fight again someday, prompting Dong-hoon to thoughtfully inquire if he will accept the challenge when that time comes. They stand, hands still clasped, a stark contrast in size and build, concluding their intense exchange. Internally, Dong-hoon's mind firmly rejects the notion of another fight, his expression shifting to one of annoyance as he acknowledges the man's incredible speed. His thoughts then drift to another, noting her apparent age, just as a small, pink-haired girl joyfully greets her papa upon his return. Returning home, he finds himself contemplating. Even a parent's heart holds shadows, he muses, as a soft swip sound echoes. He looks down at the small figure, realizing she might soon look his age, growing so fast. It will only become harder to raise her at this rate, he thinks, watching her continue to grow. A question mark hangs in his mind, his expression etched with deep concern. Suddenly, a translucent, glowing purple figure appears before him, offering, "I can help you with the raising," but then adds, "But I can't help raise a demonic human." The entity's glowing purple eyes narrow, especially if he goes wild like he did today. A wave of purple energy radiates from her as she demands, "What the hell were you thinking?" Cyan Vert glares at Dong-hoon, demanding to know what he was thinking. Dong-hoon, however, insists he can't help hide a human, especially after the chaos of today. His crimson eyes glowing with intensity, Cyan Vert repeats his question, his frustration palpable. Meanwhile, Seth Chakraban reclines casually, responding with a dismissive "huh," before stating that someone has already taken whatever they were discussing. Elsewhere, a young girl's frilly dress and small legs are visible, as she remarks with wide, innocent eyes that she hadn't seen her for a bit, and now she's already grown so big. Dong-hoon considers the implications of his recent actions, knowing that how he handles the situation will define his future. He reflects on the small, furry creature with glowing eyes he brought back, acknowledging that something like this will be incredibly difficult to manage. Meanwhile, Seth Chakraban, with a casual air, remarks that Dong-hoon is responsible for the girl, confident he can handle it. A hand, clad in a dark glove, extends a crimson envelope with a golden seal, the unspoken message clear: this reward is only valid as long as no trouble is caused. Cyan Vert looks down at the letter, a hint of disappointment in his expression, finding it a rather meager reward for winning a war. He turns and walks away, leaving Dong-hoon to ponder the implications of the message. Cyan Vert's crimson eyes narrow as he offers a final, stern piece of advice: to be careful for a while, as too much attention brings nothing good. Back in his chambers, Dong-hoon holds the red envelope, a servant inquiring about its contents, to which he simply replies, "Ah, a warning letter." The small creature and the young girl stand nearby as Dong-hoon stares at the ominous missive, its message now fully understood. He sighs, confirming the grim reality that they will be living off of nothing for the next 3 months. Suddenly, a sharp impact echoes, as a foot delivers a jarring kick. The young girl, her eyes wide with distress, cries out, her voice trembling at the thought of having nothing. He looks down at her, a gentle smile gracing her face as she asks, where he managed to acquire all the items around them. Patting her head reassuringly, he tells her not to worry. Still looking up at him, she questions if she will truly be all right, expressing concern about returning to Yelius. He reiterates his assurance, promising to issue a complaint. However, a new problem arises, as he realizes he doesn't want the complaint to come from the association office. Meanwhile, an older man, cloaked in white, poses a direct question: does he wish to enter the Knights of Light? Sung Jin-woo stands before an unseen figure, who asks if he has finally decided to live for the sake of his brothers. He responds with a simple, yes. The figure then remarks that such a path doesn't seem fitting for him. A low growl escapes him as he smirks, acknowledging that the other is aware of his true nature. Meanwhile, in a grand chamber, an older man with a long white beard sits opposite Dong-hoon, offering him some advice. He warns Dong-hoon that nothing good will come from taking his chosen path. Back with Sung Jin-woo, the unseen voice continues, asserting that he won't benefit from anything, and that such is the fate of a mere puppet. A surge of purple energy erupts around Dong-hoon as he rises, his anger palpable, declaring that no matter what, the path he is about to walk is one he has already walked in his past life. Sung Jin-woo, still smirking, muses to himself, wondering what the voice will tell him this time. In a quiet domestic scene, a blonde woman gently asks, young master, shouldn't we give this child a name? Yeah, we can't keep calling her a name. He looks down at the pink-haired child, and a soft smile touches his lips as he says, Nana. The woman, taken aback by his quick decision, can only manage a surprised, sorry? You didn't give it any thought? His hands, usually so firm, are held up in a gesture of mild exasperation. As Nana, with wide, innocent eyes, exclaims, how's backwards? The young master is visibly flustered, his composure momentarily broken, as he wonders aloud. This kid? How did she know my last name? Meanwhile, Nana and the other small child continue their playful antics, spinning around in a blur of motion. The scene shifts dramatically to the opulent interior of the Royal Academy Dean's office, a grand space filled with light and ornate furnishings. A heavy thud echoes as a door swings open, signaling a new arrival. In a quiet study, a hand meticulously pens notes, surrounded by stacks of ancient tomes. An elderly man, his long white hair and beard framing a thoughtful expression, reflects on the subject of Cyan Vert, considering the immense potential he possesses. He knew the young man had a great deal of talent, but to absorb a 4-star spell using only a single black sphere was truly astonishing. A faint magical aura swirls around him as he considers the implications, concluding that such a person was scarily talented. His dark eyes narrow with intense focus, a flicker of awe and perhaps concern passing through them. The scene shifts to grand, ornate doors, marking the entrance to an office associated with Cyan Vert, revealing the identity of the reflective man as Kundal Quazel. Standing beside a blonde woman, Kundal Quazel is a figure of immense influence, having taught the current emperor, Daeong Severus, and being the father of the last empress, Diana Quazel. He, Quazel, one of the continent's few 9-star mages, had always dedicated himself solely to the education of students at the academy. This focus had been unwavering since the tragic death of Diana Quazel, his hand now glowing faintly with a golden light as he pondered. Yet, there was one crucial detail about him that Quazel couldn't quite grasp, a young man ascending a grand staircase, his thoughts echoing the mage's words. I always said he was patient. But in this new life, he had unexpectedly intervened in the royal succession struggle. His profile remained resolute. As he continued his ascent, Quazel's voice echoed. His personality has changed as well, it seems, as the young man moved through the vast, empty hall. A faint golden glow emanated from the device in his hand. And with each step, a brilliant golden aura began to envelop him, illuminating his path as he continued his determined ascent. Anticipating the moment, he reveals his foresight and the extensive area restriction magic he has prepared. A golden barrier pulses with energy. He accepts the challenge, viewing it as a test. The dean watches, a flicker of surprise crossing his aged face. He mutters in disbelief, certain no mage could ever destroy such a formidable defense. Yet, with a violent explosion, the barrier shatters, sending fragments flying and momentarily throwing him back. The dean's eyes widen in utter shock. But from the swirling dust and golden light, Cyan emerges, standing resolute amidst the destruction. He then calmly introduces himself. I'm Cyan Vert, an incoming student. He stands before the Royal Academy Dean, his gaze unwavering as he declares his purpose, to express his disagreement with the complaint. The Dean, recalling the recent events, remembers how he had simply ignored the formidable barrier and entered through the window. A sigh escapes the elderly man as he admits he had lost that particular battle. Cyan Vert acknowledges the Dean's words, confirming that the letter indeed originated from him. The Dean leans forward, his expression serious, stating that after witnessing the barrier's destruction, he became certain of one thing. The formal warning letter, now resting on the desk, had merely been an encore to his display of power. The young man's eyes narrow slightly as he deduces the Dean's true intention. It was meant to test his talent, wasn't it? The Dean's expression remains stern, acknowledging the aggressive nature of the test, but conceding that he had successfully proven his talents. However, the Dean firmly states that despite the impressive display, he will not retract the warning, prompting Cyan Vert to challenge him, suggesting he try to persuade him otherwise. The Royal Academy Dean, seated behind his imposing desk, fixes his gaze upon the young man before him, asking if he desires the Empire's expansion. Sung Jin-woo's expression remains unyielding, his dark eyes reflecting a quiet defiance as he considers the question. The Dean's brow furrows in frustration, a flicker of surprise crossing his aged features at the young man's silence. He then presses further, asking if the young man desires more power for his family, or if these matters are simply not his concern. Sung Jin-woo simply replies that neither is his concern. The Dean's words hang in the air, hinting at the political machinations surrounding the Emperor's succession, but Sung Jin-woo's gaze remains distant, lost in thought. The Dean continues, his voice laced with suspicion, pondering the implications if a third or fourth prince were to ascend instead of the first. His eyes narrow, challenging the young man directly, asking if he truly intends to remain neutral in such a pivotal struggle. Sung Jin-woo finally breaks his silence, his voice firm, declaring the dean's persistence arrogant, and revealing a past where he felt like a mere puppet. His resolve hardens, his eyes gleaming with newfound determination, as he asserts that he no longer thinks like his past self. He recalls a past life, a victim of a brutal succession fight. In that time, the Royal Academy Dean, Kundal, held significant sway, instrumental in elevating the first prince, Lionel, to emperor, a man who proved to be both cruel and foolish. His reign began with a bloody purge, as he systematically eliminated all of his siblings. When he dared to oppose Lionel, he was framed for treason against the empire and sentenced to death. He had dedicated himself to securing a brighter future for another, only to be utterly betrayed by that very person. Slamming his hand down on the table, the dean erupts. Nonsense. He gestures emphatically. You think the peace of the last century will fall so easily? His face contorted in anger, the dean continues. I thought you were different, but you are nothing more than a fool. Sung Jin-woo remains perfectly calm, simply asking, do you really think so? The dean's alliance with the first prince's ancestor is a well-known fact. The dean, his expression stern, declares that the Impelix household, known for its emphasis on power, will soon face its downfall, adding that the second and fourth princes are already proving to be fair matches for the first. This household, he continues, is very well known for its insatiable greed for power. And in his opinion, the first prince is already on a tightrope, poised to lose his position of power. As the dean's hand gestures emphatically, warning that if things continue this way, the academy itself will be over for. He emphasizes that this is the harsh reality of the current imperial family, urging Seth to take his words as a serious warning. Seth, however, challenges him, asking why he's being told all of this, then suggests it's an attempt to negotiate. His gaze sharpens, awaiting a response. But the dean reiterates his point, stating that with the fall of peace, the academy too will inevitably crumble. Sung Jin-woo's gaze remains fixed, his expression unreadable as he processes the dean's words. A sudden realization dawns, accompanied by a faint golden glow around him, and a silent exclamation mark hangs in the air. He challenges the dean, a complex magic circle swirling beneath him, demanding to know what power the man possesses to help him. As the magic circle intensifies, casting a golden light across the grand hall, Sung Jin-woo shifts his stance, preparing for action. The Royal Academy Dean, however, remains unfazed, his voice dripping with disdain as he tells Sung Jin-woo to feel the weight of his arrogance. Sung Jin-woo's eyes narrow, the golden magic around him flaring even brighter, a silent retort to the dean's condescension. From the glowing magic circle, spectral chains of light erupt, coiling and twisting with immense force. These chains of restraint swiftly ensnare the dean, binding him tightly and immobilizing him against his will. With the dean subdued, Sung Jin-woo watches, his face illuminated by the golden glow, a silent declaration of his true power. With an aura of raw power radiating from him, he stares down his opponent, his voice cutting through the tension, demanding to know if the dean truly wishes to fight. Golden chains erupt from Cyan, shimmering with potent magic as they extend outwards, weaving intricate patterns in the air around him. The chains fully encompass an unseen space, binding it with immense magical force, as he declares, "You won't be able to escape my chains, even with a 4-star spell." His gaze sharpens, a challenging glint in his crimson eyes, as he asks, "Do you want to fight, Dent?" His expression remains resolute, his power unwavering. The golden chains surge with renewed intensity, solidifying their hold, as he reiterates, "No matter what you do." Meanwhile, the Royal Academy Dean watches the display, a deep concern etched onto his face, muttering to himself, "I must have underestimated your skills." A confident smirk plays on Cyan's lips, his eyes gleaming with triumph. He stands firm, declaring his intent to prove himself, as a wave of surprise ripples through the onlookers. The Royal Academy Dean watches, his expression shifting to one of profound astonishment. As Cyan Vert unleashes a void spell-applied technique, manifesting glowing golden chains amidst swirling purple energy. The chains expand with a thunderous rumble, leaving the Dean utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how such a seemingly low-tier, 1-star spell could possess such immense power. His shock deepens as he realizes the spell isn't just powerful, it has actively absorbed his own magic. The golden chains continue their relentless expansion, forming a swirling vortex of purple and gold energy. As the void spell fully manifests, a dark, consuming entity. The Royal Academy Dean watches, his expression a mixture of awe and disbelief, as the potent purple energy of the void spell continues to swirl around him. The very air crackles with its destructive potential, a testament to the technique's overwhelming power. At its heart, Cyan Vert stands unmoving, a calm eye in the center of the magical storm he has unleashed. Looking down at the young man, the Dean hears him ask, "Do you think I'm useful now?" A moment of contemplation passes before the Dean replies, "Yes, I'll take back the warning." Yet, a flicker of doubt remains as he adds, "Is that really all you can do?" Cyan simply meets his gaze, a quiet yes, escaping his lips. His expression remains serene as he continues. I just want to have a peaceful. The dean, still unconvinced, presses him once more. Is that really all? With a final, resolute nod, Cyan confirms, yes, that's all. I just don't want to die. Sung Jin-woo reflects on the recurring cycle, wondering if the academy is destined to collapse once more. Meanwhile, as the sun begins to set over the city, the streets are bathed in a warm, golden glow. Seth Chakraban, having indulged in a shopping spree, finds himself carrying a bag filled with all kinds of sweets. A simple joy washes over him, as he anticipates savoring every bite. Yet, a flicker of concern crosses his features, a subtle unease amidst the contentment. He observes his surroundings, noting how calm the streets appear. A sigh escapes him as he walks away, questioning if he's overthinking things. He walks through the bustling street, a shopping bag in hand, his thoughts drifting as he observes the calm city around him. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the quiet, a sharp command that makes him pause. Calling out, come. His footsteps halt abruptly, his eyes widening in disbelief as he recognizes the speaker. You are? The Royal Academy Dean, Kundal Quizel, stands before him, an unexpected presence that leaves him stunned. His grip loosening on the shopping bag until it slips from his fingers, scattering its contents across the pavement. After the unexpected conversation with the dean, he finds himself agreeing to attend his lessons. He watches as a dark-haired prince confronts a white-haired student, demanding to know if she had permission to address him by name. The prince, Lexing, dismisses her attempt to change the subject, confirming that he had indeed allowed her to use his name, but only in private. The white-haired student, Aaron, seems flustered, acknowledging his royal status, but insists on calling him by his name, Lexing, despite the public setting. Taking a step forward, the prince accepts her defiance as a compliment. He then turns his attention fully to her, addressing her directly as Aaron. Aaron's crimson eyes widen slightly, her expression a mix of surprise and apprehension. Seth watches the exchange intently, observing the tension between the two. From behind, the prince greets her, remarking that it has been a long time since they last met. Aaron remains silent, her back still turned to him. As the tension lingered, Seth Chakraban observed the scene, noting the presence of a pavilion, before identifying another as an Arovian. Meanwhile, Aaron, engrossed in her device, murmured, It's been a while. Cyan Vert, turning to face Seth, scoffed, TCH, are you hanging around peasants? Seth, undeterred, retorted, Are you going around with servants now that you're all grown up? With a dismissive glance towards Aaron, who now bowed respectfully, Cyan Vert continued, Birds of a feather flock together, huh? Seth, observing the exchange, noted to himself, They're of the Aurelius family. They're very clear they're not liking her. This Vert's. A flicker of recognition crossed Seth's face as he finally put a name to the prince, Cyan Vert. The prince, now facing forward with a different visual demeanor, formally introduced himself. Nice to meet you. I'm Cyan Vert, the youngest of. Aaron, still bowing, completed his introduction. There's no way I wouldn't recognize Duke Vert. I was impressed by your duel. Sung Jin-woo, observing the unfolding drama, remarks, I'll make sure to invite you if there's a party. Nearby, a student suggests they should become friends. As Seth Chakraban remarks on the rare opportunity, receiving a polite, yes, thank you before they part ways. Aaron lets out a soft sigh. As Cyan Vert suddenly looms over her, his expression intense. His voice drops, a warning in his tone, as his fist clenches tightly. Don't get too arrogant. He leans closer, his words sharp. You need to be more self-aware. From a distance, Seth asks Jinwoo if that was the princess, and wonders what's wrong with them, noting that they're still family, the same as that bloodsucker from the Aurelius family. He considers the situation, concluding that to him, it looks like a different kind of struggle. Meanwhile, Aaron, her expression serious, asserts that others are worse off than mere strangers, implying a deeper, more personal conflict. For in the grand scheme of things, whether it be blood or water, all connections are meaningless in the face of overwhelming power. Therefore, the path to true influence is paved with such might, a stark reality symbolized by the swords and skulls. Sung Jin-woo, observing her, offers a different perspective, suggesting that it simply means others are wary of her, not necessarily that she is weak. Aaron blushes slightly, looking away as he gently advises her not to feel so down, his words offering a touch of comfort. A soft, pink aura emanates from her hand, a subtle manifestation of her inner turmoil or power. As Aaron stands, still blushing, a male student rushes up behind her, his voice filled with concern, asking, Miss Aaron? Are you all right? A small, horned creature with delicate wings purrs softly in its sleep, nestled comfortably in a large bed. Meanwhile, Sung Jin-woo stands alone in a spacious room, looking around with a puzzled expression, wondering why no one is there. He calls out, his voice echoing slightly, searching for Brian and Kiram. Suddenly, a small, dark, flame-like entity with glowing pink energy manifests, responding with a cheerful, yes, coming. It laments that it can't even get a break. Sung Jin-woo turns to the floating being, questioning its current form, while the entity explains that people used to call it arrogant when it hid its presence, before demanding to know why it was summoned. Pointing, Sung Jin-woo instructs the Demon King to look for Brian. The Demon King floats in confusion, its fiery form radiating bewilderment. Growing larger and more menacing, the Demon King protests, asserting its status, demanding to know why it should search for a mere person, confident that Brian will find his own way home. Despite its protests, the Demon King begins to sniff the air, reluctantly starting its search. He catches a distinct scent of blood, a sudden, unsettling realization. A pained grunt echoes through the space, as an armored figure is violently slammed against a stone wall, the impact cracking the very stone. A group of dark-clad figures looms over a cowering individual, one of them sneering that they had been nice until now. The blonde-haired man, his eyes glinting with malice, declares that a grave mistake has been made. He then looks down at the fallen guardian knight, who coughs blood onto the stone floor, and dismisses him as mere garbage. Turning his attention back to the cowering figure, he promises to carve them into pieces. Not content with just the threat, he adds that those pieces will be sent as a gift to their owner. His blue eyes glow faintly with unbridled fury, a vein throbbing on his forehead, as he sees that this entire brutal display is a direct consequence of their owner's disrespect. The cowering man, already beaten and bruised, struggles to comprehend the situation, his mind racing with desperate thoughts. Meanwhile, the blonde antagonist, flanked by his silent associate, watches with cold indifference, his voice dripping with contempt as he demands to know what the victim intends to do. His eyes, glowing with an eerie blue light, betray the depth of his malice. As the cowering man, now slumped on the ground, can only manage a weak, disbelieving laugh, utterly defeated and questioning the reality of his torment. He curses his tormentor, his voice filled with a desperate, futile rage. The blonde antagonist simply grins, a chilling smile spreading across his face, mocking the man's defiance and asking if he has lost his mind. With a casual wave of his hand, he dismisses the victim's struggles as mere amusement, as his masked subordinates move in, their weapons raised, to brutally finish the job. His final, chilling command echoes through the desolate space. Kill him. The air crackles with an unseen tension, a silent prelude to the chaos about to erupt. His eyes glowing with an intense, electric blue light, he glares, demanding to know if they've lost their voice from the beating. But the situation quickly turns, as another figure is held down by a group of assailants, one of them remarking on the lack of fun in the current predicament. A chilling command echoes through the space, ordering them to kill him. The assailants close in, their leader questioning what they are doing, as the trapped figure struggles beneath them. Suddenly, a brutal blow connects with his face, sending a spray of blood into the air. He recoils in shock and pain, his expression contorted in disbelief. From the shadows, a cloaked figure observes the scene, identified only by the name Barrett Louis Mel. A voice filled with concern calls out to the young master, who lies injured, his face marred by fresh wounds. Despite his own pain, he snaps back, declaring himself a mess, yet questioning how many times his companion has also been hurt. From above, a blond man in sunglasses sneers, mocking him for crawling into what he calls the tiger's den. Rising to his feet, Cyan Vert's hand begins to glow with a fierce pink energy, a chilling promise escaping his lips. He'll start by carving out his opponent's organs. With a swift, almost imperceptible motion, he closes the distance. The thick fog's sixth form assault connects, a devastating impact of pink energy slamming into the blond man. The force of the blow contorts his face in agony, as the assault continues to pummel him. Blood splatters from the repeated impacts, each strike driving him further into despair. Finally, with a desperate scream, the blond man is sent flying backward, engulfed in the lingering pink aura of the attack. Despite his own injuries, Cyan Vert's assault continues with brutal efficiency, shattering the barrier of his opponent, who can only register the shock of his defenses failing. A swirling orb of potent purple energy manifests, ready to strike. Barrett Luramil recoils, his face contorted in utter disbelief at the sheer power he faces. The prince closes the distance in a blur of purple, delivering a rapid, multi-hit assault that leaves his opponent questioning his strength. Then, with a hand engulfed in searing flames, he unleashes a devastating fiery blast. The impact sends Barrett Luramil reeling, a pain scream escaping his lips as he recognizes his attacker, Cyan Vert. The fiery assault continues, striking him again with brutal force. With a final, resounding blow, Barrett Luramil is sent hurtling backward through a shower of debris. He lands hard, slumped and groaning in defeat. He looks down at the defeated figure, a familiar disdain in his voice. You really don't change, huh? A cold question hangs in the air. Is it really that fun to harm people who are weaker than you? Barrett Luramil, despite his defeat, manages a defiant smirk, retorting, what do you want to do with it? Are you going to tell me for it? This confrontation is but one chapter in the tale of the regressed son of a duke is an assassin. The man before him, the one who embodies such cruelty, is none other than Barrett Louis Mel. He was the noblest son of the Luramil family, a lineage considered the second highest in the Aram kingdom. Yet, his reputation preceded him, for he was well known for his cruel and vicious nature even in a past life. His cruelty, however, was the least of his crimes. He found perverse entertainment in harming small animals, a dark pleasure he indulged in frequently. But then, one day, he committed an act that truly crossed the line. In a dimly lit room, a young man sits beside a lifeless female figure, her blood staining the floor. He had murdered her, a fellow classmate, offering the flimsy excuse that she was merely practicing magic, which ultimately led to an order for his purification. A glowing tablet displays cryptic text, perhaps the very order that sealed his fate. From the shadows, a cloaked figure watches, a silent witness to the unfolding horror. The basement held a gruesome secret, countless corpses of servants, discarded like refuse. After enduring unimaginable torture, the desire to end his life in the most agonizing way possible burned within the observer. Yet, even bound to a chair, facing a blade, he offered a chilling smile, a memory that remains etched in the mind of his tormentor. His eyes glow with a malevolent blue light, his face contorted in a snarl of perverse satisfaction. He declared himself content to die, having already experienced all the fun he desired. Killing him like that probably wasn't the death he deserved, he muses, holding Barrett down. He had already had all his fun before dying, so a swift end would be too merciful. Just death is nowhere near enough for him. He would make Barrett pay for the countless lives he had taken, for every single one. Leaning in close, a chilling intimacy in his gaze, Cyan brings his face to Barrett's, a silent, terrifying promise passing between them. A moment later, a vibrant purple orb of energy coalesces in his palm, pulsing with raw, arcane power. He holds the glowing sphere close to Barrett's face, who recoils in terror, pleading for him to stop. But Barrett, even in his fear, finds a flicker of defiance, challenging Cyan to consider the consequences of his actions. He reminds his tormentor of his lineage, declaring himself a Luramil, from the most powerful family in the Darum Kingdom. Cyan's hand clamps around Barrett's neck, a surge of dark purple energy emanating from his palm. His eyes glowing crimson beneath his hood, Cyan dismisses Barrett's hatred, telling him to detest him all he wants. As Barrett chokes and gags, the purple energy constricting around him. He struggles to speak, defiantly declaring that he doesn't care what Cyan says. But Cyan's grip tightens, the dark energy intensifying as he warns Barrett against laying hands on his subordinates. A sinister grin spreads across Cyan's face, condemning Barrett as a garbage excuse for a human being. Barrett lets out a weak groan, the torment overwhelming him. A scream tearing from his throat as the purple energy explodes outwards, engulfing him and the surrounding figures. Lying incapacitated, Barrett realizes the true extent of Cyan's power, his mind already racing to notify his family. As the confrontation continued, Cyan Vert considered his next move, knowing any misstep might interfere with his carefully laid plans. His crimson eyes narrowed, a realization dawning on him as he looked down, uttering, "So it was you." A flicker of annoyance crossed his face, wondering why the little obnoxious stalker was always so persistent. Without another word, he reached out, his hand clamping firmly onto Barrett's collar. Barrett, caught off guard and clearly in pain, could only stammer out an apology to the young master. Internally, he struggled to comprehend the situation, never imagining they would attack him with such a large group. Cyan Vert, observing Barrett's distress, found himself thinking how ugly he looked in his current state. He pulled Barrett closer, his voice laced with disdain. "Are you sure you're my subordinate? Why were you hiding in a tent where you're supposed to be?" His gaze intensified, a silent accusation hanging in the air, as he questioned, "Is this the loyalty you swore to me?" Still on the ground, he looks up as a voice demands to know why he didn't just run away. Barrett attempts to explain, his words faltering, admitting he understood the intent but struggling to articulate further. Cyan cuts him off with a stern warning, telling him not to do stupid things, to which Barrett can only offer a quiet apology. The prince then promises a lecture upon their return, and Barrett, still bound, repeats his apology with more urgency. A sigh escapes Barrett as he whispers to himself, wishing he had simply listened to Master Eret. Cyan's expression remains unreadable, but a hint of sarcasm enters his voice as he asks if Barrett noticed something. He then reveals his true annoyance, demanding to know how he could possibly miss Barrett bringing all his hall members along. Barrett, now visibly distressed, begins to explain his reasoning for bringing them. The scene concludes with Barrett Luramil bound and helpless, his fate, and that of his companions, now entirely in Cyan's hands. Barrett, still bound, listens as the hooded figure reminds him that he was aware of the other hall members Barrett had brought along. A slight pause hangs in the air before the hooded figure confirms his prior knowledge with a simple, "Well, yeah." Barrett, looking downcast, can only concede, "Well, I do admit that you're talented." A soft, almost dismissive sound escapes the hooded figure, a subtle ha, as he considers Barrett's words. His thoughts drift to a past filled with violence, a younger version of himself covered in blood, remembering that intellect alone was insufficient to handle the demonic forces he once faced, requiring a cold, calculated strike to deal with the dead. He reflects on the mental fortitude needed to confront such horrors, the sheer will required to handle the demonic forces and their persistent pursuit. Returning to the present, Barrett, still pleading, insists, "You're an ideal fit for a successor, but these kinds of things cannot continue to happen." The hooded figure, his expression unreadable, simply states, "There will be more people who will grow suspicious." As he turns and walks away, Barrett, left alone and tied, can only promise, I will be careful. His eyes burning with a fierce, crimson glow, Cyan Vert declares his unwavering resolve, refusing to live as a coward who tolerates injustice. He vows that if anyone dares to harm his people, he will crush them without hesitation, no matter the cost. A purple-haired woman with striking yellow eyes smiles knowingly, understanding that he will always protect his own. As she turns to leave, announcing her departure, Cyan, still cloaked in shadow, expresses his surprise at her sudden exit. Before fully disappearing, she reminds him not to forget about Barrett, confirming her intention to deal with him and his followers. With a final glance back, Cyan simply acknowledges her plan. Meanwhile, Barrett Luramil, still bound and helpless, looks up at his captor with a desperate plea, asking what will become of him. Cyan's glowing red eyes fix on him, and he asks if Barrett believes he will be killed. A sinister grin spreads across Cyan's face, his glowing eyes reflecting a chilling intent. Barrett, still bound, glares up defiantly, warning his interrogator to stop questioning him, vowing to remain silent. But Cyan simply asks, "Aren't you Askell's #1 subordinate?" Barrett recoils in shock, stammering, "As subordinate? How did you?" A chilling smile plays on Cyan's lips as he muses, "How could I forget?" His eyes begin to glow with a faint purple hue as he recalls, Barrett never once stepped away from Askell's side, even harboring jealousy over Cyan's past relationship with Askell. The purple glow intensifies, reflecting his thoughts on this guy. His gaze sharpens, considering that Barrett might be dangerous in a different sense. A dark aura begins to swirl around him as he thinks, it'd be fine to kill him right now. Purple energy crackles around his outstretched hand, but he hesitates, remembering Barrett's status as Askell's subordinate. His face contorts into a sinister expression, bathed in the intense purple glow of his unleashed power. He extends a hand, dark purple energy swirling around his palm as a shadowy form begins to coalesce, thinking that this one should prove quite useful for his plans. The shadowy figure behind him grows more distinct, its form taking shape amidst the intensifying violet aura. Barrett, bound and helpless, recoils in terror as the ominous energy surrounds him, desperately trying to scream, "Huh? What's that? Gee, get away from me." A system notification appears, confirming the creation of a shadow personality. Cyan's eyes glow with an eerie light as the shadow behind him fully manifests, the purple energy surging powerfully. The dark energy bursts outward, engulfing Barrett, who remains paralyzed with fear. The surge continues, culminating in a final, overwhelming wave of dark power. He unleashes the full force of his newly awakened shadow personality, his eyes burning with an ominous purple light as dark energy swirls violently around him. The sheer power of it rips through the air, eliciting a raw, terrified scream from Barrett. With a swift, powerful motion, Cyan Vert brings his staff down, the air blurring around him as he commits to the attack. The impact sends a shockwave of blue energy rippling outward, causing the female knight to recoil with a pained gasp. She struggles to regain her footing, clearly overwhelmed. Despite the blow, she lunges forward with her sword, attempting a counterattack, but he effortlessly blocks her blade, dismissing her efforts as nothing. Finally, accepting her defeat, she kneels before him, acknowledging his victory with a respectful, "It's a victory, Your Highness." Aram, the female knight, admits defeat to Leximus, reminding him that he told her to call him by his name when it was just the two of them. He responds with a polite apology, as they continue their rigorous training session, staffs clashing in the courtyard. The intensity of the practice causes Aram to cry out in frustration, her body tensing under the strain. Another pained cry escapes her lips, the effort clearly taking its toll. Leximus steadies her, acknowledging that they are indeed training very hard. Suddenly, from the sidelines, Sung Jinwoo launches a lightning-fast attack, burying a powerful punch into Barrett Luramil's gut, sending a shockwave of white energy through him. Another brutal strike follows instantly, driving Barrett further back with a pained gasp. The force of the assault lifts Barrett completely off his feet, sending him tumbling through the air. Sung Jinwoo lands lightly on the ground, as Barrett Luramil crashes down, utterly defeated. His endurance is remarkable, especially for someone who once seemed no more than an errand boy knight. Observing the training, the young master muses, he's quite strong as well. A faint smile plays on his lips as he considers the potential, he'll be useful later on. As Sung Jinwoo struggles, gasping for breath, the young master asks, "Are you tired?" Despite his exhaustion, Sung Jinwoo forces himself upright, declaring to his superior, "No, young master. I can keep going." The young master considers this, thinking to himself, "I should have kept going even if he was tired. There's no guarantee that an incident like with Barrett won't happen again." His gaze sharpens as he looks at Sung Jinwoo, a faint glow in the young man's eye. Brian needs to be able to defend himself. Turning to address an unseen presence, the young master reassures them, "Don't worry about him. He's already on our side." A surge of dark purple energy erupts from Sung Jinwoo, swirling with raw power. A surge of dark purple energy erupts around him, crackling with raw power as he lets out a guttural cry. Watching the display, a man with a faint scar on his cheek observes intently, his expression a mix of awe and concern. The cloaked figure continues to channel the shadowy power, a force he can use to manipulate his opponents. The observer then asks, his voice echoing in the confined space, if it is true that he possesses a special ability to manipulate shadows. As if in answer, the cloaked figure's eyes glow with an intense purple light, revealing his 9-star dark element shadow manipulation personality, an ability that creates reality from the shadows themselves. This formidable power allows him to manipulate his opponents with ease. He confirms that he has only used this ability once in his first life, then turns the question back to his interrogator, demanding to know his identity. Kneeling respectfully, the man introduces himself as Kellen Belrose, a guardian knight of Velius. He further explains that he was given orders to keep an eye on young Master Cyan, and that this mission brought him to Li Wen. A smirk plays on Sung Jin-woo's lips as he senses an approaching presence, wondering who dares to seek him out. From the shadows, a voice pledges, saying they had been seeking young Master Askell, but now wish to serve young Master Cyan, begging to be taken in. Sung Jin-woo, accepting the offer, instructs the unseen figure to listen carefully and relay his words back to Askell and Velius. His expression remains sharp, a silent command hanging in the air. With a menacing glint in his eye, he warns them not to omit a single detail. Then demands confirmation, to which the kneeling figure immediately responds, affirming their understanding. Now visible, Cyan Vert kneels before Sung Jin-woo, who sits casually on the ground, addressing him with utmost respect as young master. His crimson eyes fixed on the figure before him, Cyan Vert awaits further instruction. He listens as Barrett explains their training, saying they simply kept working together. But Sung Jin-woo can only wonder if Barrett's schedule is truly so free. Barrett then turns to the female knight, asking if she came to train with her guardian, to which she confirms her role. Barrett then asks Sung Jin-woo if he also came to train. And the female knight, with a confident smile, adds that she trains with Leximus every day. Sung Jin-woo considers this, thinking it would be a good idea given what happened recently. His mind drifting to the incident from a week ago. Meanwhile, Barrett Luramil had been found beaten to a pulp in front of the training hall, an act committed by no one visible. Cyan Vert reflects on this, believing he could mold Barrett into someone useful, especially since Barrett would never be able to use magic again. The Leximus reaction wasn't what he expected. He admits that he had anticipated this outcome. And yet, a hint of surprise colors his tone as he confesses, I thought she would feel happy. Sung Jin-woo simply stares, his expression unreadable, processing the chilling implications of those words. Suddenly, a desperate cry echoes through the air, as Barrett Luramil plummets from the sky, screaming for his father. He falls rapidly, a tiny figure against the vast expanse, while Sung Jin-woo and Cyan Vert look up, their gazes fixed on his descent. A look of utter shock crosses Sung Jin-woo's face as he recognizes the falling figure, calling out, Nana. His mind races, a desperate thought flashing through him. He had left her with Kiram, or so he believed. Meanwhile, far from the chaos, the female knight sleeps soundly on a plush couch, a soft snore escaping her lips, completely oblivious to the unfolding drama. Back in the sky, Barrett Luramil continues his uncontrolled descent, a bewildered escaping him as he falls alongside two other indistinct figures. A small, pink-haired girl beams with delight, announcing her presence with an excited cry. Papa! Nana found Papa! She exclaims, as a white-haired woman reacts with a stunned expression, a single word escaping her lips in disbelief. The pink-haired child, Nana, clings to Sung Jin-woo's hand, repeating her joyful declaration, while Cyan Vert stands silently nearby. The white-haired woman, surprised, turns to alarm, her mind racing with questions about the child's sudden appearance. Sung Jin-woo, surrounded by a cloud of confusion, can only manage a bewildered sigh. The sheer impossibility of the situation leaves him speechless, a single thought echoing in his mind. How could this have happened, in this grand, imposing structure, where he had entrusted Nana to Kiram? Later, the white-haired woman, now composed, teases him, suggesting the child couldn't possibly be his, while he admits to having wildly speculated about her origins. Despite the humor, a new worry settles over Sung Jin-woo, realizing the potential for future complications. Barrett, still processing the sudden appearance of the child, expresses his concern, wondering if Nana is truly a draconic being. The female knight, however, simply smiles, assuring him not to worry, her hand gesturing dismissively. Barrett then turns to Sung Jin-woo, asking if he's serious about the situation. The female knight playfully teases him about having a child, as he holds Nana close. He smiles warmly at Nana, who beams back at him. But his expression quickly shifts to one of exasperation as the female knight continues to prod him. She simply states that Nana won't fit in with other humans, leaving him to ponder the implications while Nana remains oblivious and happy in his arms. Still reeling from the implications of Nana's true nature, he listens as the unnamed female knight continues her blunt assessment, declaring that the child would never truly be accepted by anyone. A scoff escapes him, a quiet acknowledgement of the harsh reality, as he mutters that perhaps that's for the best. Meanwhile, Nana, oblivious to the weighty conversation, looks up at him with innocent eyes, asking if she can come over to visit sometimes. He quickly corrects her, clarifying his intentions, insisting that he only wants to see her sometimes. Nana's cheeks flush with a faint blush, her expression softening as she considers his words. She then leans in conspiratorially, proposing that their visits remain a secret. Her blush deepens, a small, happy smile gracing her lips. The thought of their shared secret fills her with a quiet joy, a bond forming between them. Later, as they prepare to depart from an opulent residence, Nana announces her intention to leave, while a blonde-haired man in a white suit bids Sung Jin-woo farewell, addressing him as Mr. Cyan. A soft tap echoes in the opulent room, drawing the attention of the young girl. Looking up at the white-haired knight, Nana innocently asks, "Miss Erin, are you feeling unwell?" The question hangs in the air, prompting Erin to reflect on her own state, as Nana repeats her concern. She considers the possibility that something truly happened while she was unconscious, a thought that brings a subtle tension to her expression. Her gaze sharpens, a silent resolve forming as she acknowledges the truth. She cannot lie to herself about the events that transpired. Meanwhile, Sung Jin-woo sits across from Barrett Luramil, who, with a dismissive wave, urges him to move past his current concerns, suggesting he reflect on his actions instead of dwelling on the past. Barrett continues, noting that Nana seems stressed from her current situation, and proposes a solution. Sung Jin-woo listens intently, his expression unreadable. Barrett then asks directly, "Why don't we take her on, huh?" Sung Jin-woo considers the idea, acknowledging that it might not be a bad one. High above a rugged mountain range, two figures cut through the night sky, their forms silhouetted against the distant stars. Suddenly, a flicker of surprise crosses Cyan's face, his gaze sharp as if sensing something amiss. He looks down intently, a small, winged companion hovering nearby, mirroring his sudden alertness. As they continue their swift descent, the small creature asks what troubles him, to which Cyan replies, "I smell something sickening," before inquiring, "Where are we, Castellan?" Meanwhile, a female figure with dark red hair and small horns also senses the disturbance, her golden eyes narrowing as she muses that the source isn't far. She confirms they are indeed in the vicinity of whatever is causing the unsettling sensation. Back with Cyan, his large black wings unfurl, propelling him forward as he decides he will have to delay his return for what he now clearly perceives, his eyes glowing crimson as he states, "I can feel an aura coming from there." A surge of brilliant blue energy erupts from Cyan Vert's armored form, crackling with raw power. His voice echoing with newfound authority, he declares that such a thing cannot be permitted by him, as a dragon. Cyan Vert calls out, a note of concern in his voice, as Nana approaches a potentially dangerous area. But the young girl, captivated by the sheer scale of their surroundings, tumbles forward without a care. He observes the vast expanse, noting that this remote location lies at least 100 kilometers from the Empire's central hub. A wide, joyful smile spreads across her face. A faint, almost imperceptible smile plays on his lips as he decides it's safe enough for her to explore freely. He muses on Nana's future, imagining her as a true crown princess, while a small, pink, demon-like spirit playfully questions his plans for her family. He suddenly senses a disturbance, his eyes widening in alarm. From the shadows, a small, dark, demon-like spirit with glowing red eyes materializes, its voice echoing with a warning, "Wait, something's coming." A look of profound disgust crosses his face as he mutters, "Sickening." His concern immediately shifts to the child, his voice sharp with urgency as he calls out, "Nana." He moves with incredible speed, a protective blue aura flaring around him as he shields the small girl. The shadowy spirit, hovering nearby, questions his sudden protectiveness. "About Nana?" Clinging tightly to him, Nana buries her face into his chest, trembling with fear. He stands firm, shielding her, and commands the spirit, "Both of you, stay behind me." In the far distance, a massive, glowing magical circle appears, surrounded by indistinct figures, prompting a new question, why are there? From the newly formed magical circle, a chilling presence emerges, confirming the arrival of high-ranking dragons. And to make matters worse, there are two of them, their forms crackling with potent, blue-tinged energy. As he holds Nana close, a thought crosses his mind. What if this new threat possesses the source of his overwhelming strength? A look of profound disgust washes over Cyan Vert's face. The primary threat reveals himself to be the high-ranking silver dragon, Tuckian. Tuckian, radiating an aura of disdain, scoffs, believing a mere low-rank human shouldn't be able to hold him. Meanwhile, the shadowy spirit questions Cyan Vert, asking if he is the owner of this human, and if he is truly the demonic throne. Tuckian's expression hardens, his eyes glowing crimson as he declares that Cyan Vert is an abject thing, unworthy to be a human slave, before menacingly asking if he wishes to die. A red-haired figure, her face contorted in fury, lets out a guttural roar. Meanwhile, a dark gauntlet glows with a faint blue energy, seemingly containing or manipulating something unseen. The red-haired figure, still agitated, confronts Tuckian, who calmly dismisses her concerns, stating he is already tired and she should do as she wishes, as he had no desire for an unnecessary fight. Barrett Luramil, his expression stern, demands the transfer of a captive into his custody. He holds Nana firmly, her small form clutched in his grasp. The young girl is revealed to be a unique half-human, half-dragon hybrid. Barrett's grip tightens on her arm, muttering that she is worth experimenting on. Tuckian, observing the scene, agrees to bear its terms, instructing him to simply hand her over. Suddenly, amidst the scattered debris, Cyan Vert appears, his crimson eyes glowing intensely as he faces Tuckian. Tuckian's gaze sharpens, his voice laced with challenge as he questions the newcomer's audacity. But with eyes flaring crimson, Cyan Vert cuts him off, his command sharp and absolute. Undeterred, Tuckian sneers, his insult dripping with contempt. A mocking laugh escapes him, underestimating the power before him. But in an instant, a brilliant blue aura erupts around Cyan Vert, his form blurring with impossible speed. The air crackles with residual energy. As he snatches Nana from danger, tossing her clear of the impending conflict. He catches her gently, his voice firm as he urges her to escape. Tuckian watches the display, a flicker of surprise crossing his face at the elegant technique. The ground beneath them shatters, rent apart by a surge of destructive blue energy, as Tuckian's voice booms with indignation. Surrounded by crackling azure light, he demands to know, "How dare you call me inferior?" With a surge of his power, he prepares to unleash the thick fog ninth form, manifesting a demonic sword. Yet, facing this overwhelming display, Cyan Vert stands unmoving, his eyes glowing crimson as a vibrant red aura flares around him. The potent energy swirls around his feet, a silent testament to his own formidable strength. Tuckian, momentarily stunned by the counter-display, recognizes the unique signature of his opponent's power, muttering, "Sir, that power. It's the power of the eagle." A thoughtful expression crosses his face as he reflects. Today has been full of surprises. Despite the unexpected power, his arrogance quickly returns, as he dismisses Cyan Vert once more. However, he's still just an inferior human. Yet, his dismissive thoughts are abruptly cut short by a sudden, wide-eyed realization, leaving him utterly shocked. As the arrogant dragon prince stood his ground, a blur of dark energy shot towards him, a crimson aura blazing around the figure of Cyan Vert. Caught completely off guard, Tuckian's eyes widened in disbelief, a single thought echoing in his mind. When did he? Before he could even finish the thought, Cyan Vert unleashed a devastating, swirling vortex of red energy, engulfing the entire area with a thunderous crash. The impact was immense, a powerful shockwave ripping through the air, tearing apart the very ground with a deafening roar. Amidst the flying debris, Tuckian's face contorted in a furious snarl, barely managing to utter, "You little." His defenses, once thought impenetrable, shattered around him in a cascade of brilliant blue shards, leaving him exposed and overwhelmed. With a final, sweeping motion, the young master completed his attack, the crimson energy leaving deep gouges in the ravaged earth. The sheer force of the blow created a massive shockwave, spreading outwards and further devastating the already broken landscape. When the dust finally settled, Tuckian was left kneeling amidst the ruins, his once pristine white cloak tattered, his arrogance replaced by utter defeat. A surge of blue energy ripples through the air, signaling the continuation of a relentless assault. With blinding speed, Cyan Vert strikes, leaving streaks of power in his wake. The concentrated force of his attack intensifies, pushing forward with unstoppable momentum. Coalescing into a sharp, ethereal blade, the blue energy slices through the air. Then, with a deafening impact, it shatters against an unseen barrier. Tuckian's eyes widen in surprise, his fog glide defense proving insufficient against the overwhelming force. In a desperate countermove, he unleashes a fog sword, rushing fog storm, a torrent of red and purple energy. Immediately following his attack, Tuckian erects a fire barrier, engulfing himself in protective flames. Meanwhile, a determined warrior with fiery red hair and glowing orange eyes steps forward, declaring her intent to block the incoming threat. Stepping forward, Carolina warns her ally to back off, declaring that he is no match for the foe before them. With unwavering resolve, she asserts her readiness to face the challenge herself. Meanwhile, Tuckian, unfazed by the interruption, erects a formidable barrier, forged from 1,000 years of accumulated mana. He scoffs, believing a human with such a short lifespan could never overcome his power. Then, with a surge of dark energy, Tuckian unleashes his fog sword, 8 fluttering petals. Carolina's eyes narrow, burning with fierce resolve as the attack approaches. Before the shadowy blades can connect, she retaliates with a powerful, claw-like burst of crimson energy. Her counterattack slams into the incoming assault, erupting in a blinding flash of white and red energy. As the brilliant light fades, only dissipating crimson particles and scattered debris remain. Caught in the torrent of dark energy, Cyan Vert is thrown back, a cry of surprise escaping him as the force of the impact ripples through his body. Meanwhile, Tuckian's eye glows with an orange hue, his confidence unwavering as he believes his barrier to be impenetrable. Yet, the red energy continues its assault, striking Cyan Vert with a painful blow that forces a pained groan from him. Tuckian presses his advantage, unleashing a rapid double serial slash as jagged red slashes tear through the air. But before the attack can fully connect, Carolina surges forward, a brilliant crimson aura erupting around her as she intercepts Tuckian's assault, shielding Cyan Vert from harm. The unexpected counter sends a shockwave through Tuckian, his jaw dropping in utter disbelief. His eyes widen in astonishment as he struggles to comprehend the power before him, questioning her very identity. Looking down at the pair, Tuckian's voice trembles with outrage, unable to accept that his god of fog authority holds no sway against her, demanding to know the source of such immense power. With a fierce declaration, Carolina's crimson energy explodes outward, a swirling vortex of raw power. Still reeling from the impact of the crimson energy, Tuckian lets out a pained grunt as the unseen assailant demands his identity. A powerful blue magical circle then erupts around him, engulfing the dragon in a blinding flash of light and raw power. His eyes glowing with renewed intensity, Tuckian admits his opponent's worthiness, but refuses to answer her question. Instead, a dark, swirling aura envelopes him as he initiates a polymorph spell, declaring his intent to change form. Dynamic blue and white energy streaks across the space, intensifying as the transformation takes hold. First twisting him into a monstrous, horned figure with glowing red eyes, a spell that can return a user to their human form, before finally settling into his true, original form, a regal, winged humanoid with piercing purple eyes. A reptilian eye, cold and ancient, opens wide, confirming the dragon's true nature. As the polymorph spell intensified, a surge of crackling blue energy erupted from Tuckian, distorting his form. The raw power continued to build, his body twisting and expanding under the strain. A guttural roar tore from his throat, the blue lightning flaring violently around him. He was no longer humanoid, but a monstrous beast, all teeth and claws, still wreathed in crackling energy. His maw opened wide, a terrifying display of power as the transformation reached its zenith. Carolina, recognizing the fleeting moment of vulnerability, launched a devastating red energy strike, knowing this was his weakest point. Her entire being glowed with crimson power, focused on the monstrous form before her. He's at his most vulnerable right now, she urged herself. But before her attack could fully connect, an unseen force violently repelled her, sending her plummeting through the air. From the depths of the transformation, Tuckian emerged in his true, colossal form, a winged dragon of immense power, leaving Carolina to question, what are you trying to do? Carolina watches the monstrous form of Tuckian, a chilling realization dawning on her as she wonders if he truly understands the weaknesses inherent in polymorph magic. Meanwhile, Tuckian, now fully transformed into a terrifying beast, dismisses her concerns, his glowing red eyes fixed on her as he considers her nothing more than a mere insect. With a surge of raw power, he unleashes a devastating crimson energy blast. The monstrous dragon roars, the crimson energy expanding rapidly, threatening to engulf everything in its path. Falling helplessly through the air, Carolina desperately tries to find an escape, knowing she must get out of the attack's range. But the speed of the assault is overwhelming, and she realizes it's already too late to evade. The attack manifests as 1,000 crimson swords, each one tearing through the air like roots of a great tree, converging on her. The myriad blades strike her simultaneously, her body recoiling violently from the brutal impact. A pained scream escapes her lips, as the overwhelming crimson energy engulfs her completely. Crimson energy, like shattered glass, still hangs in the air, a violent echo of Tuckian's devastating attack. The ground below is scarred and broken, a testament to the sheer force unleashed. From a distance, a figure in white watches the destruction, a desperate cry escaping his lips for the young master. Yet, amidst the chaos, another figure stands calmly, his presence a stark contrast to the devastation around him. Barrett Luramil and Nana stare in disbelief, their faces etched with shock at the unfolding events. The young girl's eyes widen, her small hands flying to cover her mouth in utter astonishment. Sung Jin-woo, holding a plate of what appears to be freshly cooked meat, casually instructs someone to eat it, Brian. He explains that it's precious meat, while a smaller figure below him wonders aloud what they were supposed to do. Nana, utterly bewildered, exclaims, "Not you." Sung Jin-woo leans forward, his gaze intense as he poses a question, wondering if someone is actively supporting his brother. Receiving an affirmative answer, he simply states, "That's right." His expression darkens slightly, as he suspects the informants they dispatched have already been compromised. Barrett Luramil, seated opposite, clasps his hands, inquiring about an ally. He apologizes for the lack of information, while Sung Jin-woo's brow furrows, finding the situation strange. Reflecting on the situation, he can't comprehend the lack of desperation that would prevent someone from leaving. The thought solidifies in his mind. It's as if the person has become completely different. His expression remains thoughtful, lost in the implications of this profound change. He recalls the words, a question posed to him, then Kellen, a test of his loyalty. A flicker of unease crosses his face, his eyes glowing with a subtle, dark energy. He listens intently, his hand unconsciously rising to his ear. Internally, he recognizes the true nature of the exchange. This is a test, and the speaker is beginning to doubt him. His frustration mounts, his hand clenching into a tight fist. Meanwhile, in a different chamber, Barrett Luramil concludes the conversation, offering a formal blessing as he sits at his desk. He continues, his voice calm and measured, expressing appreciation for Sir Kellen's response. Barrett then clarifies the nature of the interaction, assuring him it was merely a regular ritual before dismissing him. Alone once more, Kellen reflects on the precariousness of his situation, knowing that any doubt could lead to his swift disposal. He carefully opens the door, ensuring he doesn't cross young Master Cyan's path. His eyes fall upon a woman, and he wonders about her presence. She offers a soft, hello. His hand rests on her shoulder, a narration confirming she is young Master Cyan's maid. He asks what brings her here, then clarifies that he called for her. Looking at her, he confirms, did you say your name is Emily? He gently lifts her chin, observing her youthful features. A subtle smile plays on his lips. Emily's eyes widen slightly as he mentions, a favor. The scene shifts abruptly to a sight of immense destruction, where an unseen voice expresses shock, realizing that Mr. Lukian and Miss Capolina are missing amidst the wreckage. The focus shifts to a large, glowing crystalline core, now devoid of its power, as the voice notes that divine energy at the ruin's heart has been annihilated, yet that is the least of their worries. The true concern is the sheer magnitude of the force involved, as the perpetrators are clearly above Beastar in power. Surveying the shattered landscape, the voice confirms the ruins themselves have been utterly destroyed, a level of devastation that only results from a specific, devastating battle. Considering the implications, the observer muses on what it would take for such an event to be possible. A chilling conclusion forms, that such power most likely indicates the use of dark elemental magic. The glowing blue crystal pulses with an ethereal light, revealing a crucial piece of information. The only one capable of killing the two missing individuals is Kimpel Ganel. However, an old man with a long white beard contemplates the situation, noting that Kimpel Ganel does not possess dark elemental powers. This leads him to conclude that, in other words, there must be some fourth individual involved whom they do not yet know of. The crystal continues to glow as the discussion turns to Cyan Vert, who is known to have used dark elemental power in the ruins, Aram. Rumors also circulate that he launched an attack from the Devil's Dragon on the front lines. A woman with dark hair looks on with concern, realizing he has something to do with the death of Reynald Crimson and the Dragon Mage. A bearded man, looking serious, recalls that they both worked with them to bring them texting materials. As the crystal continues to glow, he wonders, is there some kind of connection between them? He concludes that he will need to keep an eye out for Lun of Rainreaver. A cloaked figure stands in shadow, their voice echoing with a clear directive, have my granddaughter associated with Cyan Vert. Meanwhile, the grand architecture of the Royal Academy's royal dorms stands bathed in sunlight, where a young woman with white hair beams, holding a cake adorned with strawberries. It is a special cake, meticulously crafted by the palace chefs. A young girl with pink hair, Nana, joyfully accepts a slice, exclaiming her delight. A blonde man in a suit encourages her to eat more, indicating a table laden with additional treats. He watches them, a silent observer of their innocent fun. Later, sitting alone, he muses on the need to remain discreet for a while. Nana, meanwhile, cherishes her new friendships, unaware of the unseen eyes that continue to watch them. A man with neatly swept brown hair reflects, his gaze distant. I will make sure no one, not even I, can put a hand on the people I have. He continues, his voice firm, since, after all, I have decided to live purely for my own sake in this life. Elsewhere, Barrett Luramil smirks, his blonde hair falling slightly forward, declaring, and I'm going to completely ruin that bastard's plans. A female knight with long, silver hair covering one eye, her crimson eyes briefly glowing, also wears a subtle smirk, a silent question hanging in the air around her. Meanwhile, in a different setting, a voice asks Cyan, his black hair neatly styled, did something good happen? You look. A small scratch is visible on his hand. As he thinks to himself, I just had a nice thought. The scene shifts to the bright, open Vert residence garden, where the voice continues, it's been a while since I last saw you. The female knight sits at a grand table, listening intently to the ongoing discussion. Across from her, Luramil Severus, the first prince, addresses the gathering, his voice carrying a hint of authority. Barrett Luramil responds with a slight, knowing smile, acknowledging, it's all thanks to you, your majesty. A voice from the assembly notes that the first prince's recent actions have been quite aggressive, causing some to wonder if he's trying to make a statement, adding, more importantly. Luramil's gaze remains sharp, his eyes reflecting a calculating mind. The female knight, still observing, mentions hearing that Alice has left on a journey. Barrett, his expression turning thoughtful, admits he's actually worried about her, wondering where she might be. Luramil Severus then questions Barrett, asking how long he intends to sit idly by while others threaten his position and power. Barrett's hand clenches subtly on the table, a silent testament to his internal struggle. He considers the implications, knowing that some things are simply not meant for discussion. Meanwhile, in a lavish chamber, a white-haired man asks his companion, was your younger brother's name Cyan? He then reflects on the trust his father placed in the young man, a trust that had granted him an opportunity to join their ranks. A sigh escapes him as he wonders aloud, I don't know why he's doing this. The protagonist's thoughts return, a sense of unease settling over him as he considers the growing attention the other receives, and how it draws more people to their side. Back in the chamber, the white-haired man smiles faintly, I like that. You're just how I feel. A blonde-haired man approaches, holding a bottle and glass, offering, "Will you have some, sir?" The white-haired man acknowledges the offer, then remarks, "I haven't seen this guardian knight before." He explains with a slight smile, "He's a novel that I found while scouting the slums." A man with dark blue hair looks down, acknowledging a discovery, remarking on the most exquisite silver. He then introduces himself, stating, "My name is Boren. It's nice to meet you, sir." 2 years then passed, the Grand Academy standing as a testament to the enduring passage of time. A student reacts with surprise, uttering a soft, "What?" He had since adjusted to the academy life, finding his place within its routines. Suddenly, a ripple of discomfort spreads through the students as a woman with long, light blue hair pushes through the crowd, a frustrated sigh escaping her lips. It was clear that Alice had returned. The Grand Academy stood under a clear sky, its domes and spires reaching towards the heavens. A soft click echoes as a grand door swings open, revealing a sunlit interior. "It's been a while," a voice remarks with a light chuckle. The elderly man, with a long white beard, greets her. "Enjoy your travels?" Alice responds, "Yes, I invited her here." The elderly man's expression shifts. "Frina? That's not a place a human would be welcomed." Alice explains her motivation, "But I really wanted to find the exquisite silver you mentioned." Her gaze firm. "Since you said that place would hold me back from growing." She continues, "So that I need to find a place where I belong." The elderly man regards her thoughtfully. "You seem to have made up your mind." Boren speaks of his intention to join the Knights of Light and continue his family's legacy. His hands rest on a polished wooden surface, a moment of quiet contemplation. He admits his concern for his younger siblings as well, prompting a hearty laugh from the elderly man across from him, who teases him about being shy. The elder questions if Boren is truly shy, his gaze falling upon an ancient, ornate book. Boren, slightly flustered, suggests the elder is being too harsh with his amusement. The elder simply chuckles in response, the conversation continuing in a light-hearted manner. Boren offers a soft, knowing smile. Sung Jin-woo looks at her, a hint of amusement in his eyes, asking if her assessment is correct. He holds her gaze, a confident smirk playing on his lips. The Grand Academy stood under a clear sky, its imposing architecture a testament to its long history. As two figures walked away from its gates, a voice remarked, "You've changed." Cyan, with a knowing smirk, warned, "You're gonna regret this soon." Alice, however, seemed to see through his facade, questioning, "Did you think that you could fool Eru and me?" Before he playfully conceded, "All right, stop right there." The scene shifted to another view of the academy, as a memory surfaced from the past, a specific date etched into his mind, the 2nd of July, year 498. He remembered this day from his past life too. It was the last day he saw her, the royal princess. He saw his sister alive. As they walk, Alice observes him, noting that he seems to be going about something a bit too much, to which Cyan replies that no one else would welcome him there. She then questions if that's the reason he hasn't visited in 2 years, and he admits there are more than a couple of reasons why he isn't actually going back. One of those reasons, he reveals, is the place itself. He recalls a younger version of himself, standing beside the royal princess, thinking about how the Duchess isn't trying to kill him anymore, so she gets to live, but going back to that place now would be a form of suicide. As he walks away from a grand, imposing building, he concludes that he probably won't visit until he graduates. His gaze sharpens as he asks, "Are you good friends with Krantz?" Alice immediately dismisses the notion. That can never be possible, then questions, "What do you mean?" Cyan's expression hardens, recalling the harsh treatment he received. He reveals the depth of their animosity, stating, "He's even tried to kill me once." Alice's eyes widen in disbelief, a soft gasp escaping her lips. A new voice interjects, "I can testify to that," as a knight steps forward, prompting Alice to ask, "Who?" Cyan introduces the armored figure, "My guardian knight, Brian Kendrick." Alice's surprise turns to admiration. "Oh, a guardian knight," she exclaims, wishing she had one too. The perspective shifts to a grand, distant academy building, as Alice's voice echoes, still processing the revelation. He explains that he was in Unruma, completely oblivious to the assassination attempt. The Duke's wife and son are depicted, and Alice, still processing, mentions them, but he quickly assures her it wasn't her fault. A deep concern settles on her face, as a faint blue aura shimmers around his form. He remains silent for a moment, before she asks if he'd ever discussed this with Krantz, to which he replies there's no point, as it's all in the past. Yet, a bitterness lingers in his voice as he adds that Krantz doesn't seem to regret his actions at all. Suddenly, with a burst of blue energy, he moves, his hand firmly grasping her shoulder. He holds her close, his grip firm, as Alice murmurs that he can depend on her sometimes, promising, "I'll protect you from now on." Meanwhile, Krantz watches the intimate exchange, his expression tightening as he hears Alice's words, while Cyan reflects on his own past, thinking, "I should have told you to take care of yourself when I'm gone," and the blonde knight's gaze remains fixed on them, his hand clenching into a fist as he hears Alice's voice again, calling out, "Miss." Alice, still held by Cyan, continues, "Take good care of little Cyan Krantz." The words hit Krantz like a physical blow, his eyes glowing crimson with a mix of shock and anguish. As he desperately tries to deny the reality of the situation, muttering, "I didn't do anything though." Above the city, the sky begins to darken, casting long shadows over the grand architecture. He stands with his back to them, his mind reeling from the words, a silent scream echoing within him. His composure shatters, and a terrifying crimson glow ignites in his eyes. As the desperate denial screams through his thoughts, "I didn't do it. I didn't do anything." The tension in the air becomes palpable, and with a sudden, explosive force, he slams his fist down, the impact echoing through the silent hall. A pained grunt escapes him, the raw emotion twisting his features. In the next instant, he violently throws Cyan to the ground, his body skidding across the polished floor. Standing over the fallen prince, Krantz snarls, "Get up. You've played enough." Cyan, sprawled on the floor, looks up in shock, his mind racing, wondering what could have provoked such a violent outburst. The blonde aggressor slams his fist into Cyan's chest, a burst of blue energy erupting on impact, as he shouts, "You won so." He continues to drive the attack home, pushing Cyan back with raw force, his voice laced with disbelief. "Good God, you fell for it again." With a final, powerful surge of blue energy, the aggressor sends Cyan flying. Just as the blonde man stands amidst the dissipating aura, a sharp voice cuts through the air, "Stop, Krantz." He turns, his expression softening slightly as he recognizes the newcomer, muttering, "Hey, Alice." Alice stares back, her voice firm as she demands, "What are you doing?" Her eyes begin to glow with a fierce blue light, a powerful aura flaring around her as she commands, "Right now." The blue energy around Krantz seems to react to her presence as she calls out his name once more, "Krantz." Meanwhile, on the ground, Cyan watches the unfolding scene, a chilling realization dawning on him. He thinks to himself, "I saw that face just once in my last life too. The ones who are about to become my enemies soon." He knows she needs to learn the truth about her family, so that he can protect her. A terrifying vision flashes through his mind, of a monstrous, multi-headed beast engulfed in flames. He sees himself, empowered and resolute, standing victorious against the defeated creature, determined to prevent such an inevitable future. Back in the present, he extends a sealed red envelope to a young master. The young man, surprised, questions where he acquired such a document. Jinwoo calmly explains that one is from the academy, and the other, he took from some janitor. He holds the second letter back from Boren's grasp. Seated in a lavish room, Cyan Vert asks if this is the one they're meant to take, as a guard confirms it likely originated from the palace. Indeed, a sealed letter bears the unmistakable imperial family's crest, confirming its regal provenance. Krantz Vert, standing beside Alice, wonders aloud what it could be, while she simply ponders the mystery. As Cyan Vert receives the missive, the narration notes that it is this particular time of the year, a period often marked by significant events. The contents of the letter are revealed to be an assassination order, a chilling directive. The target is explicitly named as Joachim Drachenephelis, a figure of apparent importance. The order is linked to a significant incident that occurred at the palace's banquet, a past event with lasting repercussions. Cyan Vert's gaze hardens, understanding the gravity of the situation, especially since the target is the current emperor. Krantz Vert asks if he will be attending the event, to which Cyan Vert calmly replies that he has business there. Sung Jinwoo considers the implications of the sealed letter, a message from someone who has put their life on the line for his past self, concluding that his hall master must be involved. As Alice presents the letter, her eyes wide with curiosity, she reveals it's from none other than Prince Lexing, a fact that surprises even Sung Jinwoo. He processes the name, a flicker of realization crossing his features, thinking to himself that he had initially underestimated the prince, believing him to be merely a child. Meanwhile, Alice, oblivious to the deeper implications, giggles with delight, teasing him that he's received a love letter. The comment elicits a sharp, exasperated cry from Sung Jinwoo, his face contorting in a mixture of annoyance and disbelief. Boren, observing the exchange, cuts through the playful banter, instructing them to prepare for the upcoming banquet. Later, as Sung Jinwoo steps onto the floor, a soft thud echoes in the quiet room. Boren, noticing his master's distracted demeanor, inquires with concern about what troubles him. Sung Jinwoo looks up, a sudden realization dawning on him, as he utters a surprised "Wait." A small, pink-haired girl with tiny horns and bat-like wings tilts her head, a soft sound escaping her lips. She takes a small step forward. As an unseen observer remarks, she has grown even more. Meanwhile, bathed in the warm glow of the afternoon sun, a grand mansion stands, its ornate architecture hinting at the importance of the gathering within. Dark-clad legs stride purposefully towards its entrance, passing through an archway that gleams with polished wood and intricate carvings, leading into the mansion's lavish interior. Inside, Sung Jinwoo, Alice, and Boren are met by a group of formally dressed individuals, their arrival clearly anticipated. An older man with white hair steps forward, a slight tremor in his voice as he asks if they have returned. A sharp, almost defiant "No" escapes her lips. As she strides forward, her gaze searching for something, asking, "Where's the—" Moments later, she and Boren find themselves seated in a lavish reception room. the opulent surroundings a stark contrast to her earlier agitation. Across from them, a blonde woman offers a warm, welcoming smile. As Alice begins to depart, the blonde woman calls out, her voice carrying a hint of surprise, "Alice?" A slight smirk plays on her lips as she adds, "So long." Then, with a more formal tone, she inquires, "Have you been well, princess?" Her hand extends, glowing faintly with an ethereal light. She moves with swift precision, a vibrant blue aura flaring around her as she strikes, with Krantz close behind.